Hello, fellow Beastians. This is your one and only Gaming Beast, and it is the 80th episode. Yes, 80 episodes down. And for this, I had something really fun happen. Also, apologies, it's been a while. I know this is like, I could almost start every episode like that, but it doesn't matter because we have a guest here from the past who I didn't think would come back, but is back now and is the one and only Brady, a.k.a. the artist formerly known as Lucifer's lawyer, my old college roommate. Brady, what's up, man?
Megovanen. Hey, so, yep, that is alias from the past, ain't it?
Yeah, well, you know, some as they say, some wrestling gimmicks stick, some don't, as they say. You know?
Nope, and that one stuck about as long as a as a fall season.
But I remember still that was some good times, honestly. I remember it fondly, but it is what it is. So Brady, it's been quite a time since you last been on the Beastcast. So
oh yeah. How many lives have we lived? Like 5 apiece since I was last on this show.
Technically, the last time you were on Live Rounds episode 1, that was my attempt at live streaming. Just chatting. That was 2015, April 3rd. So that's 10 years. Before that, the last Beastcast was Beastcast 49, Game of Beasts. Friday, April 2014. That's 11 years ago, Brady, if you can imagine that.
When did we get so old?
Don't even tell me. I passed the big 4-0, so you're not there yet, so count yourself lucky.
No, I got about 6 more years in my 30s. So.
Yes, be happy. I'm already in the 4-0.
All right, since you have crossed into the big 4-0, I do have to ask you this. So I noticed something when I crossed into the big 3-0. I noticed that my immortality went away. You know, in your 20s, you can more or less do whatever the hell you want and just keep on trucking.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, in my 30s, oh no, I do something stupid, I have to pay for it. I'm guessing that only escalates with each successive decade.
Yes, believe me. I remember because I turned 30 just before, I think I turned 30. I don't know if you were still there, because I was just about to turn 30, if we were still roommates. Either way, but I remember that was a big deal too. And because I always remember TV shows like Friends or something. I know, very, 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 whatever. But Friends had its hit and misses. You know, I'm not going to say it was the greatest show ever or it was really bad. It was very vanilla, but there was some good stuff there. And I do remember when they turned 30. That was a good episode. And
well, let's give some credit to vanilla. There's a reason why it's the base for all ice creams. It's because you don't need Neapolitan. You don't need, Orange Dream cream every single time you go to eat ice cream. Sometimes it's nice to just have the old reliable.
And
Friends, The Office, all those shows, they're just the old reliable. You can turn it on, know you're going to have a pretty good time with it, and move on with your life. And there ain't nothing wrong with that.
But it's also funny because both Friends and The Office were Friends was always kind of vanilla, but also it was a bit cheeky for the time. It wasn't like they had similar stuff like Three's Company, but it had not quite the real 90s attitude, like I call it, but they had a little bit of that, more like the
amount of 90s attitude that your parents wouldn't get mad at you for.
Exactly.
Having.
You see, Seinfeld, even though it was more for older, that one was a little bit more spicy, it
was definitely more spicy. What's funny to me is as I've gotten older and rewatched Seinfeld, as a kid, I didn't realize a third of the things they were actually saying on that show.
I never got Seinfeld. I never liked it as a kid because it just wasn't interesting. Now I get it more. When I was in my 30s, actually a couple of years ago, I watched it, and I got it more. Yeah, too. Same here.
Well, the thing that I love about Seinfeld as an adult is they're awful people. To varying differing degrees, but they're awful people, and the show is unapologetic about it.
I think for me, it's like where I don't know if you know, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I love that show.
That is like the Seinfeld of from the 2000s. Like it was like where Seinfeld stopped. when they get arrested and it's a big clip show. I liked the ending of Seinfeld actually because I thought it was funny. I thought that it was just a clip show was a little bit cheap, but the ending was good. But
I can't quite go out on that limb with you, brother.
Yeah, I would say this with It's Always Funny. It's Always Funny starts like
it's always funny, but it is always funny. I've never seen a bad episode of it.
Yeah, I think the later seasons are a bit weak, but that's every TV show ever. So I've never seen a TV show that doesn't get weaker once it passed the fourth season. Like,
of course.
Like even the best TV shows, they just, I mean, MASH, the last seasons were like pretty bad. Like it was just Yep.
So what would you say is the magic range for shows? Because they definitely age like milk past a certain point. Is it 4 to 6, 4 to 7? Is that about the number before they start going down the tank?
There was like somebody wrote up a pretty good graphic because they compared it with like The Simpsons, which is like beyond. And I know some say that, it has redeemed itself. It's because it went meta and now it kind of turned around, maybe, like it went so far. You know how in Star Trek they time travel where they like go so far if you travel far enough into the universe, you kind of end up in the other end, just kind of like just how it works, kind of.
Like it goes full circle.
It goes for a full circle, right? And I think that that's what some people say, but I'm not interested because I think for Simpsons it was the first 5, maybe first 6 seasons. It's when, like, I remember when I grew up, because I remember, at least in Germany, I think they showed it like maybe a little bit later, when not exactly when the episode came out, but it was in the late 80s, like it was in the 90s basically, and it was something that I would always watch. And I think that in general, the problem is with live action TV shows, especially when you have like a family, that is there, people naturally age out. So there is like other issues why a show doesn't get like better. Because I think that somebody said the 4th season, but I think you cannot nail it down exactly. I think it's really depends on series to series, because like a lot of Star Trek shows, the first seasons are probably the worst seasons, really. Like
right.
they really get, even though I love the Next Generation, including the first season.
That first season of Next Gen is rough. I love Next Gen too. Next Gen is what made me get Star Trek,
Yes.
But yeah, that first season of Next Gen, it is rough. It is rough going.
Because DS9, for example, like the first season is bad in my opinion because the basic setup is fine, but you can really see is that they just ripped off the Babylon 5 screenplay from J. Michael Straczynski, and that's just a fact to me. And it's like once they figured out what they wanted to do by themselves, it got better. And once the writers were able to do their own thing and also become a little bit more darker, then like TNG was heading that direction. But I would say that and not just darker, because darker doesn't make it necessarily better. It just I think that Babylon 5 was overall better from the get-go because J. Michael Straczynski was the main writer, and he basically has written the entire show in 5 seasons as it is.
What happened there is he had a vision for it, and the show was able to fulfill that vision.
Exactly.
Whereas Deep Space Nine, no disrespect to it, it's a quality show in its own right through and through, but you can tell it was aping off another show.
Well, they did it actually. I don't know if you know this, but originally J. Michael Straczynski, he wrote the series and he thought of it as a Star Trek show. And his big idea was, well, Star Trek sci-fi shows like that are very expensive because you have to build planet sets, and because they go every week to a new planet. Well, his idea, I'm going to do a space UN, so we're going to have one set. Okay, it's going to be expensive first, but then we can reuse it for most episodes, and then there can be like one nice like finale where they go to another spaceship or to another planet, but usually it's set on the space station. And he sent in the first season script to Paramount, and they said, well, we don't want to do it. We want to go a different direction. and they kept the scripts, rewrote them with slightly different, like just the names really and characters, and added Star Trek races instead of the one he made up. And it's like, instead of the what is it? The races from Babylon 5, the Minbari and all this stuff. He has the Star Trek races. It doesn't matter. I can't think of them right now. But the point is
that isn't a perfect microcosm of the Hollywood creative process. I don't know what is, because he had an idea. He tried to sell it to the IP holder. They weren't interested in it. He made it on his own, made it interesting, and then they wanted to get their cut of the thing they could have had from the beginning.
Yes. And the funny thing is that he stayed the course, and Babylon 5 at that time was the only sci-fi show, because when the Next Generation hit, there was this big wave of space adventure sci-fi shows, and that tried to, in one way or another, copy Star Trek. And people forget that, yes, there was a couple that were successful, some more than others, but there was also a lot of failed pilots. Some of them that could have been actually really good. Like the other thing is that with but I think the only shows other than Star Trek that could kind of compete with Star Trek was, like, again, Babylon 5, maybe
Battlestar Galactica definitely did. I mean, I never watched Battlestar Galactica, but hot damn was it omnipresent on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Battlestar Galactica came later, when Star Trek kind of disappeared, I think, because, like, I think that Enterprise ended. It might have ended when Battlestar Galactica already started, but by that point you had other. I was thinking, what is it? There was a show with a living starship. That is not Lex, not Lex, the other one. Yes, Lex, not. There is another one that was more, let's say, more for the general audiences. Lex was its own thing, really. Like, it was successful, I think.
No chance of competing for the Star Trek.
But it didn't want to. It never wanted to.
It 100% just went out and did its own thing. And yeah, it was cheap and it was silly and it was weird. But those three things are what will have it live in my head for the rest of all time.
I remember that's when that's what I watched at that time. I was obsessed with Lex. What is it? Okay, here, the show that I'm thinking of is right on the tip of my tongue. That's the problem, is when you record a podcast, you can't think of anything then. You have these things in your fucking mind embedded. And then Farscape, there we go. Farscape has a very similar setup like Lex. It's also a living ship. It's the fish out of water. Here it's a astronaut from space, from Earth, with the experimental ship that lands there. Everybody is an alien. But it not just looked really well because they had really good prosthetics, and they really went out of their way to make the aliens feel like aliens. They had also puppet effects from Jim Henson. The same guy who did Yoda, for example, not just Kermit the Frog. So
right.
That's what made it very special. And they never did this again, because later on they always just went for CGI. Now, yes, Farscape had already CGI for the spaceship stuff and some aliens, but usually they always try to do physical effects, So that's why I will say that Battlestar Galactica, to me, I haven't quite finished it. I stopped at the beginning of the 4th season because as a kid, I grew up with Star Wars. That was the big thing. And that was like the first movie I ever saw, that and Superman the movie. And we'll pivot right to the topics right in a second there, because of course we venture off, because that's what we do at the Beastcast. That's what we do. We have a plan and we don't follow the plan. But Battlestar Galactica, I will respect them for treating it seriously, and they were trying to do something else. But my problem, this was in the era of shaky cam footage and also the down and gritty era, which I was like, it's like, because now I'm at the 4th season. Now, this is not a big spoiler. This is at this point an old show as well. But now they're all about who's a Cylon, who's not a Cylon. And also they have these really weird episodes, and this kind of where they're kind of ashamed that it's a space show. And I'm like, can we have a little bit of the fun back of the old Battlestar Galactica? We don't have to go full Buck Rogers in the 25th century first season, which I would prefer, but that might be a little bit too cheesy for people. I think maybe now people might be more open for this kind of stuff, but it was good for its. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if I quite agree with that, because what I appreciate from that Battlestar Galactica era, let me give you the big positive and the big negative from that, 2000s to 2010s era of stuff. The big credit I have to give to it is there were a lot of franchises trying things. There were a lot of original worlds and original settings where it wasn't just a Star Trek show. It wasn't just a Star Wars show. These were their own universes with their own characters, their own rules, and that gave them the freedom to go off and tell their own stories. They weren't chained by some big IP hanging over them.
Yeah.
But the downside of that era is, like you said, it's like they were ashamed to be sci-fi.
Yeah, and it's the same thing what happened with when it's actually funny when the first wave of the post-Blade superhero movie wave came, almost every movie was in some level ashamed that it's a superhero movie,
Yes.
Except
so
maybe, go ahead, sorry, yeah.
Well, you see, no, that's the giant problem with the MCU to me, is that the MCU, it is so deathly afraid of being earnest with everything that isn't Guardians of the Galaxy. It is so deathly afraid of being earnest in what it is. That's why the Marvel humor exists. It's the joke because they're doing the Joss Whedon thing, where it's like, we're proving we're cool by acknowledging we're silly before you can call us silly, and it's just
lampshade hanging. Thank you.
Insecure.
Yeah,
it's so creatively insecure. It
is. I gotta say that. Now, before we get into that, we'll get into that. I just want to quick go back to the 14-year Beastcast, but also the last time we talked, because I'm just gonna stick with it just a little bit. Then we go into the topics, because we had, I think officially you joined the next round. That was in, was it in 2013, right? And then we had our thing. And then the first time we talked, and that was like now 11 years ago, which is crazy, We're getting older, man, and I'm feeling it. But also like that, I remember that interview fondly while we were talking about superhero movies and we were putting them in the what is it called? Like, how did you call this NBA? Now they would call it the tier system, like the S tier, A tier.
Right. Yeah. We basically did a tier system without calling it a tier system.
Yeah, it was the NBA draft, whatever, something you called it that. I forgot what it was.
Yes, that's right. Oh, it's coming back to me
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have the tier system like now. That's a more modern thing, although that's been around for a while now too. But then we had the Game of Beasts, the Game of Thrones. Gosh, that's something that came and went like a fart.
God. Well, no, it didn't go like a fart. It burnt down like a meteor crashing into a forest.
Well, it was sorry, not like a fart. It's like hot diarrhea, like when you had something really bad, like something really Mexican, or like Indian, and you're like not expecting it, and it just comes, and it's like the worst thing. That's how it felt like that last season. For sure.
Oh, thanks for that visual, brother.
I know. Sorry. We're going really down and dirty at the Beastcast. Okay, yeah. So it's been a while that we talked. But yeah, I mean, what is there else there to say? I'm happy we're doing again a new recording.
I'm sorry to interject, but I just want to say, holy hell, dude, this is 80 episodes, right?
Yeah. I had a big break. I had breaks here and there where I didn't do anything for a while but it's 80 episodes, and the last time you talked was, like 49. Like I have a friend, my friend, Critical Failure. He's now at like, I don't know, like almost 400 episodes. He had some big breaks too, but now he's been going strong, like pretty much every week again. So
400 episodes. God damn, good on him.
Yeah, like, and he had it like, I remember when the first time I talked with CF, as we call him, or Alex, whatever. But the first time I saw him was on YouTube when there was not as many video game channels back then, and there was a couple, especially after the AVGN. And then the first time I really I think I heard the term podcast before that, but I wasn't really interested. And his was the first podcast I listened to, and through him I listened to the Mondo Coolcast, and then to the Kaiser Cast, and all the other ones too. Big and small.
Oh, how is Kaiser? He was so much fun. How's he been? I haven't heard from him in forever.
Oh, he's fine, although he's a little bit down in the dumps for some reason, but that's his own personal stuff. I wwon't get into that. But he's okay. He's overall okay. He's always doing something new. Maybe we'll get together and chat a little bit.
Oh yeah, if we can get the stars to align where me and him can be on the same episode. I mean, one of the biggest challenges you and me always had is that we live in completely different time zones.
We might as well be in separate dimensions. I have the same. I mean, I gotten used to people from America, because most of my friends are from America, but even there's multiple time zones. Kaisi is literally on another planet. He's on the other side of the planet, okay? The water in this toilet...
He's still in Australia, right?
Yeah, of course. And the water in his toilet, it goes down the other way, okay? That's what happens there,
Audience listeners, I cannot tell you on the technical side how hard it is to organize a guy living in the American Mountain West, a guy living in Germany, and a guy living in Australia to be awake and functioning without having to be at work or on the road or somewhere at the same time to do an episode. It is so hard, I can't tell you.
Well, you know that now I live in Hungary, but it's about the same time zone still, but yeah, when I was living in Germany, that was the same thing, Not too smart ass, not too but I've been living in Hungary now for 3 years, so.
How is Hungary?
Hungary's fine. I'm having a great time. I live in a small village. I work remote.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, and I just have to work half-time, so I don't have as much money, but I pay all my bills and I'm fine. I got food and everything. Nice. So
hey.
I got my own place, and I can't complain.
It's above water. That means you're winning at least something, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm also working at the moment at a comic book when I'm not in some kind of existential crisis or just chilling out, eating food, But
it'd be the life of an artist.
Well, yeah, it is. It really is. That's what it is. I mean, you as a writer, and also I've seen you've been painting too, so you're definitely. I would also call you an artist, because writers are also artists. I would call you a writer mostly, or a director too. But
well, okay. The thing is, okay, I want to be a director. That's where I feel like I have some skill sets. That's where I feel like I could be genuinely fantastic. The world has not given me the opportunity to prove that.
Yeah.
But no, no. In my head, first and foremost, I'm a writer. Second and foremost, now I'm a painter. Really,
just really cool.
What I've discovered is that painting is my therapy. Is what it comes down to. When I've got a lot of tension, a lot of concerns, I can just pour that into a hyper focus, into either a canvas, painting a miniature, whatever, and I can get that tension out that way.
That's really cool. That's really cool. You see, miniatures, I'm not really good at painting. I remember I tried to paint my HeroQuest figures as a kid, and we would paint them together. Remember, with my 2 cousins and my brother, and I wasn't really good at that. But
all right. I'm about to do something a little silly. I'm going to turn on my camera because I am recording in my hobby room, and I want you to see some of the miniature work I've done. Well, if this falls apart horribly, I apologize, but here we go. Turn on the camera.
I don't know if we can have that for the show because I don't have it set up for that, but I'll describe what I see.
The episode then, but I'll send you pictures. I'll send you pictures.
You know what? Send me pictures. I am hyped though. I am interested. But I am interested. Maybe because I know nowadays a podcast is also a video thing. I'm still kind of old-fashioned. Also, I don't have that great of a camera to be honest. So.
Oh yeah,
we're sticking with audio.
I'm not that good of a camera, and I know my face is above average at best.
Oh, it's fine. Come on, man. Don't be It's fine. Don't worry about it.
No. Don't get me wrong. I'm a solid 6. I can dress myself up to a 6.5, maybe a 7, if the lights work for me. But
You know what? You know what, Brady? It's like it's all in the eye of the beholder. It's like, whatever. Especially for a man, it's not as important. We age better than women, and I know it's not fair. This is not a sexist statement. It's just kind of a reality. It's just how it is. At least if you keep yourself healthy and good, like if you maintain yourself. Because
that's the real thing. Is yes, you do have to exercise. You do have to eat well. I'm not being fat phobic. I'm not being whatever phobic you want to throw at me.
Nobody who thinks these kind of things listens to this. Although many people don't listen to this, but it's fine. So
right, but yeah, it's like if you it's taking care of yourself means that. It doesn't mean doing the makeup. It doesn't mean doing the lights, although that helps if you're doing it for the business. But no, taking care of yourself as a person, that's what that means. And good hell, I have been on a tear doing that recently.
I mean, this is the other thing. We were just talking before the recording. We were talking about getting older, Like, I turned 40. I had the big 4-0. You had the big 3-0. And one thing that changes, because I still don't feel that old yet, the one thing that does change is that you got to focus also on being healthier. That's the one thing that is that is important to anyone. So,
right. Well, you have to make the effort because in your immortal 20s, you're running at a high enough level you can kind of just do whatever the hell you want and be fine. As you lose that immortality, now you actually have to try.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. I feel I've gotten over it, just as I gotten over. I'm 43 now, so I had 3 years to get over it, It's different from getting 30, you'll see, but it's about the same. Maybe just on level. And it's also for everyone different. Some people don't care at all. For some people, it's really bad. It just depends, really, and I'm happy where I am right now. So again, I
look forward to doing another episode in another 6 to 7 years when I will have crossed that line.
Yeah. Well, in 6 and 7 years, then I'll be in 7 years. I'll be the 5-0, so I'll be crossing the line too. So yeah. Anyway, so. That's enough of that stuff.
Let's stop lamenting about how old we're getting. Let's get back to talking about nerdy shit.
No, I lament about it time to time, and all the listeners are about the same age, So we're all early millennials, or I call myself also Zillennial, whatever the 70s.
Really a Zillennial. I'm about as true middle millennial as you can be.
You're middle millennial, MM. That's your superhero name. Here is the mighty Zillennial and MM, middle millennial. We have to save the Zoomers from their own stupidity.
Oh, brother, that's a lost cause.
Oh, yeah. My favorite part is when they called old people boomers, and I'm like, listen, my parents were boomers. At least my mother is a boomer. My dad is actually older. He's actually 42, born 42. So, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. It's the internet memes and all this stuff. I'm already the old man, kind of on the lawn, kind of, but I can still move around somewhat. So, anyway, let's pivot back to Marvel. You were talking about the MCU and that they can't take themselves seriously, and the Joss Whedon effect. Because I wanted to explain what the exact problem with Joss Whedon is to somebody. Oh yeah, it was to Death Adder. If you remember Death Adder 83. I don't know if you guys ever talked, but
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we chatted with each other.
Yes, chat, and also
we couldn't quite get on the same voice line.
With Death Adder, I hope Death Adder, if you're listening to this, maybe we can. It would be great to have the next reunion. .net, because we're at that point, right? We can have our high school reunion, so to speak.
We can have our podcast reunion.
Yes, the podcast reunion. But anyway, so with him, I was talking because he said like he's been like also that we're in general the main thesis, the main topic of the last episodes has been that I don't like modern media. I have literally an episode with that title, and it's mostly for different reasons. And other than we're just okay, one level is the political stuff infusion, forceful infusion. Which existed in the past too, but it was never as heavy-handed that I remembered.
Right. It wasn't as heavy-handed and it wasn't as pointed. It's like the people trying to get their message across understood the principle that you kind of need to hide the message for it to sink in, and that level of nuance has just vanished.
Or the best ones that I remember is that there was a message, but also you could make up your own mind what it meant. That it was a bit more vague. And where it was like, and now it's like got to the level of North Korea propaganda movie, where after the movie they have to have a class to tell the people what was the meaning of this movie. You know, even though it was so heavy-handed in your face. I don't know if you ever heard of those, but that's the level of where we are now.
I see you're describing 95% of all video essayists on YouTube.
Yes, pretty much, yes. So I won't go into that more. The other thing is, though, in general, if we this is just one element. The other element, because this is the element that I have been also running, the woke skinwalkers, how they ruin a classic again. And oh yeah, you know what? It's time, because we're going to talk about Marvel stuff, and it's all got to be about that. It's going to be time for what classic it is time for. Bum. Now we have the music. Da-da-dum. So, what classic have the woke skinwalkers ruined today? So we're going to pivot in to the Joss Whedon effect, as you explained it, and then MCU, and then to your topic that you want to, one of your topics. You have 3 topics, so let's go.
All right, sounds good. Where are we starting off, brother?
So let's just go with the Joss Whedon effect, because you explained it really well. So it's the fact that that there cannot be sincerity. Everything has to be meta. We're stuck in 2010 hipster ironicville. That we grew up. We were in college then, which was good and bad, mostly bad. You know, a lot of bad fashion choices.
And I fell into that phase too, you know, like coming out of high school, going into college, just through my early 20s, I was really insecure about myself for a host of reasons, and so I vibed with that thing for a while. But as you mature out of that phase, you just lose all patience for it, you know? Yeah.
I mean, I will say this, okay. Even though I have a burning hatred for the quote-unquote hipster, especially from that age, I was a art major, so all of my classmates were pretty much hipsters, most of them, 90%. And I will say this, that I liked a lot of obscure stuff myself, liking something at that point back then, liking something like Lex, or even role-playing games is kind of a hipster, especially the weird ones I would also play. So I had quote-unquote hipster interests, but often that I like genuinely, not just sarcastically, or like not sarcastically, like ironically, That was the main thing.
You didn't just like it because it was weird or old. You liked it because you liked it.
But there was also popular things I liked. I loved the MCU when it started, and that was like the most popular thing at the time. It was like it's maybe at one point, yes, it was like I had Iron Man comics. I wasn't the biggest Iron Man fan, but I was hyped. Oh, they're making an Iron Man movie, and then that suddenly like continued that superhero wave. It's like honestly like we had one wave from 1998 to like 2007, and then the next one was 2008 to maybe now, because now it's again about to die. Maybe we'll see.
Well, like before you had the MCU dominate everything, you really did have that. That launch era of superhero stuff where you had Raimi Spider-Man, you had the Fox X-Men.
Yeah, those are 2 big ones.
The Christopher Nolan Dark Knight. And what that was is why I have so much more respect for that era now is because they were trying different things. People
Yes,
weren't
yes,
all doing the same thing over and over. Whatever you think of the Dark Knight Nolan universe, it was distinctly different than the Fox X-Men universe, which was distinctly different
yes,
from the Raimi Spider-Man universe.
yes,
They
yes.
all had their own unique styles, they all had their own unique approaches, and just living in that ecosystem where you had different vibes, different feels. Everything wasn't this homogenized, creatively
Slop,
bankrupt,
slop.
but industrially competent Disney slop.
Yeah.
It, yeah, a lot of times it was weird. A lot of times it didn't work. But you know what? People were trying shit.
Yes,
you know?
they were, and that's something I agree with you. That sorry that I interrupted you, but it's like the slop. The Disney slop. It's become, and it's not just superhero movies. It's like every genre, really, for the most part. There's a couple of outliers, like I have, at least for the big budget stuff. I would say that probably I don't know how the Oscar bait movies are. I haven't seen, like, the last new one I've seen that I personally didn't like was Everywhere, Everything at Once. It started interesting, but it had too much of the Mary Sue effect to me and the girl boss effect, where there was like I'm a big fan. Like, a lot of people now will proclaim that they hate the multiverse stuff because it's been done to death. And I'm like, and I will say that it's been done.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm also one of them, but it's the way how they do it, because it's again the Disney slop, Joss Whedon. We can't take anything seriously. We have to have this, And I will say this: I've been starting to. I started to watch Buffy because as a kid, when it came out, I watched Buffy here and there. Pretty Women, vampire killing. Although I always wanted to be gorier, like From Dusk Till Dawn. My perfect, or even the original Buffy movie. But it's a TV show. They cannot do it. It's also a budget thing, but also like From Dusk Till Dawn is a hard sell back then, especially. Maybe now.
Yes. Well, one of my favorite things to do on YouTube is to watch how like these Zoomers react to like shit from the 90s. Like, it is honestly hysterical to me to watch some sheltered little Zoomer child react to like a Quentin Tarantino movies, especially something like From Till Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh no. That is, I remember the first time I watched it with my brother, it was like too much when it got super gory. I remember. But later on I watched it again when I was like older, when I was like 16. Then I loved it. Then I wanted to be Tarantino. I wanted to be George Clooney and From Dusk Till Dawn. That is his coolest moment, honestly. Like,
okay, I can't agree with that because Clooney's had a lot of cool moments.
Okay.
Mark for me with him is always going to be Danny Ocean.
Danny Ocean, okay. I like the Ocean movies. My brother likes him, but they're cool. He's very cool there, but it's a different kind of cool, okay? So, okay, you're cool. It's a different character. He is very cool there. I agree. But the guy in From Dusk Till Dawn, his character, he is basically just small-time crook. Talk about character kind of arc too, because like it is a very like gritty, more like it's like a shitty pulp story, really. But
absolutely, it's basically a love letter to all the exploitation horror Tarantino grew
yes,
up
but
with
it's also a shitty like gangster movie too, and
oh, absolutely.
And
well, that's what makes the turn. Like, okay, I guess spoiler warning if you haven't seen From Dusk Till Dawn, but it's so good because it starts out like a Quentin Tarantino, like crime thriller, and you really think that's where it's going. And then Selma Hayek walks on that stage.
Yes, and it becomes a Robert Rodriguez film. Although, to be fair, now that I know what I know about Tarantino, and that scene with her and him and the foot, it's where that's something that has spoiled my
the movie, and that happened. Okay, Quentin. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not interested in your fetishes. She's a very attractive woman, especially then. She was at her peak. I agree. But it's like where there's sometimes, and he's very unabashed with that. Once you know this, it's like where, I don't know.
one of his movies, and it's shockingly blatant once you know it.
Yes, and when I was younger, I didn't pay attention to that. I thought it was just like, because that kind of stuff, yes, you had, especially in an R-rated movie that had always sexy scenes, whatever, it's like, whatever, not a big deal. But it wasn't, it's like, again, once you know that, you're like, you know, it's the meme of the...
For you. Once you know that about him, and once you know he wrote the movie so that he could have that scene for himself, it's like, dude, you wrote that movie, and you wrote a scene where the character you play in the movie gets. How do I explain this?
Well, we know it. It's not. This is not a. This is. We cuss here on Spotify. I set it on explicit because I don't want to like things. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to cuss. It's that.
He engages in his fetish. He engages in his fetish. Okay, that's how much I will say. Okay, if you really want to know, check the internet. So there you go. So.
Well, what I was gonna say was that it's people pay good money for that sort of stuff on OnlyFans.
Yes, there you go. That is the best way of saying it. I agree. Now the thing is that for me, with Buffy and going back to Joss Whedon, I started watching them because as a young guy, it was an okay show, but there was other shows that like I watched it like pretty consistently until the scene where I think Angel he wanted to sacrifice himself, and then there was like clouds in front of the sun or something. And then I watched a little bit of Angel, but I never got too much into it. Now I started it from watching it from the beginning. And now I'm at the point where the Angel series has started and they did the crossovers, which I will say Joss Whedon did pretty well. But the Joss Whedon effect and how it's like we are all like snarky, we're all meta, and we are all lampshade hanging, kind of thing, is kind of, hey, I'm just a demon.
Very thin. It wore very thin.
Yes,
like
yes.
Like it worked well for Buffy. It worked fantastic for Firefly. But by the time we got to Avengers with it, it's like, okay, enough, dude. We get it. You like this stuff, but you're afraid to admit that you like this stuff because you still want to be cool in front of all your Hollywood friends.
Yeah.
But get over it,
The thing about I remember when Avengers hit, because they were teasing Avengers. I remember the first time. I don't know if you remember when they had the first they had fucking. Now it's not a big deal. Now it's part of the thing. Even my mother knows what a Marvel movie is, which is really sad because it's like just everywhere now. Okay,
well, this is the thing that blew my mind. But before they passed, my grandmothers knew who Thanos was.
Wow.
I'm like, wait, what world do I live in?
This is a weird timeline. This is like, I don't know if you ever saw the old 90s show Sliders, which is all about, again, parallel universe travel. But that was its main thing. It was actually a very good show. And sometimes, because they were trying to find his original universe, right? Because of course, the gizmo that they use to travel is broken. They only have so much time on this world because it's a TV show, whatever. And sometimes when they were on the world where it was so close to the same thing, and here also now I'm questioning if we're in the same timeline, or what kind of timeline have we ended that your grandmother knows who Thanos is,
Right.
Like my mother barely knew who Superman was, and like Batman and maybe Spider-Man, and that's it. But then at one point she talked about she was looking at some kind of news because they had like something doing with the Eternals cast, because they had like a pretty big cast, like big name cast, including Salma Hayek, and Angelina Jolie. That movie, by the way, was just shit. Like not just for the not just for the messaging. Also, it's sad because it could have been the most Jack Kirby epic space opera ever. Like epic. Okay,
I'm so happy you brought up Jack Kirby, because
there you go.
I can pivot into one of my talking points real
perfect.
fast.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. To paint the difference between why I love Marvel comics, and I will always love them forever, even though they're kind of shit right now on the whole. But that's its own tangent.
Yeah.
I will I will always love Marvel Comics, and it is the thing that I am exhausted by in the MCU, because at the end of the day, the world that was created for Marvel was the world that Stan and Jack created. And what they were is Stan wanted to tell stories about people who want to kiss each other, but because of their social situations, they shouldn't. And Jack wanted to tell stories about gods punching each other.
Yep.
And they said, hey, what if we mix our chocolate and peanut butter? And boom, you have the Marvel Universe.
Exactly, yes. Yes.
And it's like, you can see that spirit. It's adapted, it's evolved, it's changed over time. But you can see that spirit in every Marvel property. And the thing that exhausts me is how much an adaptation fights that spirit. Like the Sam Raimi movies embrace that spirit
Yes.
wholeheartedly. The
Yes.
MCU, and this is where, look, Chris Hemsworth seems like a lovely man. He can be really funny on screen. Like, this isn't me knocking him as an actor or a man. I am so sick and tired of his Thor.
Yes.
Because the people who write and direct his movies are so deathly afraid to let him be Thor. I want Jack Kirby Thor. I want the faux Shakespearean, thou mortal stand before and quake before the thunder of Asgard. Say that silly nonsense with your full chest, with just thunder and lightning raining down around you, and just make Jack Kirby proud,
I agree, and I don't even think it's silly. This is actually more like theatrical and epic, as the Wagnerian,
Yes.
like Wagner, and or like something from Shakespeare or something like that, how these myths were actually. And Jack Kirby, he was very familiar. He very much knew who Thor was. He was a very well-read man as well. Steve, although I have my issues with Stan Lee, I will say that Stan Lee wanted to be a writer first, so he was very well read and he could write.
Yes.
But I think he was, personally, I think he was a better editor and he was a better way of marketing the thing. And an idea guy.
Like, Marvel became what Marvel was because Stan Lee was a businessman above all else. He was a showman. He knew how to put on a show. He knew how to sell the product much better than he knew how to write it.
I will say this. For me personally, Marvel was brought back from the ashes in the Silver Age by Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko.
Without that.
So.
Well, it was brought back from the ashes in the Silver Age, and then when you got guys like Chris Claremont who came on in the Bronze Age.
Yes, Chris Claremont.
On X-Men, it's like, no, these were Claremont and Ditko were guys who absolutely vibed with what Stan Lee and Jack Kirby were originally trying to do. Like, they got it and they ran with it.
Yeah. And the other guy I wanted to mention, also Joe Simon, also the creator for Captain America. And Joe Simon and Jack Kirby, because I personally have been really getting into Golden Age comics, and actually I've been reading mostly everything other than Marvel and DC. Like, back then DC was called National and Marvel was called Timely. And they weren't the biggest players on the bunch, other than National Comics, or... National Comics, who did Superman and Batman.
National was by no means small, and Timely wasn't exactly a startup either. But they weren't the juggernauts that we know Marvel and DC to be today.
Yeah, National was because when comics started in that way, with National had their big hit with Action Comics, aka Superman, and then Batman. And what I noticed with the Golden Age comics that I've been reading, other than, back then Marvel or Timely, is that they would rip each other off mercilessly,
Oh, without a doubt.
It's actually one of the craziest times, dude. By the way, Thor as a superhero, as a guy on Earth becoming Thor, that wasn't created by Marvel. That existed from Fox Features comics, and that's started in... Weird Comics, for example. There was a guy called Daredevil.
I didn't know that, but I'm not super surprised by that because what's the name of that real old comic strip? I don't know when it started, but Prince Valiant.
Yes,
Like
Prince Valiant.
That stuff was huge.
Prince Valiant is actually I found one comic book and the same company, Fox Features Production, because now a lot of most of the comics that are not DC or Marvel haven't been copyrighted, so they are public domain. One second. Because, for example, Fox Features, they did because the thing was, back then Superman was such a big hit, so what they did very early on, they started ripping off. So they had like what they called back then the Mystery Men. That was the first name kind of for superheroes, and that's kind of a transitionary term. The Clock is actually the first American comic book character, and he is actually more like a transitionary character between the Mask's pulp hero and the superhero, the modern superhero, because at that point. And for example, they had Samson, based on, he's a descendant of Samson, and so on. And for example, they had also the Golden Knight, because you talked about Prince Valiant, and the Golden Knight is Prince Valiant on steroids, where Prince Valiant, there is like, there's no real magic. Sometimes he finds a random dinosaur or something, and it's really good. But Golden Knight, the guy was like, okay, it's a knight in the Crusades, but then right away he encounters magic and demons, and he fights them. Eventually, he gets like magic rings. It's more like a D&D setting before D&D, and it's really cool.
Oh my God! I just realized something.
Yeah.
Okay, you know the Marvel character Black Knight?
Yeah.
He's just a total ripoff of Golden Knight, isn't he?
Yeah. There was a Gold Knight, there was a Silver Knight, there was other Black Knights, actually. Marvel ripped off other people. Like, there was a Thor, there was a guy who was visited by Thor, Old Man Thor, who then gave him the hammer, and he becomes then the new Thor, and he only lasted a couple of issues. And other companies made Thor as well. But this one was interesting because it fit very much. He's like, because they always did the Clark Kent Superman thing, they didn't always, but often, where here was clearly the Clark Kent.
It was the trope of the time. It's like,
exactly.
No publisher would publish your book unless you did it. Hence why we got the whole Donald Blake thing with Thor.
Yeah, the cool thing was that eventually his girlfriend does figure it out, or he tells her. It's pretty funny, and so he becomes Thor, and in some and then the other and then they have also characters called Daredevil, who's actually very close to Daredevil. They have actually brought back a lot of these characters because they're public domain. They've also been brought back by big artists. For example, Project Superpowers is one of them, and where they made them like they have a cover from what's his name, the guy who does the big Marvel and DC, Alex Ross. So if you're interested, I can recommend you some, but it's actually really cool because they take some of these characters and then they continue their stories. But the thing is that there's a lot of really crazy shit going there in the Golden Age. To be fair, there's a lot of very dated shit, a lot of very racist shit, and I mean not the modern day term.
But as much as I'll salute their creativity, I will also knock it where I feel like it is appropriate.
It is a project of the time, and now it's more hilarious than anything else to me. But it is what it is. It was Yellow Peril mostly.
But you know what I love about that Golden Age and the Silver Age and Bronze Age, that whole era, but really starting in the Golden Age, over the modern, competent, corporate, deathly afraid of creativity slop we get today. The Golden Age, for as problematic, insane, and bizarre as it was a crucible of creation.
Yes.
It was artists and creatives going ham. Just, the guys publishing the books just said, hey, throw it at the wall, see what sticks.
Exactly. There was only a couple of... The thing was, this is what I'm telling you. I've been reading Golden Age era comics, and I've been also reading 90s comics. And you know what I saw? They're very similar. Because in the Golden Age comics, one thing I notice is that it's all about the adventure, okay? Usually it's in an anthology book with multiple characters. If a character got more popular, they got their own series. But it always started out as an anthology book with multiple stories. So they had to tell a story to get the attention of young boys, teenagers, but also girls. There's many girls. And that's when they started also later on in the late 40s and 50s. Girls were the biggest market with romance comics. And that's also a big thing that Jack Kirby pioneered. He actually...
Right. It's actually what Stan Lee wanted to do.
Yeah.
Stan Lee wanted to be a romance writer for primarily women, and it's just like his stuff just never took off.
But in a way he did, because Spider-Man became eventually that when he hired a guy who did mostly romance comics to draw Spider-Man. And a lot of the storylines are about his dramatic weird love stories, and from time to time he beats up a supervillain
into the bones of the character because it sings to the soul of his original creator. That's why you want to know why Spider-Man has so much love drama. It's because it's part of the character that his original creator Stan Lee adored writing. That's why. I'm
not surprised at all, because also the other thing is that with Golden Age characters, what I notice is that Superman opened the floodgates, also with superpowers and everything, because like pulp characters, sometimes they had powers, but it was more dark and gritty, actually, like with the Shadow, who was also a big inspiration to Batman. And then you had basically these two types of superheroes. You had the masked, the mystery men. And the mystery men were either people they didn't have any powers, or later they gained powers, but they were very strong and skilled and agile. They might have had gadgets. Later on, they might have power creep, whatever. Just like with anime, they would get like a super vitamin, and then they would get like super strong. Like, for example, the Blue Beetle, which is actually from the Fox feature syndicate. Their most famous character was the Blue Beetle, which later on, switched to DC. A lot of these characters were like also Charlton Comics and whatever. But the point is that what I know,
Charlton Comics, that's where it came from, and that's actually what Watchmen is based on. Watchmen is
exactly
based upon the Charlton Comics characters.
Yeah, well, actually, Blue Beetle is from Fox Features, but Charlton Comics had these other characters that I don't know, maybe Blue Beetle was owned. I know it was owned by Fox Features, then it switched to Hollow Ike, then back to Fox Features, and then eventually it might have gone, I think, you're right. It went to Charlton then. You're right, correct? Mm-hmm. And that's when they came up with the Silver Age Blue Beetle, the one that they know more about than nowadays. The Ted Cord, yes, because the first one, the first one is in the public domain. But of course, you cannot use the name Blue Beetle, so when they use them, they come up with new names like Blue Bolt or something. And the point is that what I noticed with Golden Age comics is that they've gotten more and more, the more I'm reading them, now I'm like I started like with first issues like 1938, and they also get more brutal, and they also get more sexy. The more, especially that one publisher, Fiction House, they had like a comic like Planet Comics, all about space. Then jungle themed comics for, Tarzan. They have Jungle Comics. And they were also the creators of the most famous character of theirs, Sheena, the Jungle Princess. The point is that, of course, they're going to publish that because eventually they notice, we're putting in scantily clad women at the cover. They were actually, some of their comics were inside of the Seduction of the Innocent book, written by that guy to show how bad comics are.
Right, in the 50s when they wrote the comic code.
Because even superheroes, they faded out of popularity because the war was ending, and what was popular, but comics didn't disappear, but also the readers got older. It was crime comics, horror comics, and romance comics got basically more and more popular, and everything got racier. And that's when you had it was basically like the big video game crash. This was like the big comics crash. And that's when you have the Silver Age, where everything has to be squeaky clean, the comics code. And that's when you get to the Silver Age, right? And then we get to Thor, and I agree with you so much. Sorry, I have these tangents, as we know. But with Thor, I agree that Marvel, I miss so much that, number one, he never wore the fucking helmet, just on the very beginning. And I remembered when he took that off in the first movie, he's never going to put it on again, right?
Of course.
Okay, to be fair, in Ragnarok.
The conventions of the time, it's as much this is kind of the problem I have with with us always insisting on something needs to be like a live action Hollywood adaptation, Hollywood has its own constraining conventions,
True,
like
true.
the leading man, you need to be able to see his face, that
FaceTime,
that
yeah.
sort of shit.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm honestly kind of sick and tired of the nerd scene trying to legitimize everything by making it a live action adaptation. I'm telling you guys, we could get, like, I really think Into the Spider-Verse proved this. You can get so many more better told adaptations of these stories if you animated them, as opposed to insisting on the live action. You really could.
I think we can have both, because I agree with you. Animation and comics go hand in hand. I would say that even if you go with Fritz the Cat, because I've been also starting to watch really old cartoons, and Fritz the Cat is like...
You always had a soft spot for Fritz the Cat. From the first day I met you.
And was it... Maybe, I think... I'm always mixing it up, the two guys. No, not that Fritz the Cat. Sorry, not Fritz the Cat, the other cat. Fritz the Cat is the porno version. It's an interesting movie. Fuck, I always mix them up. What is the first... I can't believe I was
first animated thing
cat.
Ever.
Yeah, pretty much the Felix the Cat. Fritz the Cat is a very different kind of guy.
A very different character.
It's an okay movie, but it's a Bakshi movie, whatever. No, Felix the Cat. Now, Felix the Cat is pretty much the proto to every cartoon character, pretty much. Not the first cartoon, but it's the first, like, real popular character that everything was ripped off of.
Mickey Mouse and Betty Boop. Like, those are, like, the founding three.
Well, Mickey Mouse ripped off Fritz the Cat. Let's be honest here, okay? Fritz the Cat came before Mickey Mouse. And Mickey Mouse was also a stand-in for, what is it, it was Oscar the Rabbit.
Right. Yeah, Disney's original was like a rabbit character, but then the people he was working for stole the IP from him, and that's why he went on to make movies.
Ube Iwerks made Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and Oswald was basically like, and it was also Fritz the Cat copy, but also not exactly, of course, but it was that era. Felix. Fuck. I'm whatever.
The OG animation, not the porno cat.
not the porno cat. Oswald the Lucky Rabbit was from Ube Iwerks, and then Disney he took the rights with him, and then Disney made up Mickey Mouse basically. So in order to continue that, and there's something like that happened too with Warner Brothers, where they had, but anyway, this is again, I could go on and on. This is another interest of mine.
I have to make one quick tangent note. It'll be fast. Internet, you did not make cat girls a thing. That has always been a thing.
Oh yeah, definitely. Even cat memes, by the way. When they had photography, they made they had like cats dressed up in weird, funny shit. Can I has cheeseburger?
Of course I did.
As soon as we have photography, even probably in painted art, okay, there was a Japanese emperor that had a black cat, and he wrote about his cat, how weird the black cat is, and this is like could be the internet now, really. It's
the internet. You didn't invent it. You may have brought it to light so everyone knows the secret. But nah, as a species, we've always been fascinated by cats. I don't know why, but we have.
I mean, think about it. Like Felix the Cat. Fuck. Felix the Cat is actually a very interesting character because, again, like he was like the proto thing. And at the beginning, when the cartoon started, it would say a comic by Pat Sullivan and Otto Mesmer, and it would say a comic. And when they would talk, because it was silent, he would have, sometimes they would have like the blocks of text, but sometimes they would have speech bubbles with the text in it. So comic books and animation go hand in hand. That's all I wanted to say with that. So, and
emphatically they do. I mean, basically one is built upon the other.
The first Superman series, TV serial, the way how they did the flying effect was that they converted him into animation, which is actually interesting because now they do it too, just with CGI, but with drawn animation. And then later on, we had the Superman animated show, which is really good, actually. Not perfect again, but I personally like it very much. You have to understand also, these shows are very old, okay? Some of them are older than our parents or even older than our grandparents, okay? So it's like where just accept it for a thing from that time. And with flaws and foibles, whatever it is.
What it is that the more you look back and the more you study the past, the more you kind of begin to realize how cyclical everything is. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely forward progression, but things absolutely move in cycles. But what you really discover is that there are foundational building blocks, and as much as the youngins might want to rag on all the old heads, no, like, Snow White was an absolute revelation of a film because it proved that animation was possible.
Like, animation is possible, and you can make a serious movie also. Yes, it was a children's movie, but it was animated in a way that it was entertaining for adults too. And it wasn't just. It was also very advanced technological-wise. Like the people, the human characters, like the Snow White and the witch and the prince, they looked like people because they were people recorded. And Ralph Bakshi says that they were rotoscoping. I would say maybe they did rotoscoping as well, but they also did just copy what they saw in photos and then use these motions, these films, as well.
Well, do you know the reason why the prince doesn't appear that much? Because this is something that the Screen Rant crowd constantly harps on, and it drives me insane. Is they barely know each other. Do you know why the prince appears in as little of that movie as he does?
Well, because in the original story, that's how it was. So
right, well, that too. But also, it's that since they were pioneering a whole new technological and entertainment field in the form of animation, they had a really hard time animating the guy they had model for the prince because they just hadn't worked out all the techniques yet.
Yeah.
So it's like. So all you snarky, pretentious, this children's movie isn't realistic. Just shut the fuck up.
Hey, you're telling me that there's no evil god, there's no magic mirrors that tell me who's the prettiest of them all, and basically there is no witch that can kill me with like an apple or some shit like that.
It's like you being willfully ignorant to the childlike logic they were deliberately employing doesn't make you some kind of sophisticated genius who can see past the problems of the bygone eras. It just makes you an asshat,
I also hate people. Honestly, like, I'm not against reviewing stuff. I have reviewed stuff as well. And this is what we're technically doing here as well. But I honestly always will respect a creator more. Even if it's not great or whatever, because we all start somewhere. But I will respect a person who tries to do something. You're shitting on an animated movie. It is very hard to make an animated movie. To this day.
In the Snow White example, you're shitting on the first one.
Yes.
You're shitting on the pioneering effort.
Yes. Because before that, every animated thing was a short. No longer than maybe 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes, because it was very time consuming. It was a technological feat. You have to draw every cell, okay? Mm-hmm. And it was very difficult. Disney was always a pioneer. Early on, they were experimenting with the famous, combining live action with animation with their Alice series, where they had this little girl and she goes into this animated dream world kind of thing. And they were already experimenting with that in the silent era, okay? Of course, now it doesn't look as impressive, but back then this was some high-level stuff, Like this is something where people don't appreciate that. No, you didn't have flash animation. You didn't literally. Actually, Disney was creating new technology for their movies. Like for Bambi, they created a whole system of multiple lines of the animation, the cells, to create a 3D effect of going through the woods. And this was this huge, tall thing, right? And basically, you would put in the cells, the see-through cells with the painted images, and then you could move them, and it would have this effect of going through the woods. Like if you look at Bambi and you look at the woods going wrong, that's some high-tech shit only Disney could do at the time.
Dude, to this day, I'm not joking. To this day, Bambi remains one of the most beautifully animated movies ever. One of the most beautifully animated things ever. And it kind of breaks my heart that people only know that movie from the mother's death, because
well, it's so easy to watch this movie. It's so easy to watch this movie. If you have a Disney Plus account, you can watch it. But if you don't take the time because you only know this one scene, this is just one part of the... Yes, it's a sad scene. And all they say, oh, it was so brutal. And like, it was a very good movie. And back then, kids could handle something because it showed you the reality of being an animal.
What it is it's basically an art. It's a team of artists' love letter to nature landscapes. Is basically what that movie
Exactly. And every movie, like Disney was great at that. That he would reinvest when he made a movie, even from the very beginning. He made a short. His brother, I forgot his name, but his Disney's Robert Disney was very good. He was very good with the money side of things, so he could get where he could do the bookings and everything, where he could get loans and whatever to finance the movies, so they wouldn't go into a minus. And Disney was also a very hard worker, and he always wanted to push the boundaries, not just in storytelling, but also in technology. What is possible? I mean, I would say that even Pixar and everything comes from that era, because the first CGI, at least partially CGI made full movie was Tron, So, and this is something where they had, yes, there was other movies that had small CGI bits like Westworld and stuff, but like true 3D CG as we know it in a movie that movie was Tron. And that was, again, a Disney movie. But funnily, back then they couldn't animate everything in CGI, so they still had to animate a lot of the parts by hand. So, which they could do. And the thing is that Disney now is really a shell of itself at this point.
Oh, it is. As much as we've been praising Disney up and down, I'm not blind to the criticisms that exist of the man, and I will make them in their own time. In the
sure.
Here, yeah, like no one's perfect,
I'm talking about the products now.
We don't, right, exactly. We don't have. I'm just throwing this out for the audience's sake. We don't have rose-colored glasses, and more importantly, just because we can acknowledge what Disney was, that doesn't give a pass to the creative bankruptcy that they represent now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's essential to give credit and respect to the people who were the pioneers and the founders of a craft, but that's not a pass for all time and eternity going forward. Yes, Disney was a pioneer for doing all this stuff. The slop they put out today is an insult to those efforts they made in the past. It is genuinely infuriating how creatively cowardly they are nowadays.
It really is. Like Snow White, I know there's some people who said, well, why do you care about a fairy tale movie? Bro. And I'm like, number one, these fairy tales are not just fairy tale movies. They're very important to they're basically like myths that have been collected. These fairy tales are very important to the culture that they've been collected to.
Absolutely.
So just as any kind of thing would be important. So you're not just adopting a random story, a random book that somebody wrote. These are ancient fairy tales collected there in Germany. It's just the same way that's actually fairy tales have been in general a topic for animated movies, including in Hungary, where they had the longest running, because there was this golden age of Hungarian animation, which was about between the 50s, 60s up to the 80s, where there was one of the few things good about the era of communism, where is that they funded a lot of movies, including animation, and including the longest running series was Hungarian folk tales that went to like 2012, from the 70s to 2012, and it was all Hungarian folk tales, and the idea is that these stories resonate with that culture, but they also resonate with other people because they have in recent years because it was only one person narrating the story, right? So it was easy to synchronize. So they synchronized it in English, and people have been watching it and enjoying it because a lot of these stories are very similar to the Western folk tales, or other Eastern folk tales and whatever.
Well, what it is they speak a universal emotional message, and this is the shit that drives me nuts about the Screen Rant crowd. I know Screen Rant's basically dead nowadays, but sorry, boys and gals, that's just what comes into my head first when I think about that type of thing,
But by the way, Brady, I'm just imagining the Simpson meme. He's dead already, and he's being kicked underground.
But it's like, this is the thing about the pretentious Screen Rant idiots that I just can't stand. Like, yeah, your willful ignorance of the timeless message of you being utterly pedantically literal in the story they're trying to tell you, you being willfully emotionally ignorant to the emotional storytelling they're trying to do, that doesn't make you some great, deductive logistician. It just makes you an asshole.
Yeah.
Who can't enjoy and can't click with a basic emotional vibe that has pervaded human history for thousands of years,
Yeah. Like, I remember it was what is that famous? I can't think of anybody right now, but there's this famous comedian, bald Irish guy. What is it? Forgot his name, but yeah, basically it doesn't matter really. He basically said this about, why do you care about the Snow White movies and the Snow White movie, and it's like, whatever. It's also a thing that, I don't want to really get into this too much, but the fact is that there was also a good reason why this movie failed, because also like, it's not just that the movie was just bad. It was also like, and yes, casting, and this will be something maybe some people will think, whatever, cringe, whatever, but it is Snow White. It's literally in the description. She has literally skin as white as snow, and some people might call this racist or whatever. And I'm like, there's plenty of people that are not white that said the same thing, that it doesn't make sense. They know how Snow White, she has black hair, red lips, white skin. That's literally in the description. How hard is it to get that? It's
a quintessential Northern European folktale, in where the defining character trait of the character in terms of physicality, is her hair, her lips, and her skin. Now, with that being said, like there's a way. Okay, like even if this was a bold-faced lie, like why would you not at least frame it this way? It's, to me, the telling part is that they've moved away from even this excuse, because look, if I was making a creative decision and if I was going to cast, a well-established character as a different race, it would be because the person who auditioned for the role nailed the character,
Maybe, but I'm at this point where I used to say this, but now I'm at this. I just want the character to look like the character, unless you make it so that everything is changed. Like, you know what? The Princess and the Frog. What I liked about that the entire setting was changed. I didn't feel unnatural. All the characters. It's like when you take Romeo and Juliet, when they did the movie, right? And I'm sure in plays they had this where they set the play in the contemporary setting, or even a weird setting, like a sci-fi setting or whatever, or in a very like Art Nouveau dreamlike setting, who cares? The point is that
I've been a part of a few theatrical productions.
That's why I mentioned it. That's why I mentioned that, because that's something you've done. And the thing is that where it can work, I'm just at this point where okay, Princess and the Frog, they decided, okay, and it's honestly very cynical, because they said, well, we need we need a black princess, and that was the idea, so they can market to black girls. And I was like, then why not adopt a African folk or fairy tale, something like they did with Mulan or something. However,
Right.
Princess and the Frog was done well. I did enjoy it, and they have the entire setting changed to make it work. So that's why I'm okay with that. And it was done. It was actually one of their last cel animated movies, and it was done well. So, yeah.
Well, this is kind of one of those things where I was disagreeing with you, but now you've made a point, and now we've come back full circle to agreeing. Once you've elaborated on the point, if you really wanted to make a movie that was just all about taking the piss out of the Snow White story, make it its own original movie with its own original story. And then you can have your illusions and your parallels, and you can have your little criticism of the story that way. Why does the critique of Snow White have to be the adaptation of Snow White?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, because we live in postmodernism, and postmodernism, the only thing they can do is deconstruct. And they deconstruct it, but they don't do more with it. They just want to deconstruct. Oh, Superman is evil.
Right. Just want to rip it apart. There's no real message they want to build up in place of it. They just want to tear it down.
Yeah, and the only message is like men are bad, or this or that, or honestly like white men are bad, or this is bad, or whatever. Like whatever the enemy at the moment is. Back in the day, it was black people are stupid, or Japanese people are evil. Whatever. There was a point where these things were true as well, and in other.
Well, it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interject.
No,
but yeah,
go ahead.
What it really is, it's the corporate cowardice.
It really is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that they want to have some sort of revolutionary message, but they don't actually want to put out anything that would threaten the apple cart that they're getting rich off of. So they don't really want to throw anything out there too challenging. So they pick what they think can get a bunch of social media activists.
Exactly. Yes.
Because it doesn't actually threaten the money that they make.
Well, that's what they thought. That's what they thought. And I don't know, now there has been loss after loss. People are getting sick of these movies. And by people, I mean, yes, you know what? The majority of people that go, especially to animated children's movie and especially to Disney fairy tale movies, who are these people? They're people with families and children. Often they're more conservative, maybe not super conservative. There's going to be some lefties, sure. The point is that where they're about family values and they take them, hey, we watched this movie because, and the thing is that I'm always more for creating new stuff. I'm okay with a new adaptation. Stuff can be adapted in different ways. But the point is that where for me, it has, as you said, I agree with you. Okay, there has been adaptation. Okay, like, have The Wizard of Oz, and then you have The Wiz, The Wiz was actually very cool because it was a musical, and it was, everybody was black then. Everybody was a musician. You had freaking Michael Jackson in there, okay? I remember as a kid, I randomly saw it. It was shown in Hungary, I remember. I was in Hungary, but I saw it on the Croatian channel, and it was only subtitled, right? So I could actually watch it and enjoy it. And I was like, I knew as a kid the Wizard of Oz, the old movie, the original movie based on the book, of course. And I really enjoyed it as a kid, but this was like, okay, this is different, but it's cool. And they have like, originally it was a musical, I believe. And these things. I'm just checking it. I'm having my Jamie moment. I'm having my Jamie moment. Hey, Jamie, check it. But I'm just myself, so I have to like awkward as I do in the Beastcast. Sometimes I have notes, but then
Jamie today.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So the point is that as a kid, I enjoyed it. So it was like, okay, so everything has changed, and it feels cohesive. That's what I'm saying. Is that? Well, go ahead. Yeah.
If I may step in here real fast.
So
I think The Wiz is actually a great point of comparison versus the recent Snow White release because, The Wiz is absolutely chock full with social and racial commentary at its day.
Sure.
It has it front to back. But why does it sell? Why do we like it? Why does it not rub us the wrong way? It's because, as an adaptation of The Wizard of Oz, it doesn't spit in the face of what it was adapting. And it's not trying to tell you how awful and horrible The Wizard of Oz was. It is very much a love letter to The Wizard of Oz.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
So whether or not you agree with everything it's trying to preach to you, you can still at least enjoy it on the level of the music and the story and the performance. There's other things other than the message that you can gravitate and hold on to.
It's not in your face. And like, I was a kid, I probably didn't understand everything, because maybe they talked in a way, whatever, in a slang that I wasn't familiar with as a kid. We talked like, the point is that I could understand pretty much everything. The point is that even as a kid, I understand that there was social commentary in the original Wizard of Oz. Okay, like literally, don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. I mean, if that's not a commentary on politicians, on liars, on snake oil salesman, then I don't know what. That's the ultimate snake oil salesman.
In the real world, is a snake oil salesman.
Yeah. So he is one, and in the world, he is pretending to be an evil god. With really flimsy technology. So it's like...
what it is like okay, the super annoying people who say, oh, everything is political, they're technically right, as in, like, politics is, like, worldview and all that, too. But it's not... Everything isn't political, as in it's, hey, this is partisan. Oh, you side with this team. You like this message, therefore you're on team X or Y. It's like, that's the part they deliberately kind of flub.
Almost everything has a meaning in a way, a deeper meaning, not necessarily political, but it does often, unless it's something very uber, like Art Nouveau. Very bizarre, which does exist, and it kind of have a meaning too, but that's a different topic. The point is that where there is something that the creator, the writer, the director, the painter, whatever, wants to say with it in a way, but it's not laying it on thick. And sometimes the message is also more general, like be a good person,
right?
Like don't lie. The Wizard of Oz is basically, she is having this dream with all these people that she knows, but they're also like stereotypes in a way. One guy is like, he's afraid of everything. Another guy, he thinks he's too stupid. He might be not the smartest, but he's not that stupid, The other guy thinks he's too emotionally distant and thinks he doesn't have a heart. The idea is that at the end, when they gives him these things, is that they turn out to be not, they have these things, and it's a moral. Yes, especially fairy tales and folk tales, and also myths and legends, they usually have a moral. That's what they mean to say. But they're not about like, this fairy tale is about I don't know, right-wing people, that they're good, or that left-wing people are bad, or whatever the fuck. It's like not about that, because that concept was not like that. I mean, literally, even in America, if we just take the Democrats, I'm not even going to go into that. I don't want to. The point is that I agree with you in that, and that's why I want to also pivot to. This is a good way to pivot to the next thing, is to ruining a character, and which I will call the segments for today. Who is the worst turd burglar of the day? It is the time for.
Beep, beep, beep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Some people are annoying. Some people are so dumb.
Great pipe work, my friend.
So guess who's up first on a silver platter? That's right, not you. The worst turd burglar of the day.
The worst turd burglars of the day is apparently the people. Will go first into your next topic, which was Venom MJ.
Okay, so first, let me apologize. Apparently, my neighbor is mowing their lawn today.
I can't hear it.
They were doing that.
I can't hear it. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So, audience, if you do hear it, I apologize. But yes, okay. So the turd. So who's the turd burglar exactly? Is it the people who wrote it? Is it who's the turd burglar?
The turd burglars are the ones that are the annoyings. I mean, it's also the woke skinwalkers in this sense, but we had that already. So it's up to you. Whoever made the thing that was bad, basically. Maybe the next topic will be better for that, but we'll just go from there.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so but we're now talking about the big thing that set the comic book world on fire recently, right?
Yes. I haven't even researched it, so I will just respond to what you say at this point. Go ahead.
All right, all right. So, to those of you who haven't heard, in the Marvel 616, the comic first, the one that every spin-off is based out of. Yeah, this is not an April Fool's joke. This is what they've built to. It's the legitimate reveal. It's the thing they're sticking with at least through this arc. The host for the Venom symbiote is Mary Jane Watson. And boy, hell, did that set off a firestorm in the internet.
I'm sure it does, yeah. I will say this, the image that you shared, because they were literally, because they have no original ideas, they brought back this idea, this whole panel when Mary Jane appears and then she says, "Hey Tiger, it's your lucky day today," or something like that, and where she was very pretty and she has this very distinct type of looks that she has, and
she's Mary Jane.
She's Mary Jane,
like,
yes.
Yeah.
The point is that the artist, at least for the cover, I don't know about the comic inside, but they were at least able to pull that off. I will say this, and they didn't make her look like a man or something like that. So I will say this. Just from my first reaction, but go ahead.
All right, so now this is where I'm going to zag where everyone else zigged. I don't hate this idea.
Of course you don't.
Oh, there is so much to dive into here. I don't even know where to start.
So I have one question before you go full. I almost said there something, but. Okay, I'll just say it. If you go full balls deep, or you go inside the symbiote, so to speak, is what the fuck is with Eddie Brock? Because I know that at one point the Scorpion was the host, but I kind of lost interest, so I haven't been really following. So I know Eddie Brock was Agent Venom at one point, and I don't know, what is he now?
Okay, so I'm gonna quickly run through Venom's history front to start, just so we kind of have a cohesive Venom. Okay, I kind of want to do a quick rundown on the histories of these characters. Like, I'm gonna try and run through it as fast as I can, so we're not here for 10 hours talking about each one of them.
Exactly.
But the important thing I want people to kind of keep in mind is that there's where the characters' histories exist in the mainline comics, and then there's what's percolated through, pop culture. The Venom, from like the animated movies or like the live actions, the characters had a ton of growth since whatever X period of time.
Yeah.
So starting with Venom. All right, there's always a lot of debate, in especially the Spider fan side of the internet, where they're like, okay, who's Spider-Man's true arch nemesis? Who is his greatest foe? And Venom always falls into that discussion, and I always think he used to be in that, but he shouldn't be in that, and he hasn't been in that for a very long time, Like, now that we live in a much more anime-literate society, there's a trope that Venom fits to a T. He is not Spider-Man's arch nemesis. He is Spider-Man's shonen rival.
Okay.
Like, do you know what I mean when I say that?
Oh yeah. Okay. So it's okay. I get it. He's more like Vegeta then in that sense.
Yeah. He's the Vegeta to Peter's Goku. He's the Sasuke to Peter's Naruto.
Exactly.
Insert whatever anime you associate with this trope,
Yeah.
plug them in. It fits like a glove because, Venom comes into the story. He starts out as just an alien suit that, manipulates Peter for its own reasons. Peter separates from it. It has a ton of resentment built up inside of it. and then it bonds with Eddie Brock, who's honestly a good guy deep at heart, but he is overcome by resentment and rage, and it makes him a much worse person than he actually is, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the symbiote feeds off of that negativity from him, and they kind of make each other worse because they're both resentful, and they only heighten each other's resentment. And so Venom starts out as this, you know, incredible, terrifying villain to Spider-Man because the symbiote knows everything about Spider-Man. It's copied his powers, and Eddie isn't an idiot, you know. I really think, like, Spider-Man and Venom are much more yin and yang than they are, like, good and evil. They are near equivalent opposites of each other, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They even had the same job, and Eddie Brock, as far as I understand, he's jealous at Peter because he's like...
Not really. That's one of those things where the adaptations have kind of skewed that perception. They don't have the same job, but they work at the same place, and they work in proximity to each other. Peter's the news photographer. Eddie is the news reporter.
I know he's the reporter. Yeah, I have read those comics. I haven't read them all, but I do remember. I'm not just talking about that, but it's been a while, so I would have to reread it then. But go ahead. Yeah.
So yeah, so no, they're not rivals in like they don't have a romantic. You know, they don't have like a shared romantic love interest they fight over, so they're not rivals.
No,
like
that wasn't the thing.
They're not like rivals over like a career, even though like some of the adaptations tried to make that a thing. You know, but they do work parallel to each other. But no, they are very much rivals, and Venom very, very much goes through the shonen rival arc where he starts out as the new big evil bad nemesis to the hero who's like nothing he's ever faced before. They fight and they have some very harrowing battles against each other, but eventually a greater threat emerges and they put their pride aside and they fight the greater threat. In their instance, that is Carnage.
Yeah.
And then after they have the big team up against the greater threat, they begrudgingly work with each other, and then over the years that becomes less and less, and they more or less wind up becoming teammates.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
and even if they never like each other, they learn how to function with each other, and that's basically been the arc of Venom's character: is him getting over that resentment, learning how to be an effective, good person.
Well, it's also like
and burying that hatchet with Spider-Man. Like that's been his long character arc.
I remember vividly. I think it was the second Carnage story after Maximum Carnage. Basically, Carnage gets out, and they fight. You know, Carnage does a bunch of shit, and they manage to defeat him with like Reed Richards, which is actually something we can hang out after that topic. Shooting using a sonic blaster, taking out Carnage, but he's also hurting Venom, and then basically Spider-Man says, you know, yeah, continue with Venom too. And it also brings out a little bit of Spidey's, like, because, you know, and that's something that where there's J. Jonah Jameson says, you know, Captain America wouldn't have broken his word, you know, and then literally
snaps at him.
Captain America is an American legend and an institution. You know, I'm just a man. And that was actually one of the best scenes that is still stuck with me. I haven't read this in decades, but that scene still stuck with me. So that's basically the relationship. I know it has evolved since then and devolved, and I don't know,
right.
like
it's zig and zag, and
mutated.
Then let me run through it real fast. So
go ahead, yeah.
Where the pop culture consensus on Venom, where most people understand Venom to be in his progression, is they understand him to be the anti-hero kind of rival character to Spider-Man. You know, they know him as the anti-hero guy who will fight Spider-Man, but Spider-Man can also team up with, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's where the pop culture consensus on Venom sits. His comic history, you know, he started that in Lethal Protector in 1993, and then that was basically his status quo with ups and downs, forwards and backwards on, you know, reconciling Spider-Man versus starting the feud up again. You know, that was a lot of their up and down was that. But then
one thing I just want to interject. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but this is important, I think, because I've been reading Image comics, especially the early Image stuff, and the whole edgy Image stuff. I think in one point, that's because Venom was created in part by Todd McFarlane, if nothing else. I'm pretty sure the art and pretty much the character, if I'm right.
Well, what happened was Todd McFarlane designed Venom, David Michelinie wrote Venom.
Yeah, usually that's how it was. So he designed the visual part of Venom. But Venom was also a part where she took over, at least in part, with Spawn, and also a lot of the dark, edgy, chrome dome, giant muscles, boobs era of the 90s, the dark 90s, was in part X-Men, a big deal, but also Venom. Venom was a big thing because the anti-hero, the villain turned good kind of thing, was almost the norm then. You have Pitt, which is like Monster Hulk, and so on, and you have Spawn, and you have the Darkness, and you have many other characters, good and bad, like good, bad, and ugly, But the point is that I think Venom was a huge part of that era.
Oh, he absolutely was. He was one of the pillars. I'd argue the pillars of that era, at least on the Marvel side, were Venom, Punisher, and Wolverine.
Maybe Cable and Deadpool, but I would say Cable. Yeah.
Right. Oh, definitely Cable.
Because that's the Liefeld side. Yeah.
The thing is, okay, Deadpool is beloved now. He was not beloved then.
No,
he was liked, but he was not. Deadpool became a much more of a cultural touchstone in like the late 2010s.
When they made him break the fourth wall. Before that, he was just he was of the many ninjas, the many commando ninjas. That was the thing.
He was a goofy ninja who broke up some of the edgier scenes with a joke. Is what he was.
Yeah. And it's like because you had a lot of edgy ninja guys, including with what is his Deathstrike, the Terminator.
Including my all-time favorite edgy ninja guy, Wolverine.
Well, Wolverine is a big one for the 90s too, I agree. But Wolverine was popular in the 70s and the 80s as well. But I think it was...
Wolverine's been popular forever. I mean, let's be honest. Like, if Marvel had a Mount Rushmore, Wolverine's on it.
I mean, you have seen Deadpool and Wolverine, the movie, right? Of course you have.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you? Because, that's one of the few Marvel movies that was actually decent or good, even.
Yeah.
And the one thing that is kind of funny because, here's a little spoiler, but the movie has been out for a while now, and I already talked about it. The point is that where Wolverine is literally an anchor being, and when in the Logan movie he dies, apparently he has such an epic death that his universe will disintegrate, which I think is kind of stupid because really, I mean...
what that is that's just them. That's just them saying, "Hey, we're not going to ruin this story by bringing him back."
But then they do it. They bring another Wolverine, and that at that point when they brought the other Wolverine, and with the costume Wolverine into the main X-Men universe, because at first there was like this whole debate if the Logan movie was in its own universe and whatever. The point is that where now that Logan is still in his taxi, and at that time of the movie, and you have the new Wolverine as well, which is fine if they roll with it, if they have a scene, that'd be funny. But it's fine for the movie because for me, Deadpool and Wolverine was more a celebration of these early, not just the early X-Men movies, the early Fox superhero movies.
The Fox era. It's a celebration. It's like for so many years, you had so many Marvel fanboys just ragging and on railing on everything that wasn't Marvel. Oh, it's stupid as hell because it's not Marvel. It's not the MCU, so it's stupid and awful. And it was just... What made that film refreshing was that, it basically took all of the Fox era stuff and said, no, this was fun. We're not ashamed of it.
Yeah. And it was kind of like that ending when they show the scenes of Hugh Jackman, and they have the bloopers and his blades fuck up and whatever on his hand, and they're laughing. Or the best goofy moment is where they have the scene where they're running all the X-Men, and then there's suddenly Spider-Man, and I'm like, wow, we have what we wanted right there in the blooper kind of thing.
Well, it's just
It was a joke, I know, but it was still funny.
we're starting to get on too much of a tangent about.
Sorry, Venom. The point is that I'm sorry, this is my fault. So Venom is that character. I get it. He's the shonen rival. Let's continue.
Yeah. Right, and then throughout his history, so you had that peak, 90s anti-hero era where Venom could both fight Spider-Man, but also team up with him from issue to issue, and that's more or less where he sits in pop culture's memory, is that status quo.
Yeah.
But as with a lot of the superhero comics, and this is the stuff that does get exhausting about superhero comics, the continuity kept going. And there's been a lot of changes and a lot of growth. And so the next era after that era is... So Marvel kind of got it in their head. They wanted to make Venom a bad guy again. But they also didn't want to undo all the character growth they did for him either. So they tried to thread that needle by giving Venom a new host, and that new host was Mac Gargan, the Scorpion.
Yeah.
Another Spider-Man villain.
And who is truly evil and also a pretty psychotic guy. Always was.
Yeah. Genuinely psychotic murderer.
Yeah.
And this is by far and away my least favorite era of the character by a mile. Because... basically what they did is they didn't want to revert the character's development, but they also forgot that they gave the symbiote a personality of its own.
Yeah.
And it had been growing just as much as Eddie Brock had.
Yeah.
And so it never felt in character, and it never felt right to just revert the symbiote back to being this mindless, hungry monstrosity when it had grown so far from that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for whatever reason... Marvel stuck with that status quo for like 10 years.
It also kind of, I wasn't interested. I didn't even read any of the character stories yet with Mac Gargan. I think maybe one. But I always liked Mac Gargan as the Scorpion. He has already a very cool power set. There is no reason for him. I liked, for example, when you had the What If storyline. What if the Punisher, the symbiote fuses with the Punisher? That is one of the best What If stories. That was cool. If they yeah.
Well, the thing that makes the symbiote What If story so good, and the reason why, in recent years, why Marvel has kind of gone nuts with giving people symbiote characters is because when you let the symbiotes have their own personality, it really lets you do some intense and fascinating internal character work. Like right now, Black Widow has her own symbiote.
Of course she does.
But this is the thing that's made me love the Venom storylines through all their up and downs is somehow the people they put on Venom stories make bad ideas work. They make them interesting. They make them fascinating. And I'd argue the main reason why they're interesting and they're fascinating is because the symbiotes let the characters they're attached to have that really deep character introspection because they're basically talking to someone who lives in their head, who knows everything about them, and so it's super. Well, I won't say it's easy, but it's very compelling for a writer writing that to really dive deep into those characters and get into the weeds on why they think what they do.
It's like Moon Knight, basically, in a way. Any kind of possessed character.
Right. It's like when you really lean into it, you can get super deep into those characters. And that's what turned Eddie Brock from just being, a one-note, resentful lughead into my all-time favorite comic book character. Is because you had that symbiote in his head really grilling and drilling into why he was the way he was and where he was falling short as a man. And it prompts some incredible character growth. And that's why the Mac Gargan era is by far and away the worst, because they did their best to turn that off. They did that best to just make the symbiote an evil power-up, as opposed to its own incredibly powerful storytelling tool.
Yeah.
A symbiote is basically a fantastic engine for deep character exploration.
I definitely can see that, yeah, for sure.
And so this is where, when I say ideas that you don't think would work, symbiotes and especially Venom somehow find a way to make these stories work. I remember when Agent Venom was becoming a thing, and it wasn't Eddie Brock.
Okay.
The host didn't go from Eddie to Mac back to Eddie. It went from Eddie to Mac Gargan to Flash Thompson.
Oh yeah, you know what? I do remember that Flash Thompson, which is fucking weird to me.
It is, and and that was something else, especially after the Gargan era. I'm like, really, you're gonna make Venom Peter Parker's childhood bully? We're regressing back to that nonsense where all of a sudden Peter Parker's childhood bully is going to be his greatest enemy ever. Ugh, I hated that, and I was so pissed at that concept.
It would have been much more fun to me if Flash Thompson, either he found out that Peter Parker is Spider-Man because he was the biggest Spider-Man fan also, or if Peter and Flash, they are in the class reunion and then they get along, and then something like that. But what you said is like the whole Agent Venom thing is pretty retarded. Yeah.
Well, no, that's the thing. Is like that's what it looked like from the setup. Now let me tell you what they actually did with it, because that's not what they did with it at all. This is one of those where I thought they were going to zig and they zagged, and I just loved what they did with that zag. Mm-hmm. See, Flash Thompson had been going through his own continuity. He went and fought in the war. When it was originally made, that was Nam. Now it's Iraq. It'll be another war in the future. But he went and fought in the war. He lost his legs, and that destroyed him as a man, because he could no longer serve as a soldier as he was so proud of being. Mm-hmm. So he signed up in his lowest of low points. He signed up for an experimental shield project, which was basically putting a symbiote on a wounded soldier to try and turn him into a super soldier.
Right.
And and you know what I said about, the symbiote basically being an engine for deep character exploration?
Yeah.
You now have that on a crippled war veteran doing everything he can to get back into the field. But credit to the writers on this run, they also recognize that, oh, no, the symbiote is its own character with its own biases. It has its own morals. It has its own feelings on stuff. And what it is the symbiote was had up until that point had been a prisoner of S.H.I.E.L.D. It had always been hunted and betrayed and used by this government force. Mm. And what it did was it taught Flash all the cynicism he needed of authority that he didn't have before. You know?
Yeah.
It taught him how to question his military superiors, and it was just a really good deep dive into how wounded veterans get betrayed by their country. They get used and thrown away.
Exactly.
And it becomes so, and it was so good for doing that. And also what's fascinating is, because the Venom symbiote has been slowly reconciling with Spider-Man, yes, the Venom symbiote knows Peter Parker's identity. It does not share that with Flash Thompson.
Yeah. It does. Okay, it doesn't share it. Interesting.
It doesn't share it. Because it has that level of respect for both Peter and for Flash. He doesn't, he knows how much Flash loves Spider-Man, and he doesn't want to ruin it for him.
That's interesting.
Right. It's like, oh, the symbiote's a character again, and he's interacting with another legitimate character. Like, Flash Thompson was the most nothing character to me. I'm like, okay, he was the high school bully. Why is he still around in the comics? And now I'm like, oh, Flash is a legitimately great character because he went through all of this development, all of this growth, because of the symbiote. And so, no, the Agent Venom era was very, very good.
Okay.
And all the while, you had Eddie Brock off doing his stuff. For a long period, Marvel had no idea what the hell to do with him. But they wound up pairing him up with some other symbiotes, and he wound up working through his own resentment, his own anger issues, and getting over it. And Did you know that Venom was a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy for a while?
I'm not surprised. Marvel likes to throw shit together. The one thing that it bugs me a little bit, it could be interesting, but also it bugs me at least ever since, I would say, probably even before Civil War. Civil War was the last big event that I read, and that's been over 10 years now.
Yeah, that was like 2006,
or
2007.
more, or more. The last one I really paid attention to. My problem was that Marvel stopped, I feel like, making new characters. Now, I know that's not completely true, and it's not just Marvel, DC as well. In general, everybody, like, they don't make new characters at all. Or not quite. I know sometimes they add a new X-Men or a new character, but they're not very interesting.
But nobody who lasts. Nobody who sticks
Nobody who
around.
lasts. I'm sorry, but Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan, is not interesting, Marvel. You're not going to make this happen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're going to disagree on. We're going to very much disagree on that one, but that's kind of a discussion for a different day.
Okay, fair enough. You don't have to agree with me. At least, okay, I'll say this. I'll be fair. From the comics point of view, I think my biggest issue is that they're making her into a Mary Sue and injecting her everywhere.
Like I said, we're going to have a very strong disagreement. We need to have it for another day.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Okay, one more thing. Finish your thought.
We'll have the Venom train.
Different. Let's stick on the Venom train. Okay.
So yeah, no. So yeah, no, they had Flash Thompson, Agent Venom, join the Guardians of the Galaxy. And again, on paper, this seems like a horrible idea. Why are you doing this? But somehow, Venom books make these ideas work. And when you think about it a little more, no, Venom, being a kind of a goofy, kind of a scary, space alien, anti-hero, it really makes a lot of sense to put him on the team of a bunch of kind of goofy, kind of scary space alien anti-heroes. It actually makes a ton of sense if you think about it. Even though the initial is like, why would they do that? No, it actually fits. And he was honestly a really good fit for the team.
Okay. I mean, okay, with Venom it makes sense to a certain, as you said, the Venom symbiote is from another planet. And do they actually go to the Venom planet at all?
I'm pretty sure they do. Like, it's been a minute since I read all of it. And I'm not going to pretend like it was, banger all the way through. But it's like, it is one of those teams where, honestly, if I had to put Venom on a team, no, it would be the Guardians. Because he actually fits and he rolls off of all the other characters that pretty damn well.
Wasn't Venom part of the Midnight Suns or something equivalent? Because I remember...
I don't even remember what the Midnight Suns were.
Maybe I don't, but...
I wouldn't be surprised because also back during the Matt Gargan era, they were also doing the Dark Avengers, all that, and he was on that too.
Well, okay, that was not a long team up. This was for a storyline, and it was where they were fighting some kind of demons, and I think it was Demogorgon who was like summoning demons. It was actually a pretty cool story, and they had Spider-Man, they had I think Venom, they had Ghost Rider. And they had a blind guy, I think it was Johnny Blaze, because Johnny Blaze is the Ghost Rider, but there's another character which is Ghost Rider related who's a blind guy, but has a flamethrower and somehow works. I don't know, it's Marvel, it's comic books, don't ask me anymore. Right. It was more...
Marvel being the house of ideas, it's them trying shit.
But it was more of a darker team up, and I remember that it was maybe early 90s, whatever, maybe in that era, but I thought it was pretty cool. But it was not like, oh, we're now a team for like a bunch of issues. So anyway, continue. I interrupted you again.
All right. So yeah, Venom had his little stint, and now by this point, Venom had actually been selling pretty regularly, pretty well, and so Marvel was more interested in giving him some shine. And this is building up in the years before the Venom movie comes out too. And so there is very much this hunger and this push to get the symbiote back to Brock. And I really love what they wind up doing with this because, yes, they do get the symbiote back to Brock, but they don't revert their characters. Both the symbiote and Brock, when they come back together, they retain all the character growth they've had in the years since they've parted. And so now, that resentment that fuels that underlying anger, it's resolved. You know, they still have their issues. They still have all that, but they've grown. The growth has stuck, and they are moving forward. And this, you know, I believe it was Ryan Stegman who initially wrote that, but it built into Donny Cates' run on Venom, which built into the King in Black, which is one. Venom's big team up with Thor versus the symbiote god Null.
Right.
Man, say what you want about Donny Cates. He knows how to tell a metal as hell story.
I can imagine that. Yeah, that's probably something I would read for sure.
Oh, dude, I honestly think you would love the hell out of the King in Black. Oh, it's so intense. It's so metal. It's so good. But more importantly, as a Venom fan, you know, Venom, all-time favorite comic book character.
Right.
The King in Black serves as the ultimate apotheosis of Eddie Venom's character arc. It's where they come full circle and they finally get over all their stuff and they become the men they're supposed to be. You know, like in the Campbellian, you know, hero's journey, this is where Venom's hero's journey gets completed. Because, like, Venom, the symbiote, it has always been defined as an outlier amongst its kind because it wanted to emotionally bond with its host and get its knowledge and growth out of that. And with each successive host, it's learned some new moral dimension. With Spider-Man, it learned heroism. Yeah. And it took to that hard. Yeah, it went about it in some problematic and not great ways. But there was always this hunger and this desire in it to be good and to protect people. And it was always at war with its own nature. It was by its most primordial urge to be a predator. And it always fought and struggled so hard against that. And now in the King in Black, in this, you know, Thor team up with Venom, you get the ultimate personification of that natural predatory urge it has in the form of basically the dark god of the symbiotes. You know, it bends all the symbiotes to its own wicked, evil will, and it's the will that Venom the symbiote has been fighting its entire existence. It's always wanted to be a good, well, not person, but it's always wanted to be a good creature. And it's always gotten in its own ways. And now you have the ultimate manifestation of that malefic instinct in the form of Null coming to bring the world to ruin. And in order to stop Null, in order to overcome that cruel nature and to be the good person that he's always wanted to be, Venom has to complete his character arc. Like, if he doesn't complete his character arc, the world's over, and it sets the stakes beautifully. And long of it short, I'm just going to spoil it. A bunch of complicated nonsense, cool fights happen, but you get to the ultimate conclusion of it. It's Venom versus Null, and what happens is that Null, the universal constant for darkness, gets confronted by its antithesis, you know, the Captain Universe powers, which are, you know, a metaphysical essence of light, basically, in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, I'm personally, I know what Captain Universe is, what it represents, but it doesn't matter if you explain it, because Captain Universe is like...
You know what it is, I don't know if the people listening to it will know what it is.
I've just barely known about the Null God. I haven't read anything. I just know it a little bit, but Captain Universe I'm familiar with, and it's like a cosmic power that it appears when it's necessary, and it's like the ultimate power. And there was a couple of nameless guys who became Captain Universe, and then also quite a few famous heroes, including Spider-Man, which is where I first found about Captain Universe. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
But yeah, no. In this darkest moment in in this final confrontation against the personification of the malignant, evil cosmic force that has been perpetually pulling and tempting Venom away from the goodness that he's aspired, the Captain Universe power recognizes Venom's valiant struggle his whole life and basically says to him, you are worthy, and for this final confrontation against Null, Venom becomes Captain Universe, and he picks up Thor's hammer and slays Null with Thor's hammer because he is worthy. Because he kills that personification of that malignant evil inside of him, because the higher goodness in the universe recognized his growth and said, good job, you are a truly good man now. And through that, he gains worthiness. And he wields Mjolnir, and he slays the Dark God.
This is very cool. I will say this is something cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, as an endpoint, as an apotheosis for that character arc, I really don't think you could have done it any better. You really can't. It's honestly so good. I kind of wish they would retire the character so that he can't get re-screwed up again in continuity.
The best way of doing it is maybe having Venom and Eddie meld. Like Eddie dies, but then he becomes some kind of the new symbiote god or something like that.
Oh no, that's exactly what happened. By defeating Null, Eddie becomes the new King in Black.
Yeah.
And they did that for a little while. Oh, side note. Through all of this, Eddie had a son. He's now raising his son as a single dad.
It sounds like a sitcom always. The boomer Venom and the kid, here's
the real fascinating part of all that. That son was the byproduct of Eddie and Anne getting together, Eddie's ex-wife, while both of them were attached to the Venom symbiote at the same time. So Eddie's son Dylan is technically has 3 biological parents.
Of course, yeah.
But it's Eddie becomes the King in Black. Now the thing is, okay, they still wanted to use Venom, so they can't, and they also don't want Venom to now all of a sudden be a Thor level character forever,
Yeah.
So they came out with another event, Venom War. Venom War, okay, I know what they're trying to do with it, and I think they pull it off well enough. But long of it short, Venom War strips Eddie of the King in Black power so he can go back to being a normal level guy. It establishes that, his son will be the long-term future host for the symbiote. He looks metal as hell. In his adult Venom form. And that Carnage basically wanted to be the symbiote Satan.
So Carnage got brought back, as they usually do, because I remember him still being torn apart by the Sentry, but I was like, he's too popular, he's going to come back,
Exactly, and he's come back multiple times, and basically, through the whole Null saga, Null was like, Carnage, you are my chosen, and yeah,
I was a little bit, maybe for that storyline it would have been cool to bring him back, but it's also, I feel like, that's something I don't like about Marvel and DC, how they always bring back popular characters, instead of, they could have made a new symbiote, but it's Carnage is too popular,
Exactly, he's too big, so, but the whole Venom War, this has been extremely recent, actually, but basically Venom War, what it did was, okay, it knocked Venom back down to being a street level superhero and not a Thor level character. It also fully reconciled the symbiote and Spider-Man. They'd been on talking terms, but they never liked each other. The rivalry is completely over and done at this point. There is no more ill will. They don't want to stay bonded with each other or anything like that, but the hatchet is no longer just buried. The hatchet is gone. The rivalry between Spider-Man and Venom as a Venom war is decisively concluded.
Until they bring it back. I hope they don't.
Until they decide to... No, they really should not, because it is so
Well, they should not.
to see.
They shouldn't have done a lot of things, but they've done. Retconning, removing the marriage to Mary Jane, like with
when I start
with
talking
the
about Mary Jane, we're going to be talking a lot about stuff that they shouldn't have done. But no, Venom is in kind of this weird state because in the conclusion of the whole Venom War thing, Venom and Eddie got separated. Marvel's pretty clearly lined up that the long-term host is going to be Eddie's son Dylan once he's grown up. He's like 14, 15 right now, so he needs a couple of years before they'll give him the host,
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, but Venom and Eddie got separated. Eddie was mortally wounded. At the same time, Carnage was mortally wounded, and because of circumstance, right now, Eddie Brock is bonded to Carnage.
Okay. Interesting.
And in another story that I thought would be horrible, but that's actually kind of awesome, because what it is, it's those two having a gun to each other's head. It's that we can kill the other person anytime we want, but it'll also kill us too.
Yeah.
And it's all about Eddie trying to keep Carnage on a leash, while Carnage is just doing everything he can to push Eddie over the edge. It's actually, like I said, pretty shockingly good story.
Well, because Venom Carnage was, what was Carnage's host name again?
It's Cassidy. Yeah,
Cassidy.
Okay. Carnage is still around. Cassidy has been thoroughly dead for a long time now.
Has he been dead since the Sentry thing, or?
Yeah, more or less. More or less. There may have been issues where Carnage was using his body, but it's basically.
You see that's more interesting if he's like a zombie symbiote. How does that work? Is he at full power?
That was actually part of Venom War, as they actually had zombie symbiotes.
That's actually a more cooler idea. Although I will say that's actually something. Even though you spoiled it, I think it's like still a cool idea, and I will still probably read it then, because like usually I haven't been interested in modern U.S. comics for a long time, but I know that there's probably always at least one or two storylines that are probably decent or good,
No, there is. Yeah, a lot of the mainline stuff, is kind of gone to shit, but there is stuff that is actually going on, and pretty consistently for a number of years stuff, the Venom books have been shockingly good.
Maybe because they just like, instead of trying to micromanage it and tell them what to do, they were just like, who cares, it's Venom, it's not Spider-Man or something, or Iron Man.
No, that's exactly it. It's that Venom is extremely popular so that he attracts top-level talent to his book, but he's not so big that the execs feel like they need to meddle in it.
It's also Marvel doesn't own the live-action rights directly to Venom. They only license it from Sony.
Give a shit does not give a shit about Venom in the comics. They're like, do whatever the hell you want. We're not making any money off him. And they just let it run, and they just let it be.
Like they have their deal with Sony until Sony maybe sells the rights back. I don't know if they will, but it could happen if they're desperate. But until then, if they want Spider-Man or any Spider-Man related characters, at least in live action, not in animated form, but in live action, Marvel has to like grovel to Sony and please give me Spider-Man for a movie, please give me I don't know, like 30% or whatever for the box office. I don't know. The point is that
it forces them to make a deal.
Yeah, it forces them to make a deal, and they don't like it. Other characters they will micromanage, such as Thor, Iron Man, even X-Men now that they own again, or Fantastic Four. But yeah, Fantastic Four and X-Men was also like driven more to the side, especially Fantastic Four. I remember until they, literally bought out Fox. But yeah, speaking of Venom. That does sound interesting. So let's continue from there. I didn't want to interrupt you. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no worries. So, but you're left with the symbiote in kind of this weird position where, okay, like, look, Eddie Brock's not going to stay Carnage. I don't think he'll even remain Carnage for the duration of the year. This is and this is a run that obviously has a story with an endpoint.
Mhm.
So it's not the long-term status quo. Marvel has more or less telegraphed what their long-term status quo with Venom is going to be. It's going to be Dylan Brock Venom. But he's too young to take the symbiote and become that right now. So the Venom symbiote, since it's not attached to Eddie, it needs to be attached to somebody.
Yeah.
And then they decided to attach it to Mary Jane Watson. So that's the symbiote's development over the years and where it stands in continuity.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Mary Jane, the Mary Jane side of this will go a lot faster because it's nowhere near as intense and involved, you know?
Yeah. We don't need to know everything about Mary Jane. We know who Mary Jane is. Yeah.
Right. But basically the highlights here, yeah. You know everything about Mary Jane in the 80s.
Well, I know the mostly. Yeah. I know most of it. Yeah.
But yeah, like if you like the Sam Raimi movies, whether or not you like her depiction in that, I actually kind of hate Mary Jane's depiction in those movies. But if you've seen the Sam Raimi movies, you know where Mary Jane is up till a certain point. One quick note: she had her big confrontation with Venom in the 80s when Venom was in his true villain period.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, my quick note on that is everyone says, when Venom assaulted MJ, and they make it sound like he did something very untoward to her.
Yeah, it's not.
But it's not that. Like, you go back, you actually read the book. Like, look, don't get me wrong. It's not okay that Venom did this to MJ, but basically what happened was, okay, he knew where Peter's apartment was. He snuck into their house. And then when she came home, he jumped out and said "rawr" at her from the dark, and then jumped out the window giggling like a demonic idiot.
Wow. That's actually almost kind of lame, honestly. But that's Venom. You see, with Carnage, he would have sliced her up, or slowly tortured her.
But that's the thing that people actually kind of love about Venom, and what's made him kind of a staple for as long as he is he does have that kind of blame, goofy side to him.
he is like, he started, like in wrestling terms, he started out as a heel, but he's not become a full baby face, but he's become like the in-between,
Yes.
slowly. Like there was wrestling gimmicks where they started out as heels, but they were so goofy that eventually they were just like good guys by the end, like baby faces, like, so reformed heels. Yeah.
And so for breaking into her house and scaring the living shit out of her, Mary Jane did not like Venom at all.
Yeah, that was clear.
Right, and that has been a big point of their interactions with each other, as she's hated his guts for doing that. But I do want to push back on this idea because, people try and hyperbolize it into being something freakily disgusting.
People have too much. People have too much time. That stuff would have never fly in a Marvel comic, even in a indie comic at that time. Especially in America, the thing that I'm thinking, what you're thinking, is would have not gone over the table. Like it's just people have. There are a lot of sick puppies out there thinking too much. Like. Yeah, you should get off your X account, buddy. That's your X videos account. That's all I'm gonna say.
So up front, because that is their major point of interaction, was that moment. I am acknowledging it, and I'm not denying it. Yes, Venom was an absolute dick to Mary Jane for doing that, but it is also, since it isn't the worst possible thing ever. This is also like 40 years back in continuity at this point. And so much shit has happened in these people's lives. It just doesn't seem like something that they couldn't get over with each other.
Green Goblin has done way more messed up shit to Gwen Stacy, and that was in the 60s.
Worse.
She literally died. Okay, like the shit, and that was in the 60s. So that, like, saying "rar," it's kind of ridiculous to me.
It's honestly childish.
Like,
honestly.
if he would have sliced her up or slowly tortured her, but he wouldn't do that. Carnage would have done that, you know?
Oh, yeah, Carnage would have painted the room red with her blood.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like where that was the whole point where Venom was like thinking about, you know, well, I am selfish and I'm evil, but I'm not that evil. And then he was rethinking his life because the whole point is that he had still a moral compass, as you said. So it's like where again, Green Goblin or the fucking Scorpion, they did much more fucked up things. So I don't know. People on the internet, they have too much time and they create these weird theories, and it's especially like the characters. Some things
they want certain things to be more salacious than what it
it's
was.
It's shock value. Everything has to be some kind of clickbait in order for people to click on it. You know, so it's like it's just bullshit. Like it's like the game theory guy where some of the stuff made sense, okay, was cool, but then there was other stuff where I'm just like
It's like you're really
just
reaching
stupid.
it.
You're just reaching. And like I think, for example, the Nintendo Mario characters, they're like actors in a play and they always switch stuff. And I was like, they didn't think that much about it. They're just characters, mascots in a colorful world. They could be also that, and maybe it's kind of funny that they're like actors in the play. But in Mario 2, it's a whole dream sequence, you know. So it's like they're in Japan. They didn't care about continuity that much. They were just like, that's why the Zelda timeline also never made sense to me, because in one, Zelda is a cheap G character.
Meant to make sense. It's because they were just going from game to game,
Yes,
trying to
yes.
tell the story, and then after they had accumulated enough lore, they started thinking a little bit more about it, and they tried to weave it together.
Some games have more continuity, like Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, but then Zelda 3 is a reboot. And then you have like Ocarina of Time, you have the Minish Mask, you know, and those the one with the moon. They have continuity, but then again, Wind Waker, they're like chibi characters. I'm like, how does that work? You know, do the Hyruleans go through some kind of weird evolution, which kind of because on the other one they look more like human characters. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
What it is, it's that fans try so hard to stitch together certain things,
yes,
and they've put far more thought into it than the creators ever did.
Yes. It was like more like it's the Legend of Zelda, and in Legends and Myths, there's many different versions. Even in the past, there's multiple versions of the Medusa, of Hercules, of Thor, and everything, and the mythical stories. Even in the Bible, there is like 5-6 different accounts of the resurrection, you know, and that's in the Bible. So it's like,
and those are the only ones that even made it past the Council of Nicene. There's even more that didn't get Nicaea.
Yeah, that didn't get past canon, literally, and that's why that word came from that. So it's like where this is the problem with these characters, and also the good thing, because now you're telling me a really good storyline from one team. But then the team changes and they want to change everything. Yes. That's the biggest problem. Some teams are not like that. Some people are respectful about what came beforehand. And they said, we want to add something new, but we are respecting the timeline and the canonicity and the characters that came before. So we have both of these camps.
Dude, this is just about the only way I can even comprehend modern comics is that you treat them as in runs, you know.
Yes.
Okay, Claremont's run on X-Men is its own definitive thing.
And it's very good, yes. It's probably the best.
Good. And Brian Michael Bendis' run on X-Men is very...
Brian Michael Bendis, his run on Life, not that he should do anything, but he is the bad run. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. You know, at least when it comes to his comic book career, he could be a fabulously great dude.
Bendis has had some highlights. I love what he did for Jessica Jones. I honestly think he handled Miles Morales very well, but he has ruined so much more than he's saved.
I'm not a big Miles Morales fan, but I do respect him. But I haven't read any of his comics. At least what I can respect is that instead of just saying, "Oh, Peter Parker is now black," we're going to make a new character. And actually, that's actually cool because you can have a completely new storyline with that character, even if he uses the moniker of Spider-Man. You know.
Well, he has his own origins. Like
He has his own origin, his own storyline, and they can come up with whatever they want. And if it's something that I enjoy, then yeah, that's great. If it's not, then not. But it's like where if we would have this kind of ideal of the characters, because the characters have been around for decades, but they never age past. Like Spider-Man now, Peter Parker now, he's always stuck at 36 or something, or 34.
Yeah, he's stuck in this weird limbo, which kind of brings me back to the whole Mary Jane thing. Because at a certain point, Mary Jane history is impossible to talk about without talking about Peter's history and how the two of them were chained together, and then how their chain together was removed from each other. So if you know the Raimi movies, you know what Mary Jane was and where she was at. 90s got real interesting because of the Clone Saga. And the Clone Saga is where Peter Parker stopped being my favorite Spider-Man and Ben Reilly became my favorite Spider-Man.
Ben Reilly's pretty cool. I agree.
Because what they just... And look, this is something that it's valid, but it annoys me too. Like, people always say, oh, it's not Spider-Man's fault. The writers made him do it. I'm also like, yeah, but the writers also made him do everything you like too.
Yeah, it's just specific. You just have to be specific. Everything is when you say the writers, there have been thousands of writers just writing Spider-Man and thousands of artists. So let's calm down, people. Which writers? So
when I say I hate Peter Parker and I hate Spider-Man, what I really mean is I hate the string of modern writers that have been writing him ever since the early 2000s. Is basically what I mean. Yeah.
The Clone Wars is weird because that's also when I kind of lost interest, because it's like he's a clone, then he's not a clone. It's convoluted as fuck.
It's so bizarre. But the clone. All right, what kind of bubbled to the head in the whole Clone Saga was Marvel's quiet war against Mary Jane Watson. You see, the editors. What's funny is, in the 80s and 90s, the editors at that time had previously been the writers who had gotten Mary Jane and Peter together. Yeah. So they wanted to marry them off at the end of their tenures as writers in the mid-80s, so that they could have the end to Peter's romantic troubles. All right, he's married, he's done, he found his girl. This is our end note. The new crop of writers that came in when those writers graduated to editors, they were the ones who grew up with the swinging Peter dating every, female superhero under the sun,
Yeah.
And so they hated the idea of Peter being married off to MJ.
Well, they hated change. They hated change. They wanted to have that Spider-Man that they wanted, instead of having a character that matures and changes,
Right, they wanted the Spider-Man they grew up with.
Yeah, well, it's like, instead of having, series that, I think the Ultimate Universe made more sense, even though if it's good or bad or whatever. Now I know that they're at the second Ultimate Universe, which is weird, but they could have called it something else, but okay. The point is that instead of, trying to, if you want to retell the Spider-Man story or the Marvel story, any Marvel story, when they started out, when they were younger, when Spider-Man was 16 or 15, whatever, and he gets his powers, and going through all these tropes and then redoing that in your way, just say it's another universe. I mean, that's why DC really started the multiverse thing, is because they said, hey, I want to have Batman do this, like Batman accidentally kills a guy or something, and he feels bad and gives up being Batman or something like that.
Well, that's kind of the dirty secret of why the multiverse thing became so popular.
Exactly, yeah.
The common continuity has become borderline... Well, not borderline. It has become incomprehensible.
Yeah, that's why DC, the best thing they could do is... that's when they did the Crisis on Infinite Earths, which was a really good... It was probably the best way to do a reset, and they should have stuck with it. They stuck with that one for a long time, until they did Zero Hour and whatever. Yeah. But.
Well, the problem with the whole DC reset is, I get why they did the reset, and I might even agree that it was necessary at that point with how convoluted and complicated their continuity had gotten. The problem is that the reset became their status quo, and then resets started happening at an increasing rate.
Yes, and now it's always, it's like I don't even know if every 5 years, maybe almost every year. But
no, it's like it's at this point it's like every 3 years or so because the whole death metal thing.
yeah,
Credit to Scott Snyder, he tried to kill the concept of a reset with that book, but I think he failed. And so it winds up just becoming another reset.
well, don't spoil that one because that one I kind of, just for the title alone, I was kind of curious about, but I haven't had the time yet.
Okay, I don't know if the story's good. I will tell you, hot damn, the art's amazing.
You know what? It's a comic book. At times, I can appreciate art. Let me tell you how many 90s comics I've read where the story is, at least it is average, or it goes from average to dog shit, that spectrum, but it has some great art. There's also a lot of comic books that have shitty art, and it's not always Rob Liefeld, So.
Oh, dude, I would argue that what you just described there, that phenomenon, I would just say, hey, that was Image's entire business model.
I mean, look, no, with Image, I will tell you this. Now that I've read quite a few of Image comics, they were really trying. They were young guys, especially in the beginning, trying to do something new. And I will say this. The thing was, in Europe, when I lived in Germany at the time, the only Image comics that came out were the very popular ones. It was mostly Spawn. I saw once an issue of Pit. I saw once another one from something else, maybe The Darkness, and maybe the one with the gauntlet, the chick with the gauntlet. Witchblade.
Okay, never mind, I do.
Witchblade is kind of a character I think you probably enjoy. It's not just for sexy woman, whatever. It's about, it has actually, I just started, but it has a quite interesting lore to it, to the world, But yes, there is a lot of cheesecake in it, but it has at least what I've seen, there is some interesting. Maybe it becomes shit later on. I just started it, so but the point is that it can be very good. Like the best stories were also like Astro City, but Astro City really did its own thing, really.
Right. That's the thing I salute Image for, is they broke away out of the big two and they went off and they did their own thing.
Yeah, but they also failed and they become like the big two. Like they had,
and that's
but they're still
like
around. They're still around.
So. You were supposed to be better than this, and then they weren't. But,
yeah.
Okay, but back to Mary Jane.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So where I was at. Okay, the editors versus the writers. Honestly, the most fascinating thing to me about Spider-Man's history of his entire love life is the internal civil war between the Marvel editors and the Marvel writers over Spider-Man's love life in the late 80s through the 90s into the early 2000s, because you had one generation of writers who got promoted to be editors. They capped off their era of being writers by marrying Peter off to MJ.
Yeah.
But then you had the next generation of writers who hated that idea. This is when Quesada was, one of the big writers at Marvel at the time,
Yeah, and it wasn't good.
And so, the reason why a lot of the nonsense that happened between Peter and MJ in the 90s and through the Clone Saga is because you had the writers actively trying to sabotage the marriage, while the editors in charge at the time were telling them, no, bad dog.
Exactly, yeah.
That's how you get to, honestly, the moment, like this is the thing that broke Peter and MJ for me, where I don't even want to see them as a couple anymore. I know it's the moment in the Clone Saga when Peter punches his pregnant wife.
Oh, I don't know if I've seen this. I remember that she was pregnant and then she died because of residual radiation, which is also really stupid because it doesn't.
To quickly run through that mess real fast is okay. So, so early on, Peter has a freak out over Ben Reilly maybe being the real one and him being the clone.
Yeah.
And in a moment of frustration, he's lashing out. MJ tries to pull him off, and he wheels back, and he just punches her clean across the room.
Well, the writers are stupid because Peter would never do that. Even in his anger, he would never, especially not hit a woman, not his wife. But
this goes back to my point of the writers also made Peter do everything he's ever done you like too, you know.
Yeah, but this is the problem with different writers. That's why
Right.
honestly I prefer comics that are made by like one writer team, you know, like go ahead, yeah.
But
Go ahead, yeah.
yeah. But so no, I agree with you on all that, but I'll make my point a little later in the timeline because my point will be a little stronger then. But yeah, Peter punches his pregnant wife, and now this wasn't their intention. Originally, what happened was they were going to have Peter retire from being Spider-Man with MJ, and they were going to pass it off to Ben Reilly.
Yeah, that was a big issue, and I remember that. I have that issue somewhere.
I will die on this hill that Spider-Man wouldn't be in the mess that he is today if Marvel would have stuck to their guns and let, you know, Peter and MJ go off to be parents while Ben remained Spider-Man.
Yeah, that would have been actually cool. And I agree with you that even though I like Peter a lot, but I also am a fan of characters aging and maturing. And that could have been maybe a storyline where he takes off the suit for one time here and there, but then
the thing you can always have Peter. So you can always have Peter come back for one-off adventures.
But for a one-off,
going up the Sinister Six. Oh, what's he gonna do? And out of nowhere, in the darkest hour, here's Peter, and then you basically have the two Spider Brothers, you know, save each other for. Oh, no! You could have done that time and time again, and then you could have had their daughter Mayday. You could have had her grown up, and you could have had Mayday meet her uncle Ben.
See, that would have been really cool. By the way, actually, the way how you do it is the Bruce Timm animated universe, because I've been watching now all the originals. Started with the Batman animated show, and I remember as a kid I watched a lot of the episodes, but I haven't watched all. And I just noticed that because I loved that show as a kid, but of course you never watch all as a kid because it's just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But I have watched a lot of them, just also with the X-Men animated show, which was on the top with that. It was the Batman animated show. But anyway, the point is that doesn't matter. The point is that there was when Batman realizes when he got too old to be Batman is when he gets the heart attack in desperation. He picks up the gun and then he retires. This could have been the moment for Peter.
And I also agree on the Batman thing. I wish Bruce Wayne was no longer Batman. I wish he would have passed that torch off years ago
To Dick Grayson.
But it's one of those things that I hate about the modern continuity, where it's like, if you are going to have these stories run forever and ever, you need to have end notes for characters being in the costume. You need to have passing of the torches.
Yeah.
And the best time to pass that torch would have been to give the costume to Ben, so Peter and Mary Jane could have gone off to be parents. Now the thing is, that is what Marvel was setting up to do. But then they got cold feet and they reversed super hard. They wanted to keep Peter as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And the writers still hated MJ and they still wanted their marriage to die. So what they wound up doing was they wound up killing Ben off,
yeah.
and they wound up having Mary Jane lose the child.
Yeah. And I never liked that with that. That was stupid to me.
The thing that makes it especially disgusting, because again, the writers weren't intending for this, but this is still the end result of their writing, intended or not.
Yeah.
You had Peter Parker lay his hands on his wife with his superhuman strength while she was pregnant, and then she lost the baby.
I don't know. I think that's just way too dark for Spider-Man, honestly.
No, it is way too dark, and look, I'm acknowledging that was not the writer's intention with that story, but those are still the events that happened that led to that moment. They didn't intend to make it that dark, but that's still the story you wound up telling. And if people want to know why I don't want to see Mary Jane and Peter Parker together, it's because I can't get that darkness out of my mouth, you know?
Well, the way how you do it is that the character is always just this character that it's really at this point, you don't have one these characters have been along for so long, that it's basically like almost it was some writers he's a completely different the character's a completely different character. Like now what they have these absolute Batman or absolute the whole absolute universe.
Right, you can have the spin-offs. Like if you're going to do something that severe, you do it in an alternate continuity.
But it wasn't the main continuity. It wasn't the main and that's what was disturbing.
It was the 616 Spider-Man. It was the 616 Mary Jane that did this. And now bringing it back real fast to the whole, Marvel writer versus Marvel editor civil war, because there's always kind of this cycle, one generation of writers becomes the editors and the generation of fans becomes the new generation of writers, and it rinses and repeats. And so you had this long period of Spider-Man editors keeping the marriage in place even though the writers absolutely hated it.
Yeah.
But then the generational clock turned again, and now all of a sudden you have that generation of Marvel writers who hated and resented the marriage. They're now the editors. They're now in charge. They're the ones who get the final say on shit. And this comes in the form of Joe Quesada and One More Day. Long story of it short, Joe Quesada reverted Spider-Man's continuity and honestly destroyed the character in the 616 universe. He completely reset the Spider-Man's continuity by having Peter Parker make a deal with Mephisto, the Marvel devil, to sell his marriage, which subsequently spiritually aborted their daughter Mayday Parker for all time.
Yeah, well...
It's like there's another bit of dark storytelling that I can't get out of my mouth with this character anymore.
Yeah, one more day was for me like this was like maybe One More Day was the point when Marvel Comics, for me completely lost their mind, and they
I won't say it was where they completely lost their mind across the board with all their characters, because other characters, hell, for the past hour I was talking about all the cool stuff they were doing with Venom. But it is the point where they completely lost the plot with Spider-Man. Like that was like 2006, 2007 when that happened, and it's like, and this is the thing where I'm like, people are like, oh, that's out of character writing for Spider-Man, and I would agree up until a point, because the thing is, Spider-Man has been consistently written this terribly, basically ever since One More Day. It's like a before and after. The Spider-Man I like is the Spider-Man who was written before that event, set into stone, this awful version of the character that he's been consistently written this way ever since One More Day.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just like, ugh. Like, yeah, I agree it would have been out of character for Spider-Man pre that moment, but he's been pretty consistently written by the writers this way ever since that event. So is it really out of character for him?
Maybe not anymore, but that's why I'm reading Silver Age Spider-Man, and I'm going to stick with that for a while.
By all means, read Ditko Spider-Man. By all means, read Michelini Spider-Man. Those are great eras of Spider-Man.
I probably will have a lot. If I just read Spider-Man, I could read it for forever, because I can read it till at least the 2000s, and it would be fine.
Yes.
Exactly,
yeah.
I probably would end with the Clone Wars or end before that.
The Clone Saga.
Yeah, the Clone Saga, yeah. The Clone Wars, that's a different one, yeah.
That's one I love. I adore that one. But no. So those are the two gaping wounds to Spider-Man as a character, and they're really the two reasons why I cannot stomach Spider-Man being with Mary Jane Watson at all. Like, yeah, I agree it's a terrible writing decision. They shouldn't have done it. It's ruined Peter Parker as a character. But that's the thing, is it's ruined Peter Parker as a character for me. And those horrible things he's done to Mary Jane, I know it was sabotage. I know it was an inside coup at Marvel to deliberately ruin them as a couple. I'm aware of that. They're still ruined as a couple for me.
Okay.
I have no stomach for seeing them together
Well, that writing team doesn't even exist probably at Marvel anymore, even. So that, I mean, they'll do something else stupid, but
Oh
I
no,
don't
they
know.
have done something else stupid.
Well,
They did
they
Paul.
could.
They did Paul.
Paul? I don't know Paul.
Oh, you don't know who Paul is? Oh,
I
brother.
listen. I haven't been reading really anything. I've been seeing some stories here and there, but I haven't been really anything modern Marvel since a long time, to be honest.
Oh, brother. Let me. All right, I can tell you everything you need to know about Paul. Paul is the man who cuckolded Peter Parker.
You know what? I don't even want to. Let's go back to Mary Jane as Venom. You can tell me, Paul, about after the show.
No. I do have to tell you about Paul because this is the thing that sets that stage. Okay, like the current Marvel editorial team, they deliberately ruined the marriage. That is one of the things they wanted to do the most. That is going to be a creative decision. They never roll back. They spent decades planning this coup, and they pulled it off. They are never going to willingly roll back that creative decision.
Well, we'll see. They've
they
been.
Won't. Now, the thing is, they won't. But part of the reason why the Spider-Man fan base has been so contentious and frankly so toxic is because you have a generation of Spider-Man readers who grew up with the Raimi movies, who grew up with Spider-Man and MJ being the one true pair.
Yeah.
And they want it super badly, and they are buying a product from an editorial team that viciously despises that concept.
Now, I will say one more thing about this. I think and this is as political as I get here on this episode, is because they despise the idea of, honestly, a straight white couple. That's all I'm going to say. That's definitely not the case, because because under their guidance, they've given license to the current crop of writers to pair Peter Parker up with any straight white woman that they want. Like, this is also kind of the other thing that disgusts me as a reader, where I love Mary Jane and I despise Peter because of this. And I know I'm admitting this up front. This is because of editorial shenanigans, but it's still happening. It still affects the comics whether you like it or not. Like, after Peter Parker destroyed their marriage by selling it to the devil, he started just running through women like a track meet in the Marvel universe. He was just sleeping with anyone and everyone. He was sleeping with, the women who were damn near half his age at this point, who looked up to him as some sort of mentor figure. He was sleeping with the employees he had when he had the corporation he had for a time. He was sleeping with his teammates. He was sleeping with Captain Marvel, while also sleeping with his teammates' wives. They turned Peter Parker into such a repugnant fuckboy. So no, they're perfectly fine. Well,
with Peter
this is not any more Peter and Parker to me.
And every straight white woman. No, they're perfectly fine with it.
Yes, but not in a... Okay, this is the difference. And I said not fucking. Fucking is one thing, It is more the degenerate behavior. And I'm not against that, Casual sex is fine. But especially if you're a guy in your 30s, or you don't have to marry. I'm not saying everybody decides what they want to do.
Right. You don't have to marry, but if you are being that kind of Lothario that late into your life, it is
pathetic. It is pathetic. And it doesn't fit to Peter. Peter is a good guy. So this is not any more Peter. They changed him so much.
Peter was a good guy because he's been written this way for the past 20 years at this point.
That might be the case, but the real Spider-Man is closer to what Sam Raimi was a fan of, the early Spider-Man, Steve Ditko and that stuff, where Spider-Man, and also later on when Spider-Man, yes, he has his romantic entanglements, but eventually he settles on... Gwen Stacy was one of his big loves, but she died. But he was always a one-girl guy. He's very much in that way like Superman. He's a good guy. And he wants to have a normal life, a normal relationship. He wants to have a marriage, and he got together with Mary Jane. and they stuck with that. And I don't even remember him cheating on Mary Jane. Even
because
when
he never cheated on Mary Jane because Marvel editorial didn't want to make Peter Parker a cheater.
Yes.
So that's why they made him sell his marriage to the devil.
So now this
better.
Okay. Now I'm just gonna finish with that. Is that I'm just gonna reject that Peter from the last 20 years because it doesn't make any sense to me. Because that's
he's so disgusting. He's so awful as a character.
They have changed character, and this is also like again. They have their whole agenda, whatever, and it plays into that to making him like to change him that much, that he's not, and I've seen him also where he was drawn very much effeminate and very much like, as you said, a cuck.
Well, okay. This is where, no, you're absolutely right that they do have an agenda with Peter, but the thing is, with Marvel editorial, the agenda really isn't as political. It's deeply rooted that the people currently in charge at Marvel hate Mary Jane Watson with a burning passion, and they deeply resent that Peter was ever married to her.
But why do they hate?
The agenda is the sabotage of that marriage and keeping it gone forever. That's the real agenda at work here.
But I will tell you, this is what I'm saying, and I agree with you. Okay, that's the agenda, but where does it come from? Why do they hate Mary Jane? Because she is a very attractive woman, and who is also, again, straight and white. And this is something that the writers...
I'm not going to agree on that assessment at all. Now, the reason why they hate Mary Jane is because there's a certain type of Spider-Man fan where they kind of go in their cycles where every Spider-Man fan wants the Spider-Man from their childhood.
True.
They can't accept the current continuity
of
Spider-Man.
You have writers that are like this, and I agree with you, but there's also women like this Miles Villago, whatever her name is. They want to insert themselves, and they want to change characters. They want to make like Iceman gay and so on. They want to push that narrative.
That's definitely true, and
so
we might be coming to something that fits that a little bit better. But like no, like the agenda and the hatred here.
There's multiple agendas going. Is this what you say too? Both can be true, and I agree with you. That is probably also the case. The older guys that are like this, yes.
Now, right, exactly. Like the thing is, the older editors have every much an entitlement to Spider-Man's past as the current crop of fans they hate with a burning passion. They deeply resent that their fans don't like their product, so they tell a story that will deliberately piss off their fans, hence why they had Paul Cuck Spider-Man.
It's also this kind of thing, why do we have to have the storyline in Spider-Man? Like, did we really run out of ideas to make Spider-Man stories this much?
Oh, no, they didn't run out of them. Just the people making the product have an active and burning resentment of the people buying the product.
Now, this is not Spider-Man, but I showed you an image now. I don't know if you see it in the chat, but if you click on the chat...
Where is the chat?
There's a little speech bubble.
There you are.
Okay. Now, this is Captain Marvel. When in Civil War, the first one, Captain Marvel was a damn good-looking woman, okay? Now this is already also an older picture, but this was in this era, okay? And all that I'm saying is that what you say is true too. There is a contingent that want to make Spider-Man a man whore, and they succeeded. Yes. But there's also a contingent that want to have all the straight males be weak, and effeminate.
All right. Brother, you see, I'm not arguing against your contingent not existing. I'm just saying it's not particularly relevant to the Mary Jane thing.
Probably not. Yes, that is true, because that's something you know better, number one. Number two is that I'm more familiar with what they did with other characters, but I have seen...
it's just more that they have been on this crusade. Again, this editorial team has been on this crusade against Mary Jane and the marriage since 1990.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that other agenda doesn't exist, because frankly, it does.
It might
It
be
just
bigger in
doesn't
other media
apply.
than in the comics, but I have also seen it in the comics. The new
No, it shows up in the comics. It's just there's a much bigger and much more relevant agenda in the specific Peter Parker Mary Jane situation. Other than that one,
the what I've seen of the second Sony the modern Spider-Man series of games, what they did, and also
okay, for their depiction of Venom there, I have zero regard for anything in that section.
Yeah, but also in general, what the stuff that I've seen there, that they make, of course, Mary Jane into a girl boss, and I'm like, dude, there's
brother, we are spiraling.
Yeah,
into a
okay.
point
So
where
sorry.
I'm not going to agree with you because no, yeah, we're just going to get into a point where we're just going to be fighting like cats and dogs over this because I cannot grant you anything you're saying here over the Mary Jane Spider-Man stuff. Yeah, there's an agenda at play. It's not that agenda.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's just move on. Then.
So yeah.
Okay.
No. Like, okay, I get to tell you about Paul. So, all right. So Marvel probably trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do with Mary Jane while also keeping her away from Peter at any and all costs. Because, goddamn it, they are invested in this. They are personally invested in this creative decision, and they are not going to give the fans what they want, no matter what.
Well, I don't know. Do you think if the sales tank enough? But I guess the comic sales don't matter because they have Disney money.
Well, this is where the Spider fans, I frankly think, are just a giant bunch of consumerist idiots.
That's true.
The books. They hate the books. They despise them. They yell and scream and whine and cry about the books constantly, and they never stop buying them.
I don't know having the sales go down.
Spider-Man sales have gone up since they've done this because all the Spider fans are like rage buying.
Okay, I can see that. I don't know,
Okay,
okay.
It's like if you want this story to change, and if you really hate the product so much, why are you throwing your money at the product?
Yeah, that is something that I never liked. Like, this is my problem, is that even if there's a lot of people don't buy the books, but they will buy the merchandise. And the real money with these characters isn't even in the comics, isn't even in the movies. The movies do a lot of money, but the real money is the merch. And when the merch starts falling, that's why when they made, like, for example, the Eternals movies merch, or they had the new Star Wars merch, the Asian character was the least sold figure. It was just around there, millions of Rose Tico or whatever. It's like a figure that nobody wanted. And what does sales for Star Wars? Old Star Wars stuff that sells the best. What sells if there's an old classic Spider-Man, an old classic Captain America, that's what sells. Action figure that sells.
Because people want the versions of the characters they remember from their childhoods. That's what they want.
All the DC clothing lines, when they have these designs, all of them are usually classic Batman, classic Superman, classic Wonder Woman. Right. Same with Marvel.
Because these are the versions of the characters they remember, and they're the ones they're like, and they're the ones they like. So no, look, Spider fans, I'm speaking directly to you. If you really want this shit to change, stop buying the Spider-Man Funko Pops.
Oh my God, Funko Pops! Now that is something that is the biggest shit. I have like 3.
It's the most giant shit ever. But yeah, no. If you really do hate the product that they're giving you, stop supporting it with your money, because you rage buying the comic and then giving them all the free advertising by yelling and screaming and crying about it online. That just makes their product more successful.
But actually, this is something I could tell to you too, is that if you have a problem with Venom or other characters with Marvel or DC, that I'll do the thing that I also did. I'm not saying that exactly read what I did. I've been reading other comics because I got sick of older Marvel stuff. Unless there is something rare, something good with any of the big two, like you said, there is, sometimes something good. But every time I just see already the quality of the art, let's just ignore the political stuff. Well, okay, fair enough.
Right.
But there's
the quality. The thing is it's not that the art is bad. It's that it's become so uniform. It's that everyone's art style looks so similar nowadays. It looks so blandly clean.
That is true too. Either it's too similar, that is true, or they go like very girly. And I know this is maybe a bad word, whatever. At least it doesn't appeal to me. And okay, if you want to have a comic book appeal to women or to young girls, that's fine. Or to men that like this stuff, that is fine. But a lot of these characters were originally marketed to boys and men. So it's like where if you want to have their own thing, that's fine. But I think it's just weird when...
Well, what it is, it's that on like the Disney executive level, you have a lot of people who've bought into certain ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
And they actively resent their customer base.
Yes.
And
yes.
I say this because they say it themselves directly. You know, they'll always say, "Yeah, let's make the man babies cry." They actively spit in their customers' face, and then their customers buy more of their product.
Well, that's why I don't buy any of their product anymore. You know, I haven't even I haven't even watched the new Captain America movie in the theaters, and the MCU movies have been something I've watched pretty much every movie, even the ones the shittier ones. Even Captain Marvel I still watched, and that was probably one of the last ones.
Well, basically I basically stopped watching Marvel movies after Endgame. Like, honestly, Deadpool was the first Marvel movie I've seen since Endgame, because I was getting tired of Marvel already, but they had enough goodwill that I was able to stick with it through Endgame.
You didn't miss anything.
I had to see the end of that conclusion. But once that story was concluded, I'm like, okay, I've had my fill of Marvel. I'm done with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, and you didn't miss anything. And by the way, just quick before we continue, you talked about The Dark Knight. You know, I had a very negative view in the past when we talked. I think it's a very good trilogy. The third one I have some problems with overall, but I think I understand why they ended it then, because he said, I don't want to, and I respect Nolan much more as a filmmaker now, because he also goes with practical effects. Now I don't know with the Odyssey with his armor designs. I wish he would go more historically accurate, but on the other end, he's probably going for something more mythical, like the Excalibur movie from 1982, which also went for more mythic feel than historical accuracy. So I'm gonna wait, and I still haven't seen Oppenheimer, but I've seen enough other movies. I think the third movie was a bit weak, but it was still interesting. I just wish. But anyway, this is, I still think it's a good movie. And the new Batman movie, I felt like I didn't like, because I was like, Nolan did a realistic, non-superpowered Batman universe much better. We don't need this anymore. We've done this, and we've done it better, at least to me. People can like it.
Well, the thing is, I really like the new Batman movie because I love Robert Pattinson as an actor.
I respect him as an actor.
He's probably my favorite actor working today, and I love him. Like, if you're gonna be like, oh, shiny Van, watch literally any other movie he's been in other than he's been so good in so many indie films.
I will say something about Leonardo DiCaprio. He was also a teen heartthrob. Okay, so or Johnny Depp. They were both teen heartthrobs. They're now one of the most revered actors, especially Leonardo DiCaprio. So to me, it's like, yeah, I'm fine. He was in the Twilight movies, whatever. It is a thing. I wasn't that angry with his depictions. I just felt the movie was overly boring. I also didn't like the race swapping. It was unnecessary. I thought Catwoman was fine, but Commissioner Gordon, he was not. I think.
And this is going to be another one of those ones where it's like, we're not going to agree on that.
That's fine. But it's just me.
Because it's like, because the people occupying their roles, they play the characters perfectly for what the story wanted to be. And so it's, good. Yeah, like, they were the right people for the role. So.
Yeah.
I'm content with that.
And I'm at the point where it's like I used to be more open. The two times where it worked for me was Nick Fury and Kingpin.
Okay, we're starting to get really far away.
Yes, sorry. Let's get back finally how Mary Jane becomes Venom. Okay, it's my fault too. Yes. I agree.
All right. So yeah, no. All right. What in recent time Marvel has been trying to do with Mary Jane, they've in order to keep her away from Peter, because you can't tell me that's not what they're doing. That is, look, this editorial team has such a level of spite for that marriage, and they are doing everything in their power to keep that creative decision intact. No, everything they've done with Mary Jane is they're emphatically doing it to try and carve her out and away from Spider-Man, which, given how much I hate modern Spider-Man, I actually kind of like that idea. I kind of like being able to read something about Mary Jane where I don't have to deal with awful modern Peter Parker, you know. But I know what little corrupt shenanigans they're up to behind the scenes, even if I kind of agree with it, you know.
Yeah.
So they took something they did with Mary Jane that I do not approve of at all. One, you know, they had her, you know, hook up with a guy named Paul.
Yeah.
And Peter took that about as well as his fan base did.
Okay.
Which was just whining, screeching, frothing rage.
Yep.
I'm like, dude, and this is another thing where it's just like, I hate modern Spider-Man so much because it's like, dude, your ex-wife, who you punched and she lost the baby, and who you sold your marriage to the devil. After you sold your marriage to the devil, you started fucking anything and everything that had a pulse. And now you're upset that she's seeing some other dude. Dude, get the fuck over it.
I mean, yeah. Obviously, they've written the character to be like, I don't know, like, all I can say is that he's unrecognizable to me at this point. Already,
oh, no,
when
he absolutely is. He's an abomination.
When you told, this is like when he's Peter Parker only in name. You know, it would have been better because, okay, with Ben Reilly, if they would have kept him, they could have almost like pretty much write anything with him. He doesn't have to get married. He's a new blank slate, basically, in that sense.
Well, if you wanted to have the whole, you know, back in the day, swinging Peter Parker, you know, flirting with every woman in spandex that you could find, Ben Reilly was your opportunity to do that. You know,
yeah,
let Peter ride off into the sunset. Sorry.
Oh,
so, but no, you could have Peter Parker ride off into the sunset and be happy with his one true love, and then you can have Ben fuck every female superhero to whatever fantasy you want to have that day, you know?
And yeah, I mean, the funny thing was in the Marvel versus DC crossover when they did that. At that point, Ben Reilly was Spider-Man, basically, right? And he wore you wore that weird, you know, the weird outfit where the web shooters were outside, where it was, and for some reason, because in the comic, the funny thing was they say he's Ben Reilly, but then he had his hair brown. So I have the big moment of technically it was supposed to be Peter and Clark meeting because at first the Earths were starting to merge and New York and Metropolis merged, and partially so J. Jonah Jameson bought out the Daily Bugle, and so again Peter meets Clark, and it's 90s long-haired Clark. And there's a funny scene where Peter, or Ben Reilly, starts flirting with Lois. And to me it wasn't okay because, well, this is Ben Reilly. So Peter got kind of jibbed with meeting the DC guys, you know. But it was still a funny moment because Peter flirts with Lois, and then, you know, he says, I'm taken, and then Clark appears. And Clark is this fucking, you know, almost 7 foot tall guy, you know, where it's still you kind of question, how does he, you know, but, you know, it's the old joke. How do you know he's not Superman? But whatever, you know, but it is what it is. And he says, we are engaged, basically. And in his way, he's saying, you know, back off, buddy, you know. So it is very nice farmhand way.
He's doing it in his very polite Superman way. But no, he's telling it, hey, that's my turf, bud.
He's not that polite because it was 90s long-haired, because they were experimenting a little bit. They did something where they made him not edgier, but a little bit wilder, you know. But he was also still Clark because this was the time
He was
when
still recognizable as a character, even though a new writing team was trying something different with him.
Yeah,
he was still, and that's the fundamental difference between like '90s Clark Kent and like modern Peter Parker.
Yeah,
like modern Peter Parker is a degenerate loser asshole.
Yeah, and I don't like that because that's something you would maybe connect with. That would be Tony Stark, you know? Like, that's fucking Tony Stark.
That's kind of a giant... Hey, that might be a giant side effect of the MCU. Remember how the MCU tried to make Spider-Man into Iron Man Jr.?
Oh my god, the Iron Boy shit was driving me nuts because it was, even in Civil War, it was
it's
like...
almost like it infected the comics.
Exactly. That's something that is very bad. And you probably know this more because I stopped reading them, but I'm not surprised at all that this happened. Because
I don't think it was the plan. I think this was kind of a series of unforeseen accidents building us up to this awful place we were at. I really think for most of these awful decisions, the root of their objective was fuck the marriage, fuck everyone who likes it. This is our big creative win. We are never surrendering it. And then they just built off of that bitter, spiteful, and resentful point with worse and worse and worse decisions until they completely assassinated their most popular character.
Which is kind of nuts because Spider-Man is such a big character. At one point, and maybe even now, Spider-Man has outdone in popularity.
The thing is, Spider-Man is the firm number 3. It goes Superman, Batman, Spider-Man in that order. But in terms of the public consciousness of superheroes.
But for a lot of people, especially kids, it's Spider-Man, Batman, and then Superman somewhere.
Without a doubt. As far as who kids love, it's Spider-Man number 1.
And for some people, it's Batman, and then a big line of nothing, and then maybe Robin or Venom.
Well, it's one of those things where a lot of Batman fans, they love Batman. They don't really love a lot of other characters.
Which is fine.
Only there for Batman.
Which is fine. Which is totally fine, and that's cool because Batman is cool. I like Batman. I really do. And the thing is, I think we agree on that they had this agenda. I am just saying that there was multiple people, but I think at first that group, what you said, was the main group, and then there was also.
Right.
I think there's
Disney,
other groups.
Okay, this will be the distinction I made. There's the agenda of the Marvel editorial, whose team was already there in place before, and then you have the agenda of the Disney executives who jumped on board of this later.
Yeah, with the DEI stuff. That's all I'm saying. Now this might be going the way of the dodo for a while. Well, who knows? But
But now, all right. So now let me get to what.
So
Mary
Paul,
Jane's
we're at Paul.
is.
So he was banging Paul,
we're at
cucking
Paul.
Peter. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, this is one of those things. Because in genuine honesty, Venom is my all-time favorite comic book character, and Mary Jane is probably in my top 5 favorite Marvel comic book characters ever. And she is my second favorite Spider-Man adjacent character. I love comic book Mary Jane so much, and it hurts me to see how the Marvel writing team hurts her. It makes me so mad. They're so bad to her. They're so awful to her. But yeah, it's... So, this guy, Paul, and the thing is, oh, look, Mary Jane has a love interest other than Peter. On paper, I should be all for this, right? Like, Paul should be handwritten to appease guys like me, right?
Yeah.
I hate Paul. I hate Paul almost as much as the Spider fans hate him for having him cuck Peter with Mary Jane.
I gotta see who the Paul guy is because now I'm very curious because I have a guy. You know this kind of beard. Oh yeah, they gave him a beard like that. Yes.
Oh yeah, no. They scientifically designed him to piss off their audience because he is peak 2010s hipster.
Yeah, that's really weird for me. It's something I reject. This is.
You should. You absolutely should reject it because it was scientifically designed by Marvel to spit in the face of their fan base.
Well,
He is a plot device of pure resentment and spite.
Yeah, I mean, even this look, yeah, it's like a parody at this point, you know, like.
And that's why, for as much as I love Mary Jane and hate Peter Parker, I still hate Paul, because Paul isn't an actual character, isn't an actual man for Mary Jane to be in love with and to make her happy. Paul is a plot device made to make Peter miserable, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I can't stand him for that. But that's been the status quo in Spider-Man for past couple years, is basically, hey, here's Paul. He's everything you hate. He's fucking the girl you, through Spider-Man, kind of subconsciously want to be with.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, you know, what they call in anime the waifu, right?
Yeah. No, they are deliberately spitting in the face of everyone who saw Mary Jane as their waifu.
Yeah, I mean, if I would have had the waifu, it was probably her or one of maybe Red Sonja, something like that, you know. But Red Sonja probably would have killed me because she has her vow of chastity. So if Conan can't beat her, me as a schlubby teenager can't. I'm not even close.
Okay, all right. So who would be the Paul to Red Sonja? If someone had to scientifically design a person to piss you off to pair off with Red Sonja, what would that person look like?
Probably probably like Paul. Just give him some Hyborian age outfit. You know, probably like a pretty prince or something. The problem is, Red Sonja would especially not. She would never. She probably her ideal guy would be Conan, honestly. But because she lives by this, she literally is blessed by this goddess.
But you have to remember, they don't give a shit about her. They just give a shit about pissing off the Conan fans.
Well, they actually also, the modern Red Sonja, haven't followed, and they changed her origin, so maybe now they would have done this, or maybe they even done it already. So yeah, I'm sure it's probably some like thief prince or whatever, or even better, just some prince. You know?
You know who it would be? It would be Flynn Rider from the Disney Tangled movie.
I haven't even seen the Disney Tangled movie. So.
Look up Flynn Rider and tell me that guy wouldn't be your perfect nightmare.
He's probably the anti-Conan. Yeah, probably. Like that because like he's a guy that Conan basically. Breaks his where he doesn't even break his neck, he doesn't kill him, he just slaps him because he's annoying, you know. Like that's how I think. Because the thing about Conan, when I started reading Conan from the beginning, he did try to get with Sonja, and of course Sonja just wanted to get whatever treasure, and then she basically tells him no. But it's like where it's interesting because then he doesn't really try, but they kind of have this respect for each other. But that's again when Marvel had still their brains in their brain, in their brain cells in their brain. So it's like, it's. I see something maybe else that you see, but I think personally
what it is, it's back in a time when their highest selling book team didn't actively resent and despise their core audience.
Yeah. The thing is that where I think this is the case, but whatever. Let's just move on. Paul cucks Peter, even though I don't like to say the sentence, but okay, I'm not surprised.
Right? Yeah, and so Paul cucks Peter, and then through comic book nonsense, her and Paul adopt some kids, but then they lose the kids because they weren't real. Just stupid comic book nonsense at this point. Yeah.
The techno magic bullshit. Yeah.
But now Mary Jane has lost another child.
Okay.
Because remember, she lost the pregnancy back in the 1990s too.
Yeah.
And Marvel, why do you do this to her? Why do you hate her so much where you're okay piling on so much pain and misery to her? But that's my own frustration with how Marvel's treated Mary Jane. Like, that pissed me off. But yeah, nope. So her and Paul had some kids until they didn't. And then Marvel, in an attempt to keep Mary Jane away from Spider-Man and make her more of her own independent character, they turned her into a superhero.
Which I don't like either, honestly.
And that superhero was called Jackpot.
Oh, God.
It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. But, as you can probably imagine, Jackpot books weren't selling too hot.
And she's basically, I'm looking at her outfit, she's basically Spider-Woman.
Yeah, she's Spider-Woman,
She's
but not
Spider-Woman.
Spider-Woman.
She's they wanted to have Harley Quinn and Spider-Woman, and they didn't get either. This is really bad.
Yeah,
Jackpot.
It is. And surprise, that book has not been doing too hot. Who would have guessed?
Spider-Woman is a really cool character. We don't need another Spider-Woman. We have already Spider-Woman,
And so, at long last, we arrive to the point where Mary Jane and Venom meet as characters in this really bizarre point in both their continuities, because Mary Jane has lost her not children with Paul, but the thing is, she's now being written by the Venom team, led by Al Ewing at the current moment. She's a Venom side character now in continuity, not a Spider-Man side character as much as she used to be, which is weird, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
And since they have lost their fake children, the thing is, the Venom creative team hates Paul almost as much as I do, and they can't wait to get rid of him.
Let's see something good, I guess. Well, you said the Venom team has been doing well, so.
Yeah, well, over the past few years, I don't know how all their numbers have been on all their books, but no, the Venom team finds a way to keep making stories that on paper should be awful pretty damn good.
Well, if the series is still ongoing, that means that they're selling well enough. Then.
Yep, they relaunched it with its new #1, all new Venom.
Yeah.
But you remember the state where Eddie Brock is in the current continuity? He's no longer a god. He's stuck with Carnage in kind of a dual hostage situation, status quo for the moment.
Yeah.
And how Marvel's long-term plan for Venom is to give it to Eddie's son Dylan, right?
Yeah.
So they need to have someone hold the Venom symbiote until Dylan is old enough to be Venom. Oh my God!
And then Mary Jane is holding it. Yeah, sorry, I interrupted.
Yep, she's holding it because while Eddie is bonded to Carnage, he doesn't want to be anywhere near his own son for obvious reasons. So that means that. But guess who's in charge? Guess who Dylan's guardian is right now?
Jackpot, Mary Jane.
Mary Jane.
Mary Venom. Venom Jane. I don't know.
Because here's the thing. Yep. His guardian is Mary Jane Watson, who has the Venom symbiote, and ever since she's become Venom, the Jackpot is no longer a thing. Like, they're basically using the Venom symbiote to get rid of the whole Jackpot identity.
In general, I never liked it when ancillary characters or important characters in a comic book that weren't the hero or the villain, which are important. The normal characters.
I fully agree with you on this. I adored Mary Jane as a normal human woman with, coming from a hard background, struggling to make it as an artist, where she's had some brief glimpses of success followed by long periods of failure. I ate that shit up.
And she's not completely average because she's like a stunning supermodel, but she is not a superhero or a supervillain.
Right, she wasn't a superhero. She was She was a very hot, top percentile, but
she's still a normal human.
human woman.
Yeah. So it's just like where Jimmy Olsen got superpowers. It was like it wasn't a silver age when they were being experimental. So they were just trying shit, where it's like, hey, let's make it more interesting.
But it's like the whole idea of Jimmy is to be the normal guy.
Unless it's a unless it's a short-term story, like for example, when Lois Lane gets powers, like they've done this in the comic books, but I specifically remember in the Dean Cain Adventures of Lois and Clark, which I think is a very good series because it focuses on the human story.
Yes.
They knew with the special effects, there's only so much they can do, mostly because of out of budget. But it was still like, for example, was better than Smallville, number one, because he is in the suit from the get-go, but he is Clark. The main story is about him and Lois figuring out cases and then having their romantic entanglements, and then at the end he becomes Superman and saves the day. But at one point, Lois gets the powers from Clark. They know who they are, that he's Superman at this point. And she becomes Ultra Woman or whatever the fuck.
Right.
And the point is that what was interesting there is that he's trying to teach her how to use her powers, and she's not that good at it because it took him also a long time to figure out his powers. And so they made a basic story out of this, and this is something they probably did in DC. I know in Earth 3, where it's all the heroes are villains and all the villains are heroes, she is the equivalent of Wonder Woman, literally Superwoman, and she has...
Oh, in What If books, they've definitely done this.
But Earth 3 is a specific reality,
but
which
it's also not the main continuity.
It is not the main continuity. It's the one with Ultraman, with Owlman, and such, and the evil guys, and where Lex Luthor is good, whereas Alexander Luthor. The point is that where I feel like with it just, I don't feel it's that interesting. Because what's interesting, especially with a superhero character, is that you have the villains that he interacts with, and he has the villains that have the costume-powered villains. But then he has also villains where, like Lex Luthor is mostly a manipulator, and back in the day he would have his power armor, which he might have in the new Superman movie. So I'm like cautiously optimistic that it could be good.
But even with the power armor, that's still not really Lex's primary means of combating Superman.
Even in the Silver Age, yes, he would but he would mostly be a mad genius kind of thing. And then they made him a corporate guy, where he's still the mad genius, but he uses the corporation. And that's something, for example, going back to Lois and Clark, where that Lex Luthor is mostly based on that. Now, by the end, when he gets desperate, yes, he uses because he lost he died and then he came back and then he made like a ray gun, but that was when he was desperate, when he didn't have any other way.
That was not plan A, that was plan G.
That was plan G, yes, where and that's why at least that is now as an example, honestly, for a show, the storyline of Lex Luthor in that show was actually done pretty well. Much better than what they did with Lex in Smallville, for example, because this Lex Smallville could have been good. Like, it started out interesting, but anyway, that's a different topic, sorry.
Right. Well, to kind of connect it, like, the thing is, okay, like, the Lois getting the Superman superpowers...
It was a one-off.
It works as a very temporary thing.
Yes, exactly.
It creates a good story, it creates a good moment where they can have reflection as they gain new perspective on each other, but it shouldn't be the norm. It's the outlier to kind of cleanse the palate before you go back to the normal status quo. And like I really think that's what's going to wind up happening here with the whole MJ Venom thing. Like, this was never planned on being the new permanent status quo. What's really going on here is that because of the whole Eddie Carnage situation, they can't have the symbiote on Eddie. They know what their long-term plan is, but that character isn't old enough to assume that responsibility yet.
Yeah.
They just need someone to hold the symbiote, and through a combination of, because this is just what Marvel does, and I can't stand it about Marvel, is so much of their marketing is just rage baiting.
Yes. I mean, DC is just as bad, pretty much, if not worse. But Marvel, maybe not. Honestly, Marvel's probably worse. Honestly.
Well, with Spider-Man, they're definitely worse.
Yeah. Okay.
On the whole, across the line, DC might be worse, but on Spider-Man in particular, Marvel's absolutely.
I don't know all the storylines, the modern DC storylines, but I don't think they've ever done, even with their absolute line. Yes, it's a very extreme versions of the characters, but they would not ruin Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman.
Can you imagine Lois Lane becoming Brainiac?
Would be fucking retarded. I'm sorry. That is beyond. Like, it was Spider-Man. Like, I get what they're doing. What they're doing is that the kid is not responsible. This is like when in Fantastic Four they had Franklin Richards, and they knew that he was basically like he had cosmic level, like godlike powers, but he was a little kid. And they got Agatha Harkness, or I don't know if Agatha Harkness knew that, and she was the babysitter and using her witch powers to, by the way, also ruined by the MCU. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I watched that show, and I don't know why I did it, but at least I reviewed it. It's a whole different thing. The Agatha Harkness from the comics, much better, and she was using her powers to basically not have him destroy the universe, not just Earth, but the universe. So
because he's a child with powers that he is nowhere near equipped to have.
Exactly, beyond anything.
So narratively, you need to have someone who can hold him on a leash so he doesn't destroy the world.
Exactly, yes. So but she was a separate character, and she was always a witch from the beginning, as far as I understand, and it's like when the human characters humanize the superhuman, the weird characters, that in order for them they are more relatable. As much as I like my fantastic, my big science fiction stories, I like them, but I also understand that, for example, Thor was great because he was Thor, but he also, I'm just starting to read now the early Thor comics, and here he still has his human counterpart, and they're doing kind of a Clark Kent. He's Clark Kenting, but he's Clark Kenting in a weird way because she really loves him as the Doctor. Jane Foster loves him as the Doctor, and he's doing a lot of heroic things as a Doctor. He's saving lives, in a realistic way. But he thinks because she says he's this manly thing. Of course, this will change, and this is something that they abandon. But it's still interesting where it's like, you need the normal characters to react, It's so refreshing.
Yeah, you need in comedic terms, you need a straight man.
Yeah.
And that's basically what these normal human characters are. And that's what Mary Jane was to Spider-Man before everything went to absolute fucking nonsense with that character. She was one of the rocks. Her and Aunt May were the two rocks that chained him to actual recognizable reality from all the superhero nonsense he was involved in.
Exactly. And that was from the beginning. And that's why I have a problem again with the MCU, going back to that, is because I enjoy somewhat the Spider-Man that they added. I was first hyped that they even added Spider-Man. When they added him in Civil War, that was the cool, because nobody thought this would be possible, so we're going to have a separate Spider-Man universe. Okay, it's lame, but whatever. We have a separate X-Men universe. And I remember...
It was cool to see, and like Spider-Man No Way Home was great because they found a way to do... It was like Deadpool and Wolverine. It was a love letter to the previous Spider-Man movies.
Yes. It was good, but it also wasn't great because this was my problem. I was hyped, and I thought it was a love letter, just as you said, to the previous, and it was the best use of the multiverse. But then this whole idea that all the villains that died got brought back, and I was like, so what does it?
Trying to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah. So the problem is that then, yes, Peter would try to help them. That is very true. All of the Peters, unless the evil Peters, yes. Or maybe not Spider-Man Noir, something like that. He'd be like the Punisher, but everybody else, the majority would mostly help. These would help them.
He would. It makes sense that Peter would try and help, but there are certain there's in the stories that they appeared in, those villains needed to die in the context that they made. The Green Goblin had to die by his own hands in order to fulfill that story.
Because
Dr. Octopus needed to die to redeem himself.
Yeah, because he saves the city from the old menace that he created, and now it's like this
thing. City from himself.
Yeah, from himself. And the thing was that the reason why they had this whole, villains die, because bringing the actors back, especially the big name actors, it was a way. It's not the best ideal situation, but back then they didn't know if the next movie would even happen, and
right, exactly.
And also they wanted to have a new villain because to keep it fresh. And the thing was with Spider-Man 3, is that I liked the conclusion with New Goblin, It wasn't perfect, but that was the storyline that was concluded. It was the love triangle. And
that whole movie just should have been New Goblin.
It would have been New Goblin, maybe Sandman. That's what was the plan.
Right.
But adding Venom, especially the skinny Venom, let's not even talk about that.
God, I hate that. That is the worst rendition of the character by far.
I just wish, if Null would have been the actor who played the dad from that 70s show, I kick your ass.
Oh my god! Oh.
As a Saturday Night Live skit, that would have been funny.
Okay. Oh, that would be amazing.
That is the only way that would have been funny, but that is the only way. But also just as a skit. The problem was he was this is supposed to be real, and
well, the problem is Raimi just made Venom just into an evil Peter. He didn't know really thing one about the character.
Yeah, because it wasn't his era anymore. He didn't read anymore. Yeah, he wanted to have classic Spider-Man.
He stuff in the 80s. He read stuff in the Spider-Man in the 70s.
In the 60s and 70s, yeah. So he did. Yeah. So see, he had that Venom wasn't even like an idea yet of anybody. It was. So anyway, so let's continue on. So she becomes the person, who holds the Venom.
So Mary Jane, and this is where it means a lot to me because I love both of these characters so much, and I run into this really weird place because on the one hand, the Venom team has repeatedly proven to me they can take what looks like a bad concept and make a good story out of it. So I should have some degree of faith because it is the Venom writers telling this story right now. It is not the Spider-Man writers telling this story right now. So, based on their track record, I should have some trust in this, right?
Yeah.
But also, on the other hand, this is like making Lois Lane Brainiac.
It's so bad. It is so bad. It's yeah.
It's like this concept on paper is so horrible. Even if the creative team behind it has pulled this miracle off before, can you really pull this one off?
See, for example, the Conduit, one of my favorite villains of Superman that is actually more obscure now, but he had one of the best lines in the post-Superman Dead series. It's the post-Zero Hour, post-Superman Death era. And he's called Johnny or Jimmy Braverman or something like that, and he was a friend of Clark when they were kids. For a friend, they were more rivals, but he was never as good as him. And then when he finds out that he's Superman, then he knows why, and he becomes Conduit because of his whole rage. And I don't want to spoil the story, but it's really good, I think, because basically he's obsessed with him. But this is a character. This was a new character that they created from the ground up. Started as a normal character, and because of his hatred and his obsession, he modifies his body to become like a kryptonite cyborg, and even after his death, he has a whole plan, and it's fucking insane actually, because it ends up he recreated all of Smallville with robots, including and then you can see it's maybe a little bit heavy-handed, but I like it. The football field, where the entire audience is Kevin Braverman's dad cheering him on, and really that's his true hatred, as he's fighting Clark, where Clark then took off his shirt, okay, I'm not Superman, it's just you and me, And it was so good, maybe I don't know now. Maybe there's better stuff, but it was a new character introduced who started out as a normal character created. Mary Jane is already so set as the
she's so
girlfriend,
in the continuity.
formal,
She was, she was the party girl, best friend of the love interest all the way back in the original start.
Yeah,
And then after the original love interest died, she became the new love interest, and then she became, the OTP for decades and decades.
Yeah.
And then they blew it all up.
Yeah. And this is my problem is that and this goes back so she's just keeping the Marvel the Venom thing.
Right. And this is one of those things where I very much appreciate some of the bold choices the Venom team has made, but I'm ready for the symbiote to have a long-term host, I'm ready for it to settle down too. I'm a little tired of it jumping around. I think most of the jumping around it's done has worked, but it's time for it to settle. It's time for Venom to have a long-term status quo again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, the whole from the Venom side of the equation, I can accept Mary Jane as the host because this is obviously a very temporary thing. She's just holding it until Dylan's ready to be it, or until Eddie can get away from Carnage.
Yeah.
So I can accept it as the short term, but Marvel, I am getting tired. I am ready for a long-term status quo here, and for you to just stick with it.
They never do that. Okay, this is what I think. So is this the end of the Mary Jane Venom thing? And I know I interrupted you too many times, and I apologize.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Well, pretty much basically what it comes down to is, I'm very kind of foggy on how I feel about this, because on the one hand, on its face, it's such a catastrophically bad idea. But on the other hand, these characters are in such a... Well, Venom isn't. Venom's actually in a pretty strong place. But Mary Jane is in such a fucked place as a character. This kind of insanity might be what she needs to get back to some kind of normal. Because the Venom writers are laying the groundwork for her to ditch Paul.
I mean, I honestly hope it, because it's kind of ridiculous to me. Not that she cannot have another boyfriend, and it doesn't have to be a hero character. It can be it
just has to be someone. It has to be an actual character, not a vindictive plot device.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like where
So it's this is, on some level, this is a really stupid idea that has some really positive potential. But it is also such blatant. The real reason why they made Mary Jane Venom, and I guess this is kind of the problem I have, is everything that I'm okay with Mary Jane being Venom about would apply to any other character. You could have made Black Cat Venom.
That would have been much better. Much better.
It really would, because you would still have all the relative positives from this scenario without anywhere near as many negatives.
She's an established superhero, or more like an anti-hero, femme fatale. She's the Catwoman. Let's be honest, she's a Catwoman ripoff. Let's be completely honest, okay?
100%.
So let's not even pretend.
On one hand, I'm like, okay, for a temporary status quo thing, you need to have somebody hold on to Venom for their own reasons. They want Venom to be a woman right now. Okay,
yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
You can't have it be Eddie, because Eddie's in the middle of his own story arc at the moment, and you don't want to ruin it. Okay, got it. Why? Okay.
Why not Spider-Woman? Why not Spider-Woman? That's on the hand. Spider-Woman.
Hell, yeah.
Why not Miles Morales? That could have been interesting, right? He's already a Spider-Man character, so why not? He's already in the main MCU universe, and for a long time he's established, and he's a friend of Peter.
Or because they've given Black Widow her own symbiote, she just has a symbiote now. If you were already going to do that, Why not Black Widow?
I mean, Black Widow even, she is very, like, focused, and I think that would have been fine. It would have worked.
You might be right. But, I mean, in all seriousness, like, if you're going to do this, yeah, wouldn't Black Cat have been a better choice?
Yeah, I mean, Black Cat, Black Widow, it's like, it can be a male character, it can be anything. It could be the Falcon. I think the Falcon could have been cool. Because my problem is also with the new Captain America movie is that they made him into Captain America, and it's not a Falcon movie. And I know because it's a brand name. Again, this one is more like where it's like mostly corporate bullshit, because they don't trust that the movie The Falcon would sell, or because they was joking, I'm not American Falcon. I'm like, I don't know, American Falcon sounds kind of cool to me,
Well, no, honestly, American Falcon sounds like a kick-ass name.
But they were joking. Oh, I'm not American Falcon. I'm like, that sounds like a better name. You can still have the shield.
Well, the real issue I have with the modern Captain America, like, honestly, I think if you are going to do a baton pass from Steve, I think Sam Wilson is the correct choice to do it with. But the real problem I have is that ever since they've made him Captain America, he's lost all of his personality.
Yeah, that's really bad. So he's this is the trope, the Gordon Good brother, the black guy who's just he has no personality. Gordon Good brother, he's just a good guy with like in the series. My problem was in the Captain America series, they were adding this whole layer of race to the whole Captain America thing, and it was a really bad way to add the black Captain America thing, in my opinion, where they could have made it so that where they still have this element, but where I would have preferred if they showed the black Captain America as like, yeah, well, they didn't like me because I was black and they used me, but I still was proud to fight for my country, and they could have a scene where he epically goes there. I would have done it like this. You could have still addressed the racial stuff, but not make it this focused kind of rage baiting thing. And this whole the cop coming to him is, oh, is this black guy? It's like, come on, man. This is not the 60s anymore, okay? Like, we get it. Especially now that you have to, in the MCU, it never made sense for me to have racist stuff because... Well... Anyway, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, we've just moved into a topic that
it's
has
a very different topic.
Yes. So many landmines, and it's on such a completely different wavelength.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I just can't make the shift
Sorry. Anyway, let's just stop here for this topic. I don't like it either. I think this is what I wanted to say. Sorry, and I apologize for going into tangents. This is my mistake. But this is what we do here in the Beastcast, So we're all fine.
Oh no! I came in knowing that we were going to go on tangent.
The longest episodes are always guest episodes, and pretty much one of them is with you. The other one was Gex Up, which that one.
I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised by that in the least a little bit. But yeah, no. So it's like, yeah, like the whole thing with just to sum it up real fast with the Mary Jane Venom thing. It's like the character they're both adjacent to, Spider-Man, he's been destroyed by his modern continuity.
Yeah.
He's been destroyed, and it's just like it's on the one hand, because on its face, yes, it's a laughable, insane idea. There's a reason why Marvel even made that decision. It was because they knew they were going to get the outrage posting reaction.
Yeah, well, it is this kind of reaction farming, and it's just short-term gain. And this is the problem in general. And they use different things, not just this woke stuff. They also use other things, and it's this exploitation, and I don't like it. For me, this sounds like the whole Mary Jane Venom thing. It's like... You like your, I don't know, you said peanut butter and chocolate in this case again. You like your chocolate, you like your peanut butter, or whatever. Or you like, here we go, you like your salty dishes, you like your sweet dishes. Sometimes you can't combine them. So you have two of your favorite dishes, and they're combined. But I'm not sure if you... I'm
not sure if the palate is quite pleased with the outcome.
Yeah. Exactly, and this is
because because everything they wanted to do, everything they wanted to accomplish with this, they could have accomplished with Black Cat, and it would have been better for it.
Yeah.
But Black Cat wouldn't have gotten the outrage reaction they wanted.
Yeah, that was the whole point. And this is my problem, is that there's no creativity. They don't make new characters. They don't make anything interesting. They just do exploitation, and they don't stick with it, as you said. They just do it for a while, and then they either, if they're forced to retcon it, they retcon it, or they use they either do an in-universe retcon, or they do just they just retcon it somehow, and then they change it. So it's like, what's the point? What was the point of that?
Right. And
So,
and like I'm sure a year from now, they will have resolved this. I'm sure they're going to dovetail the Eddie Brock Carnage storyline into the Mary Jane Venom, and they're going to have some sort of final conflict that gets Carnage away from and off of Eddie.
yeah,
I'm sure that's going to happen.
yeah,
But it's just like, if you really needed someone to be a holdover, why was it Mary Jane? And the thing is, we know the answer to that. It's because they wanted to piss people off.
yeah. That's the whole point. So and this is not the first time that this happened. The One More Day was in part was done that for that. It was also, as you said, this vendetta that they hated it, but then they also said, "Oh, this is really great. We're gonna really, enrage the fans." So it's this kind of like anti-marketing. This rage, as you said, it is rage baiting. It's like in internet slang, it's just like when they do like, there's different kind of clickbaiting, and rage baiting is probably the simplest one of them. But in my term, it doesn't lead to long-lasting sales. Short-term, maybe, and yes, maybe the fans of Spider-Man, the majority are idiots, idiot consumers. It's like,
the thing is, okay, I do want to put one little bit of softness, because
okay,
obviously I had some Venom, pun unavoidable. I spoke at the Spider fan community. Let me clarify that with one thing. I don't think that's the majority. I think it is an exceptionally loud minority.
yeah,
I think most people who like Spider-Man, they like Spider-Man because they like the idea of him,
yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah.
just the reality of what he is now is so far removed from that idea.
The problem is they're in love, as you said, they're loving with the brand name, and the brand name brings up a specific era of Spider-Man. I know this is not the Spider-Man I like. I didn't even grow up with the 60s. I grew up with the Bronze Age Spider-Man from mostly the 80s. I did read some early stuff when I got my hand on some earlier comics, but it was hard to get comics back then. But it was mostly Avengers related, which is actually my favorite. That was actually included a comic, the first German release of when the Avengers find Captain America. That's probably my favorite like old comic that I have. But the comics that they did release were from the 80s and 90s, and those are the ones I grew up with. So yeah, Venom was very integral to that, but also other characters. And I switched kind of from Spider-Man, and I also read other characters, but I switched to Conan and then to Spawn Conan, and it's kind of like, not because I didn't like Spider-Man, it was a different reason, but I think the problem is when I go into, I think I remember one of the last Spider-Man comics I bought was when Peter Parker was Spider-Man again, and I was just scratching my head because I didn't read all of the Clone Wars stuff, or the Clone Saga, stuff, and I remember like he was back again, and he was Peter, and he's fighting a guy called the Kangaroo, and I was like, you know what, I'm kind of done with comics in general. I was like 19 or 20, and I was like, I'm done for a while,
Yeah. Oh no, I went through that. Oh, hey, that was the whole Gargan era for me.
Yeah, you were like done. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you just ruined the one thing I really care about. Goodbye.
I remember.
Then he fixed it and started caring again.
Because for me, Spawn, what I liked about Spawn is that I knew Todd McFarlane from Spider-Man. He did a great job. Not every of his issues, but the ones I did, I think was great. Like when he was fighting with Solo and he was trying to get Solo not to murder, and then he like had this temporary cyborg arm, very 90s. Yes, I know, but
oh, dude. Well, the thing is, okay, McFarlane's Spider-Man art is legitimately in conversation with Jim Lee's X-Men art.
Yes,
Some
yes.
of the best art ever created for a comic.
The thing about Jim Lee is that, especially Jim Lee's X-Men, like set the tone for the like I think
Really did.
like Rob Liefeld, he had like a lot of people shit on him. Sometimes his art could be okay. I liked his ideas, but he always wanted to draw like Jim Lee, and he couldn't, But
Yeah,
he
he
could
was-
sell
he-
and market his stuff, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Liefeld was a much better salesperson than he was an artist.
What I liked
don't
about
mean-
it, yeah, go ahead.
I don't mean that disrespectfully necessary. I mean that matter-of-factually,
The thing is that I liked his confidence and I liked that he worked. So that's why I don't care about critics, because actually some of his characters, like Youngblood, was basically like he wanted to do. I mean, even it's kind of some of his it's very like simple where it's like X-Men but Youngblood, but it's a government organization and they're like celebrities. So he wanted to make it more realistic and more in our world in his way, but also like on the other hand, the way, like, the type of guns they have and everything, it's like where the muscles and yes, the feet, all the shit, it's true. But the funny thing is, once he did Image, he was drawing less and less and just delegating, and he would make one character or like a team, and then another team would draw it. So he wanted to become more like the guy controlling everything, and that's why they also kicked him out of Image, because his ego clashed with the other people's ego, because Youngblood 1 was one of the best-selling comics, especially indie comics, for a long time. So because of the hype, because he built that up through his X-Men run.
Well, I really think Liefeld and Image as a whole benefited so heavily from the comic bubble at the time.
Yes. It was all about collecting and shit. It was the first issue and all this stuff, and like all hologram like covers and all this kind of bullshit. Yeah. And it burst so hard, and nobody of the founders, the only series that are still running, that are from the beginning and still running to now, because Image is still around, but they're always coming up with new stuff, and there's good stuff between two there. And some people have returned. I think even Liefeld returned, at least for a short while. But it's Savage Dragon and Spawn, because, like, even though I'm not the biggest fan of, the creator of Savage Dragon, I forgot his name. Actually, it is actually not a bad series, honestly.
See, I'll level with you. I've never read Savage Dragon, so I'm not judging its quality from first-hand knowledge. But
yeah, Eric Larson. Yeah, that's the guy.
But it is. I totally get why Spawn, caught on and has had the trajectory that it's had.
Oh, it was the perfect point. Yeah.
It was. No, it was the right artist at the right time with the right story. Absolute perfect synergy. How the hell is Savage Dragon still going?
No. Savage Dragon, I started reading it, and I think you would like it. You know why? Because I'm not even the biggest fan of Eric Larson. I wouldn't agree with anything with him, like, at least as a person. But I don't care about that. Apparently he also wrote for Spider-Man. He was in Marvel Comics as well. All of them were in Marvel Comics, all of the Image founders. That is a known thing. And all of them were successful. Yeah. Savage Dragon, from surface level, he's basically the Hulk. But yes, to a certain extent. But he's also not, because he's literally just, they literally find him in the middle of a burning, like, crater. There's a meteorite, and they find him in a burning crater. And he doesn't know who he is, so he has to rebuild his personality. And he decides, because he's, who he is, he's got super strength, he becomes literally a cop. So he doesn't like superheroes, really. He doesn't like the whole cop. Like, literally, there's a superhero team called Freak Force. And they're basically like, but they're kind of like young X-Men, but they're like, imagine if young X-Men, they just got together and they didn't know what they were doing. So they're almost like the West Coast Avengers, But it's actually kind of cool, honestly. And basically in Chicago, there is like a supervillain Kingpin. So they have these mutants, basically, and there's the Kingpin, the Overlord, and he's one of the main villains for a while. The point is that Savage Dragon, it's like, imagine a cop story from the 70s set in Chicago, but the cop is like a beefy green guy with a big fin. He's not even that tall, That's the other thing. He just gets more tall because of the fin. And literally he gets Freak Force involved, and he said, okay, you know what? Yeah, come, we need your help to help with all the super villains, the super crazies running around. But, you know, you got to do the thing, you got to follow the orders. First, you got to wear police uniforms. And they have one guy who's also a big muscular red guy, like a 10-foot red. Imagine a red Hulk guy, but he's almost like more like a ogre kind of looking guy, and he's like a surfer dude. He's basically also a teenager. Okay. And
so what you're telling me is this series is a lot more camp and less try hard cool than it might have initially sounded like.
It's not try hard cool. It's camp, but it also feels at times very real, because there's very real moments, like like his dating life and how it affects him because who he is. So he starts dating this superhero chick, and then she gets pregnant and everything, and there's all this weird stuff. But it's also just his life being who he is, and it's mostly like a cop story. Just imagine, instead of them just shooting, I think you would enjoy it, honestly, because there is a lot of like punching each other through buildings, sure, but there's also a lot of like, he has a good friend who's a cop, and he gets framed. They go all through this, so it's like basically, and it's pretty clever, because in many ways there's, at least from the outfits and the characters, it looks like, yes, it's the 90s, but he's also kind of making fun of it in a way.
Okay.
So there's like a guy called Killcat, okay? And he's really this no-name superhero. At one point, some guy says, "Thank you for helping me, Shadowhawk." Shadowhawk is another character that's actually pretty cool. But from a different creator. But at that point in Image, they were trying to make their own comics universe, shared universe, and it kind of worked for them, but not really. They were still doing their own thing, but also they were acknowledging each other. Like Spawn shows up, or like Youngblood, or whatever. So I think you would like it. I won't go more into that. I don't know, but I think you would, because it does. That's why I've been enjoying it, because there is Marvel energy there, but they're allowed to do their own thing. Like that was the good thing about Image. Even though they were saying, yeah, we can do our own shared universe, but everybody does their thing. Like Spawn starts off more superhero fighting demons and angels, but then it becomes more horror-esque and more noir-esque, and him just trying not to be evil completely, and like whining about Wanda. So it's like because then, I don't know, like he was selling toys and having more fun designing toys. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I think you would like Savage Dragon.
It's the thing I feel like kind of that did the Image revolution and how Spawn was able to avoid it is that, yeah, the promise of the Image was that they weren't bound by the brand.
Yeah. Because there was no baggage and legacy.
Their own brand.
Yeah. And they did all the mistakes that Marvel did eventually. So the thing was that I think because Eric Larson is not such a domineering person, he just said, I just want to draw my comics. That's why he didn't really venture too much with other media. The only thing that came out of Savage Dragon is a short-lived cartoon, which is not great, but it could have been much worse, Like, it's not the worst cartoon I've seen made based on a comic, But it should have been done much better, I think. If they do it now as an animated, I think they could, especially what they're doing now, it could be much better, so.
Okay. I mean, the thing is, all right, what earns me a lot of points with fiction nowadays is if it doesn't take itself too seriously. Like, if it can laugh at itself, that earns a lot of good brownie points. Like, legitimately laugh at itself, not Joss Whedon, oh, I'm going to make fun of myself before you make fun of me, insecure bullshit, Yeah, if it can legitimately take the piss out of itself, I got some respect for it.
But there's different ways how you can do it. Like with Savage Dragon, I haven't read all the comics. There's still a lot. There's like over 300 issues, whatever, not counting all the spin-offs and whatever. The point is that where he makes fun of it, but violence is still very real, people get killed, and but there's also like times where it's really funny, where because he has no patience. He doesn't like superheroes or villains. He doesn't have patience for them, basically. He's like the no-nonsense cop. But he doesn't have a costume because he's like the Hulk. So he is green, and he's got a big fin on it, but he's always like this. But he also doesn't, I'm sure, he gets angry and punches whatever, but, like, it's not my favorite.
But he has his own identity.
He has his own identity. He's not like the Hulk in that sense. Like, he's not even like the Gray Hulk. Like, it's its own thing.
Right. Well, you can see where the inspiration started from, but they didn't just start where it started. They didn't end where it started from. It was the start point, and then they went off and they made it its own thing.
Well, exactly. And the thing about, for example, Pitt is more of a Hulk clone, but Pitt also does things differently because, like, Pitt only lasted 20-something issues, although there are still crossovers. But Pitt is cool in his own way because Pitt is basically Imagine Grey Hulk, but more monster-like, and he's got claws. And literally, the more aggression you pile on him, the more he can give back, and he kills, so he doesn't give a shit. And the whole point of him is that he's like an alien, but he was actually originally a human, and he had a twin human, but he got abducted and then genetically modified by like a warrior alien race. And so he has this psionic connection with his brother, his twin brother, which is a little kid. So he finds him. So he becomes his big protector kind of thing. So there was good ideas there. What I really liked about Pitt is that it's the art. I thought if Liefeld wanted to do the art of that guy, and I'll tell you who he is. Okay, the character. No, that's not the one. Not the Pitt. Just Pitt. Dale Keown. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm not going to go into this because, again, I could go on, and there's still so much about this era that I don't know. But there is. I will. You know what? If you're interested, because this is my advice to you about this whole Marvel thing, is that you gotta maybe just check out other stuff that is not Marvel, not DC, maybe not even American. See what's out there,
Right.
And not manga,
not
because there is good.
Yeah. No, there's plenty of even just digital comics. Like people going as full indie as you possibly can.
Yes.
We've been talking a lot about that, but it's you have a wealth of options. IGN is doing their own stuff. There's so truth be told is the big two as a concept is pretty much dead.
Yeah. Comics won't go away. They will just probably be digital. Although no, I don't know, because people, as much as they're pushing, you won't own nothing and you will eat the bugs and everything will be just a subscription. People still want to own physical stuff, and even the Zoomers will realize that eventually. The Zoomies and even the Alphas will realize that. And I think even Blu-rays and DVDs won't disappear. They might become collector's items, maybe. But
I think what'll happen with the Blu-rays and DVDs in specific is they'll come back in another form.
Yeah.
Because basically, I really think the streaming services have already overextended themselves.
People are sick of that. I'm getting sick of it.
Yeah, and people are just going to be sick and tired of always having to pay a monthly fee.
Multiple. That's the biggest problem. If you want to have this whole
look, if everything was still under Netflix, okay, then I could pay the one fee to get to Netflix. But now that I have to have Netflix, now that I have to have HBO and
Disney Plus
and Disney Plus and
YouTube Premiere or whatever the fuck,
right. And it's just no, I can't.
Amazon Prime and whatever. If you want to have older movies, Amazon Prime is better, but it's also and you'll never have older movies. That's the other thing. There's lots of movies that are not going to be on streaming. And I know for some people, they don't care. They just want to watch the latest movies, and that's fine. But if you want to watch something more niche, something more specific...
Oh, as an old movie connoisseur that I am, I care a lot about that.
Yeah,
I care a lot, because there is so much quality content.
Yes.
That no major streaming service is ever going to pick up.
Yes, never.
It deserves to be retained.
Yeah, and that's why we also need DVDs in order for these movies not to get lost. That's the thing that I'm really worried about, is because the studios, they don't care. They didn't care.
They don't care at all.
In the silent movie era, they would destroy movies themselves. Sometimes they were destroyed by accident because of the satellite burning, but also they destroyed just to have more space. And I get that, because back then there was not a real way for normal people to buy the movies. The collectors that could were very rich. There was no such thing as, yes, even then there was piracy, but again, it was very limited. Actually,
Right.
Some of these have survived because of piracy. That's the funny thing. So, but either way, I think in general, just going back, is that, like, you can buy comics legally online. There's also other ways, sure, but there is, for example, if you really want to check out old stuff, the Golden Age, there is public domain comics, completely legal. And it's basically the majority of comics that are not Timely or National or DC or Marvel as we know them now. And the old stuff you can get from DC and Marvel too. There is very good collections out there. But it's like, for me, it's just a new era. Like, it is new because it's very old, but I never had access to these things.
Right.
Even
well, let's give credit where it's due to the modern technology too. We have the ability to go back and find these Golden Age comics because they are digitally saved.
Exactly, and there's other comics that are not on official like stores. Like, the thing is that, as much as you could frown on piracy, but there's some comics that for one reason or another can never be, even if it's a Marvel or DC thing, if it has like a tie-in character from another company, there's a big chance that it won't be on their official places to buy comics. And it's
this speaks into the real problem that is international copyright.
Yes.
As it is now. It's like, no, we need, and this is where, if you ask me, the real evil of Disney is this. It's that stuff, in order for things to continue and actually be cultural artifacts, they have to enter the public domain.
Yes.
They have to.
Yes, and earlier than this time that they decided on. And also the registered trademark, because they said, yes, Superman will become, in I think 2030 something, like, it will become public domain. Sure, the first action comic, the first issues, but the name Superman will be trademarked, because all they have to do is just pay, just like with the name Mickey Mouse. Yes, you can use Mickey Mouse from the first cartoons, but you cannot use the name, and they will trademark this till the end of time, because they have the money for that.
Right, and they'll just draw it out and they'll stall it out. And look, I'm all like, there's people who jump to a different extreme where it's like, copyright bullshit, copyright shouldn't exist at all. No. Just because a couple corporations have horrifically abused it doesn't mean that the actual artists who depend on it to make a living from their stuff deserve to have it ripped away from them. It's like, but I really do think that. Okay, I'm all on board for, the creator, for maybe the duration of their life, they get to profit solely off of that IP. But once that creator has passed, it needs to move into the public domain.
Yes.
We can't do this shell game anymore where, your corporate entity gets to retain it past your... No.
Yes.
Mickey Mouse should have entered the public, the public domain.
Yeah.
When Walt Disney died.
Yeah. And when Walt Disney died, at that point, Mickey Mouse was already... Literally, Disney has been actually pushing to extend the rules for copyright and trademarks. And that's why...
They're one of the most flagrant, one of the worst... They might be the worst abuser of this.
I mean, they were trying to basically make it so that these fairy tales are trademarked, this specific look and whatever. And they said, no, these things are way older than, some of them might be thousands of years old. So let's just calm down a bit. We don't know how old they are. And
right.
I feel like where just because John Carter of Mars, a lot of the novels became public domain, I still see Dynamite Comics making comics of that, but now it might give a chance for another guy, because, for example, I'm also making my own comic. in this kind of in this is a little. I mean, I think I talked about this, but this is also in kind of a sword and fantasy world, and it's not like that. But the thing is that yes, I want to have the trademark, and I want to have the copyright. And I know it's different. I want to have the copyright. It's definitely as long as I live, at least, unless I decide, I'm done with that. But yes, when I'm dead, it's like where if I manage to make money with it, then it's like, and if I have children, I don't know if I will, but if I do have children, then, they'll have that money, they'll inherit it. But then,
well, the thing is, they have the right from they should be able to get the money you pass down to them.
The money, yes, but not the copyright.
They shouldn't have the IP. Yeah, they shouldn't have the IP.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
What I've seen with video games, at least with some indie games from the past, which we called back then shareware, is that there was a couple of guys that decided, shareware was the way to sell if you weren't a big company, and it was you would send out the demo in different ways, and people could get it, and then they would mail in like to buy it, very old-fashioned. But the point is that some of these guys decided, I had my fill, now it's going to be legally freeware. Anybody can download it. And the game has been still played, and it's still been in whatever game it is. And there's a couple of these, and so his legacy continues, and there's no reason he cannot make a remake or a sequel or a different game, But that specific game, that copyright, is now freeware or public domain. And there's Creative Commons, there's different levels, I know, because nothing can be simple. Everything has to be complicated as fuck. But yeah, and I agree with that. And I think that but in general, I think that people need to just stop. I agree with you. They have to stop buying Marvel products, and including the comics.
Simple. If you really genuinely hate the product, quit buying it.
Yeah, because you know what? If you stop, the only reason they will ever change, and maybe become better is if they lose money. And they'll have to lose a lot of money before they ever will change.
Oh, you see, I guarantee you, whatever kind of woke nonsense agenda they have, it will crumble when they start meaningfully losing dollars. Now, the thing is, Disney's made it where the comics are more or less just a farm team. Yeah. Where they actually make their money is from the movies and from the merchandising.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
You not buying the comics, they're not really going to give a shit about that.
Yeah.
If you stop buying the merch, they're going to notice that real fast.
And they are noticing it because I guess all the plastic for Roast Tico or for all the Fastos Immortal or whatever they called the Eternal guys, it's like nobody cared for these, and it wasn't like, we are racist or whatever. They were just not good and they were boring, like.
Well, it's just like you, by all means, okay, like this is where I am a bit of a liberal globalist. It's like, by all means, sell to your different demographics, Hey, like there's a real big demographic of Polynesian Americans in the United States. Go ahead and make that Moana movie, Yeah,
I actually support that. You're not therefore a globalist. I think that's actually more bringing stuff together because they are bringing a Polynesian story and adopting it and making a new story, and that's why it was successful. I'm more interested in that kind of stuff, and that's why I don't see that as globalism. Like the European fairy tales, Snow White has 5 million versions. That's cool and all, and that's great, but maybe we could have other things. Maybe some Slavic fairy tales or some, I don't know, Mongolian fairy tales. They have some really cool myths and legends, but they don't want that because everything now has to be an established IP. That is the age of slop.
Exactly, and that's the real root. And that's the real root of so much of this slop is that corporate cowardice. It's that the real reason why. Yeah, hey, Rachel Zegler could have been a rock solid princess in some. If Disney had the guts to go out, look through, Mexican folklore or Central American folklore. Because I promise you, I don't know any offhand. I promise you, they have their own folklore of that kind of.
Of course, they have. Everybody has their own folklore. It's just not known. in the rest of the world, maybe by the majority.
So yeah, if Disney was really as brave as they want to insist that they are. If they were really that brave, they would have gone out and they would have found one of those folk tales, and then they would have put Ziegler to be the princess in that tale and sold that version.
Yeah.
But no, they crammed her into being Snow White because they're deathly afraid that anything that doesn't already have an existing IP won't make enough money.
And this is not even that old, because I remember, didn't they make one movie where it was like this Irish princess and she was like a huntress or something? You know?
Yeah, Brave Murder.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm like, yeah, but I'm not.
Like it didn't break down the box office. It's not like it made $1 billion, but it made money. And it created a successful additional princess that they could add on to their branding.
And it was also something different. And to me, it was like, well, like if you're gonna have a warrior princess, it's probably gonna be a Celtic or Irish one, probably, or maybe a Mongolian one.
The shield maiden, the pretty big.
Yeah.
There.
So it's
It makes sense. It adds up.
It adds up, and it's like the problem is we have gone past that, and now it's just, at least when it comes to the really high budget stuff, everything. I mean, like bringing back Robert Downey as Doctor Doom was
so pathetic.
What Doctor Doom
like,
is like maybe the best villain, especially for supervillains. He's one of my favorites.
Absolutely, I adore Doctor Doom so much.
And they ruined him once, and then they're gonna ruin him even more now. Like probably like.
Well, I really think Doctor Doom is a character. No, I love Doctor Doom. I really do. But I don't want him in the movies just because I don't think the Hollywood system, for multitudinous reasons, I just don't think they can get a character like Doom right.
Now, not the system now. Like, I think he could have been done well. Like, dude. You know what? Maybe it sounds a bit cringe, but the Roger Corman unreleased Fantastic Four movie, at least visually speaking, with their low budget, they made just a shitty movie to keep the rights. That was the whole point. It still looked better in many ways. It looked better. If they would have done this movie with a proper budget at that time, with a proper motivation, maybe waited a little bit for CGI to catch up, or use practical effects for the stuff, it could have been really good. But
to this day, the Roger Corman unreleased Fantastic Four movie is the only adaptation of Doom that has kept him as a king.
Exactly, and I would like, if I would be in charge of this, I would be like, look at where the Marvel universe map is, okay, and I would establish Latveria was part of the Hungarian kingdom before World War I, the way how Stanley envisioned it. And they speak German, they speak Hungarian as their main language, and they speak Sinti Romani. So it's like where I could make a legit like post-Soviet, but also then fascist kingdom monarchy kind of thing with Doom on the head of it.
Absolutely.
And it would be really interesting to like where maybe he just took over as the king. Before then they have like a normal president. It's just a corrupt country.
Actually, okay, all right. I know the history of Doom, and I actually really like the history of Doom. You know what? I want. We'll keep this, because let's go from Doctor Doom then. From this is a good way to the next and final topic, because we've been talking for a while and I have to go to work tomorrow. But I'm enjoying it a lot. So let's go on then. What is the topic? All right, so we're moving on from Doom to the recent Marvel trailer, right?
Yeah, exactly. The Fantastic Four trailer for the new movie.
Yep, the Fantastic Four trailer. And speaking of, all right, so you're going to make this a female character. Why didn't you just use this character if you were going to do it? Like, So you've seen the trailer for the new Fantastic Four.
Yes, the new trailer. Yeah.
And the thing is, like, my thoughts on it are definitely not uniformly negative at all.
Same here.
I have positives. I have negatives. We'll get to my big negative later.
Yeah.
Because I do want to start out a little more positive here. Like,
yeah.
I love the fact that they're going retro with it. I love the
Yes,
fact that
yes.
they're setting this in the 60s. So many of the problems of Fantastic Four adaptations is they work perfectly in their original time setting.
Yes. Yes.
And they really struggle, like, their dynamics just don't work or fit the same outside of the 60s, 70s time. They just don't.
Yeah.
So I really like and appreciate that it's a retro thing.
And it's finally a good use of the multiverse thing, because now they're showing a different universe, and it's a way for them to make finally, because I'm at that point where I would really wish, like, I just imagine like a 60s Spider-Man, but Spider-Man is a character, you can put him in multiple eras and it works. But Fantastic Four is the characters that I was like, it's not just the 60s, it's what if their technology has affected the world and it becomes this retro future. And it's like, it looks so cool, but let's continue. I agree with you with 1,000%. This is a very good choice.
So very good choice. And I do think, okay, like in terms of the looks, we don't know how this will pan out in the acting because we haven't seen the movie yet. But in terms of the look of the characters, I really like 3 out of the 4 of them.
Yes, I agree.
And it's like, okay, who's the 4th you dislike?
What is his name? Mr. Fantastic. What is the name? Pedro Pascal. Okay, this is how I always call him. Pedro Pascal. Because that's how I imagine him. He comes in and says, Pedro Pascal. I'm Pedro Pascal. And I'm like, you're a good actor in some things, but just go away.
Well, that's certainly a take. That's all I'll say.
I don't like him. I respect him for some things, but in many things, he's just overcast. He's in too many movies, number one. I can't stand it.
I will agree that he's in too much stuff. He's a little overexposed right now. But he's not the one I have the problem with.
Okay.
The one I have the problem with is Johnny Storm.
Johnny Storm is second worst, yes, because I think they're gonna go away from his
because
hot.
They've already talked so much about how the Human Torch was such a problem. I'm like, shut up.
Yes.
Let him be a hothead flirt. No, that doesn't make him into like some sort of rapist, you know.
No.
Let him be a bit of a playboy and let him get burnt. It's almost like it's the metaphor for the character.
Oh wow, yes, because their powers match their personalities. Guess what? Comic books were made that way, so there is symbolistic. You know, comic books were always were full of symbolism, and the powers match the personality. You know,
right? So just from what little we've seen, you know, there's still a strong possibility that we could walk in and be proven wrong by the performance. But from the first look, from what we're first seeing, he is way too much of a timid soft boy.
Yes, and I'm like, this is not Johnny Storm, and it's like this is like, you know, looks wise he's fine. He just has to be a somewhat attractive blonde guy. That's it. You know, not a big deal.
I could use him being maybe a year or two older, so he's not quite such a boy. You
know, he was 16 when they started. You know, so
that's true. The thing is, he was 16 as they wrote him. He was never 16 as they drew him.
Well, you know, that's just whatever. That's just you can argue about the art.
But that's true of the X-Men. That's true of anime to a ludicrous degree.
Well, Jean Grey was, I don't know, like 15 when she started, and she doesn't look 15.
She's 15 according to the dialogue, and drawn like she's 25.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, Marvel, okay.
Sure, they're fit. Yeah.
What are you trying to do here, Marvel? What is this kind of, you know how we talked about, you know, badly disguised fetishes? You know,
yeah. Oh no. Oh brother. Okay. Look, don't get me wrong. I love Stan and Jack's Marvel. I really do. But that shit was as rampant as it came.
Well, I'll say this: Jack, he basically drew most characters very sameish, but in a good way. Yes. You know, like the difference is like. It worked for what it was. One criticism, and nothing but love and respect to Jack.
The one criticism of his art I do agree with is how similar all of his characters were. You know, it's kind of
Yeah,
it's kind of like the anime thing where, you know, if you change the outfits and the hair, everyone would look the same.
What was the guy who drew Dragon Ball? What was his name again? Akira Toriyama, yeah. Like, then every anime. But look, this is the thing.
Right.
Pun intended. If you are making a comic a week, you know, like, I think
point, it has to be, yeah.
You know what? I will appreciate. Okay, I will appreciate Steve Ditko. You can see the Steve Ditko style, but he could draw different types of characters. You know, like he was better at that.
Have you ever seen Jack Kirby's Spider-Man?
Oh yeah, when his original costume for Jack Kirby.
Oh, it is
for Spider-Man.
It is atrocious. I mean, again, nothing but love and respect to the late Jack Kirby. His Spider-Man is heinous.
This is when Stan Lee did a good thing. I'm not a big fan of Stan Lee, but this is when he did a good thing. Jack Kirby could. And the funny thing is, the outfit for Spider-Man looked like the Ant-Man outfit, in which is Ant-Man. It looks like that, and it works. The thing was that Steve Ditko did such a great job, and really, I think he was inspired. I'm pretty sure he was inspired by luchador outfits. You know, like I think that was because Spider-Man makes his outfit as a wrestling suit. You know, so and that is a thing, and the dramatic eyes and that fucking the webbing was just a really cool thing.
Luchador.
Yeah, it is very luchador, and the fact that he tried to be a wrestler, it was, and the thing was, I love Jack Kirby, but Jack Kirby was a specific style. You know, like when Jack Kirby
could draw the Thing, fantastic. He really could.
Yes, and also when Jack Kirby, my favorite stuff from Jack Kirby is his space and his cosmic shit, because that's what he loved. He loved myths and legends, space, cosmic and mythic gods. That was his thing.
Like,
you know,
like for me, peak Jack Kirby is Thor. It's
Thor and probably the new gods. You know, like
absolutely the new gods.
Because like Darkseid is still like everybody's like favorite villain. You know, even with the Snyder people, and I'm like, I still haven't seen the Snyder cut, but it probably is going to be good. It's just going to be a bit too dark for me.
I've seen the Snyder cut. It's okay. As someone who was just laughably skeptical of the concept. No, the Snyder Cut it's amazing how much the Snyder Cut fixes that movie. I still wouldn't give that movie greater than a 5, maybe a 6, but it's way better than the 3 the Whedon cut.
Well, the Whedon cut was bad. I would have been like, at this point, let's go full Snyder and let's have him let him cook,
because at least it's a unified aesthetic. And like
exactly.
Okay, hear me out. This might sound a little wild, but I'll make the case. There is something very Jack Kirby-ian about Zack Snyder. Now, hear me out. So,
go ahead.
So the thing is, Jack Kirby with his cosmic, his mythic, you know, with his Thor, with his Darkseid, he drew them and he depicted them like gods, not like superpowered aliens, like gods. You know?
Yeah.
And Zack Snyder, for as much as he can not be my thing, no, Zack Snyder loves telling stories about men who are gods.
Yeah,
you know, he loves that gravitas of it. He really does. You know, like it. I'm honestly a little sad we never got to see his dark side properly.
Yeah,
because there's some divine malice about that guy.
I'm curious. I've seen some images of Darkseid because I still haven't seen it, just because it's like a 4-hour cut, and I think that's way too long. And even though
far too indulgent,
my problem is, ever since Lord of the Rings, every director thinks they're Steve Jackson making Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, we love our superheroes.
Jackson,
but what is cool?
Steven Jackson's our running back for the Rams.
Yeah, exactly. Not everything is Lord of the Rings. A comic book is great because it's a short, action-filled adventure. okay, with superpowers on every level, even if it's like street level superheroes like Batman or Daredevil, or it's cosmic level Superman, Silver Surfer, or beyond. Everything in between. It's if you make it too long, it doesn't have to be 90 minutes. Okay, I get that. Sometimes it's got to be longer. But it doesn't have to be always 200 minutes. It doesn't have to be 3 hours. It most definitely does not have to be 4 fucking hours. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I think this is why cartoon shows did so well adapting comic books.
They're perfect. They're perfect in many ways.
It's because most comic books, you read in about 30 to 40 minutes,
The problem also with TV shows is that they obsess with it has to be 45 minutes to 50 minutes an episode.
Right.
When it's a live action thing and not a comedy. Can we bring back the 20-minute action adventure drama thing?
Please.
Yes, basically, the serial. Bring that back.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, and serialization, because I appreciate and I understand the value of long narrative arcs too. But sometimes I don't want to binge watch 10 hours of a TV show in order to get a full story out of it. Sometimes I just want to be able to watch an episode of something, get something rewarding out of it, and move on with my life.
Batman the Animated Series. It works so well. Even also then later on he made Superman the Animated Series, which is also very good.
Justice League Unlimited.
Justice League.
Same deal.
And he built it up. He built a really good cinematic universe. That was probably the best DC cinematic universe that ever existed.
Which is why it blows my mind at how badly Warner Brothers fumbled that, because you had a blueprint on how to do this right in front of you.
The animated DC movies that Bruce Timm are making, everyone is at least decent, and some of them are real bangers. Like I know some are not great, but most of them are at least good. They're enjoyable, and they're also not. Most of them are also not super long, and it works. And it's like, just give this guy, like if Zack Snyder is more about epic powers and shit, and he's also obsessed with dark and edginess. That's why Watchmen worked for him.
Right. Well, that's Zack Snyder's real flaw with the superhero genre, is he's so obsessed with the dark and edgy that he completely ignores all the colors and brightness that's also inherent to it equally as much.
He should have done the Authority. He shouldn't have now maybe the Authority will be made. The whole Wildstorm guys that got adopted.
I would argue that they already made the Authority. It was called The Boys.
Yes, the boy, not real. The boy, yes, they're both dark and edgy takes, but the difference is the Authority actually do save the world. The boys are just corporate advertising signs, where one guy is a super megalomaniac and about to burst, but he's just being controlled through mind games and through money, through social conditioning, basically.
Right.
But he's basically, the difference is where in the Authority said, all of them have been trying to work in the system. They have been in teams like basically UN teams by the government, but they were like, we're sick of this. We're gonna do what is necessary, and we don't give a fuck about the government. That's what they say. That's the big difference. Okay. And we don't care. Yeah, anyway.
I'm just starting to notice we've gone pretty far afield from Fantastic Four.
Sorry. But anyway, I think that Zack Snyder would be good for Authority or for any. There's a bunch of edgy takes on these characters on other. Anyway, this is a different topic. We'll make another episode. Fantastic Four. I agree. I don't like Pedro Pascal and how he's portraying a mopey Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Fantastic was stoic, borderline autistic because of his scientific knowledge, but usually not mopey.
All right, I would say not borderline.
Okay,
not even close to borderline. I would say, okay, like if Mr. Fantastic is an absolute genius because of how completely and socially oblivious he is.
And that's what makes him great. But he's confident and he can figure out stuff as long as it's logic that needs to be the thing. The thing,
right.
And the mopey one is the thing.
In that, he's in for a time.
I mean, my problem is here that Johnny, if Johnny is gonna be the sensitive little snowflake, whatever. I'm sorry for that term, but like, you know what I mean? Like, he's just this weak.
I don't think it's inappropriate here.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
No, the thing is, look, Pedro Pascal. Like, I really like Pedro Pascal as an actor. I really do. I think he's absolutely phenomenal. I think he crushes so much of what he does. But the quintessential role that he lives as in my head is Oberyn Martell as the Viper.
Yeah.
And that's just not Reed Richards.
No, he's too.
But the thing is, he's a good enough actor. I'm willing to see what he does with it before I throw any judgment at it, because he actually has a solid range as an actor. He can play different forms, but I don't know if a smooth, charismatic Reed Richards is the right way to go with it.
Yeah, I agree. And this is something that is it just not. It just doesn't work, because we know who, even Ivan Gruffard with the first Fox attempt. He wasn't perfect, because he's actually a very good actor. In Amazing Grace, he was amazing.
And he played the role perfect. He really did. And I think they got the right characterization for Reed Richards. It's just the writing as a whole
was bad.
Exceptionally weak.
And Jessica Alba, Sue Storm, was bad. And
she's literally eye candy and nothing else.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
And she was like, it's to me, it's like, she was just the eye candy actress. She was like, you want to have a hot chick, she was the hot chick at that time that was cast and everything. And I was like, it was the wrong choice. And not just because whatever the look, they worked around that. That's fine. But she didn't play the character right,
Right. Well, it's like again, going back to the characters, it's like their powers being metaphors or something. Sue, the invisible woman, the woman who feels, and this is where the dynamic with Reed, and where if you start to change around the personalities, it becomes a problem, because now all of a sudden they don't have the same dynamic. Reed being cold, detached, oblivious to emotion, that feeds into the whole invisible woman thing perfectly.
Yes.
And now all of a sudden, if Reed is charming and graceful and thoughtful and all these good boxes we need to check our characters to be,
yes,
then why does Susan feel invisible?
And also,
Reed kind of needs to be a dickhead in order for this dynamic to work.
Exactly, and he's the guy that wants to solve everything with logic. And the one thing that I do have learned about women, as the only one, is that usually logic fails. You have to think with emotion and think in a different way.
Okay, again, that's one we're gonna have to table, because we can get into the weeds on that. But no.
Okay, whatever. The point is that he doesn't make it work.
Broad up for me to rock with you on that one, brother.
It is not perfect. I know the analogy is not perfect, but you get what I'm saying. So he's doing it.
I understand what you're getting at. It basically what it boils down to is Reed can be such a highly intellectually intelligent person because it comes at the expense of his emotional intelligence, and Sue is the emotional intelligence of that team.
That's the whole point, and I think maybe they will get right. If they make her a girl boss again, there is a trope that I'm so sick of. We can have strong women, but agreed. I don't want the Mary Sue girl boss that is completely oblivious to sex or to romance at all. She just wants to girl boss, has no personality, and is perfect in every way. I don't need that. Nobody needs that. I don't need that in a male character, okay? And I do not need that as a female character. That is something.
We don't need everyone to be Rey from the Star Wars sequels.
Rey is one of the biggest Mary Sue in recent history in cinema. Alice from the Resident Evil movies and Rey. And and it is just really bad.
The thing with Alice is the eye candy. She's the eye.
And she was the wife of the director. She was the wife of the director.
Boy, does it show on the screen.
Hey, I miss nepotism. I literally pulled telekinesis out of my fucking ass. What the fuck? I watched all the movies and I was like, and I remember back in the day when they came out, I only watched the first two and I was okay. But when she stops a fucking rocket with her mind, I was like, and there was the real Resident Evil characters, but they were like they were looking like chumps next to her. I was like,
oh yeah.
there is a thing of changing the story. That's fine, but it's like where, like,
But this is such a blatant for your wife.
Oh yeah. Like, I liked her when she was in that one vampire movie that was very stylized. She was like the Blade character. I mean, it was just a visual, and I liked her. She doesn't have a big range because she's just a model. She's attractive. But I liked her in Fifth Element, for example, and that she was writing this Fifth Element thing.
Because, actors don't have to have big ranges in order to be good at stuff. You just have to know the right role to plug them into.
Look, Keanu Reeves is not a good actor. He's gotten better, for sure. But
he
knows what he's good at.
I won't even say that he's a bad actor. He's a very limited actor. He can do two things. He can be the stoic badass.
Yeah.
And he can be the California surfer stoner.
Exactly.
Those are the two things he can do.
Exactly. Yeah.
Ask him to do anything else.
Yeah, that's the thing is where he's almost like a character actor. That's much of his range, and that's okay. That's from the beginning of Hollywood. That was a thing, you know. There's plenty of actors and actresses that were like that. That also coasted off their looks.
If we're being honest, because most actors aren't the superstars, the vast majority of actors in movies are character actors.
Yeah. Like, I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and it was the era of action movies. I love the action movies, you know. And the thing is that where a guy like Arnold, look, he doesn't have a big range.
Arnold was wonderful because Arnold was playing Arnold.
Look, he has actually extended his range, and he's tried different things, you know.
Especially as he's gotten older. He definitely has
expanded
his range.
And he also said that he wanted to do different things. And you know what? He was actually not bad as a comedic actor. Twins is better than I remember. Kindergarten Cop is very funny.
Delight as a comedic actor. He really is.
There was great comedic scenes in Conan. Okay, when he's getting high off of Black Lotus and drinking his ass off with his best buddy.
He said he did do that.
And then he punches the camel, and then they come back in. Everybody shits on Conan the Destroyer. It is not great, but it's still good enough. You know, it's still good enough, and there's some cool things. And then this scene when he sees that camel and he says, "I'm sorry what I did," and he spits on him, that was a good moment, I think. And it fits even with the comic books, you know, like. Anyway, that's a whole different topic. So, Fantastic Four. Johnny Storm.
Honestly, this is where I think the Fantastic Four are the perfect set of people that you can plug character actors into.
Yes. Michael Chiklis as the Thing was perfect, honestly.
Exactly. Like, if anything, I guess you're kind of bringing me around to the... This is going to sound a little weird, but hear me out. Pedro Pascal is too good an actor to be Reed Richards.
Maybe. I just don't like his ego, and I don't like that. Like, I didn't like the fact that number one, the fact that they decided to make Gladiator 2 was retarded. Okay?
Oh, it absolutely was.
Gladiator.
The opportunity to make that movie was 15 years ago.
Also, it wasn't necessary. It's a great, one of the best, like, Sword and Sansal's dramatic epics, and it's so good. It doesn't. Not everything needs a sequel. Okay?
No.
Titanic doesn't need a sequel. You know, there's many movies that don't need a sequel. Okay? Gone with the Wind shouldn't have a sequel. You know, and there's plenty of other movies that don't need sequels. For example, Back to the Future has 3 movies. They're the perfect trilogy.
Yeah.
They tried. They were thinking about a 4th movie, but it wouldn't work. And if they do one, it's just going to be bad. Okay?
Perfect trilogy? If we're going to call anything the perfect trilogy, it's Lord of the Rings. Let's be fair, brother.
I mean, yeah, to the extent, sure. But then I can also say the original Star Wars trilogy, just the original Star Wars trilogy, strictly. You know. But they ruined that, so... But then again, they kind of ruined that with Lord of the Rings. Both are good. There's maybe not a perfect one trilogy. There's really good trilogies, you know. But I agree.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
With Lord of the Rings, there was like... But even with the original Star Wars, it ended in a satisfying way, you know?
No, it absolutely did. For all the problems I have with Return of the Jedi, which there are massive problems I have with that as a movie as a whole.
Sure.
The most important element of that movie, the father-son showdown in front of the Emperor, that was masterfully done.
It is, you know, like, the thing about that is that it is so it like shaped the generation, in my opinion. Because it was so emotional. Yeah, it really did.
But yeah, so no, in a weird sort of way to just kind of tie this back into into the point at hand. No, in a weird sort of way, you're kind of selling me on the idea. I know you don't agree with it in these terms, but yeah, Pedro Pascal might be too good an actor for this role.
Maybe. I respect. Yeah.
Like, by all means, I'm gonna wait to see what they do with his character. But if they make him too suave, too charming, I'm just gonna be like, that's not Reed Richards.
But then again, Pedro Pascal, is he then a good actor, or is he then pushing his character that he always plays? Maybe in the end he's an actor
No, I've seen him be different enough in enough roles where it's like, no, this guy actually has range. He actually can play different people,
and I think so too.
He's not Oberyn Martell in every role.
Yeah, yeah. And my thing is with him. Number one, he doesn't look like Reed Richards. I know this is maybe a superficial thing, whatever. Also, him having the mustache. I know that they added the beard to Reed Richards. It's like, okay, fine. I don't like it.
Well, no, I don't like the mustache and the beard either, because that's where my concern about him being too suave. That's where a lot of it starts. Where I'm like, look, like, I'm 100% fine with what the new Batman movie did with, Zoe Kravitz, Catwoman, and I don't remember his name, the guy who played Gordon. I think they fit the roles perfectly. They're exactly what they needed to be. No issues with that whatsoever. Pedro Pascal, he's just too suave for this. I really do think he's too suave to be the dork that Reed Richards should be.
Yeah, exactly.
And look, I think he can play down from that suave solid. I really do. But the problem is, if you were going to have him play down from that suave, why did you give him the beard? Why did you give him the exquisite Latin romantic look?
Yeah, he looks like old Zorro. I'm sorry, he always looks like old Zorro to me.
No, he really does. No, like, I'm like, and yeah, it's like, you are way too suave. Honestly, you would make a better James Bond than you would a Reed Richards, and that's kind of a problem.
He should be the swordsman from the Marvel Universe or something like that,
in all seriousness, no, he would crush that role. He would be perfect for that role.
The one thing that about the Hawkeye series, and I hated that series, and I'm not going to go into that, but the guy who played the swordsman wasn't half bad. Of course, he never wore the costume, but at least he fought with the sword. At one time they were fencing, and then they were having a fight, and then he fought with a sword. So I'm like, at least they made him do the thing that he's known for. He's a minor, a D-list character, maybe even less, but it's fine, Like, and also the other thing that I like was Hawkeye himself.
Pedro Pascal was never going to play the swordsman. He's way too high caliber of an actor.
He's way too
that low of a role.
Yeah, he's way too high caliber. It is what it is, and that's fine. And I just personally don't like Pedro Pascal. Maybe he's just overcast, and he's just in way too many movies, and it's just annoying to me.
I think that's what's going on there. Like, there's plenty of people who I like by all rights and reason, but if they're shoved in my face too much, I just get sick and tired of seeing them.
Yeah. I'm
not quite there at that level with Pedro Pascal with you, but I don't think I'm that far behind you either.
Okay, yeah. I'm already there because, we know that, and it's fine. But Johnny can be very much a weak link. I think the good thing, I like the look of the Thing. I think the actor will do fine. Some people complained about the voice. I thought it was fine. I'm
actually pretty bullish on the Thing. I think the Thing's gonna be, pardon the pun, rock solid in this movie. I really do.
In the new trailer, when the kids are asking him to lift the car and he does and he laughs, I hope the movie's gonna be like this. Okay, like, please, this is really good. Should be The Incredibles is the best Fantastic Four movie there is.
by far, it's the best Fantastic Four movie. All right, okay. Another good thing I'll give this movie. I really do appreciate that they are not shying away from Kirby Galactus in the design, at least.
Yes. There's a little bit dark, but okay. Everything else, I'm gonna take it. It looks good. It's not perfect, but you know what? It's not a space fart. Okay, you can vaguely see his shape. You can vaguely see the shape because it's Ultimate Galactus, which is like a swarm. It's a space fart. Leave me alone. Okay.
Right. Yeah. I'm honestly just impressed that they're letting them be this silly about it. You know.
You know what? If people had enjoyed, I'm a big Godzilla fan. I think you are too, right? If I remember well.
Oh, am I a big Godzilla fan?
Yeah, I remember that now. I remember now. Yeah. Okay, that's something we could totally agree on. I haven't yet watched the newest ones, but I hear that Godzilla -1 is really good. Again, weird title, but the Japanese are going to be the Japanese. And they made so many Godzilla movies at that point they can be artistic about their titles. It's fine, okay? Yes. As long as the movie's good. And I hear it's very good. So it's like...
Oh, it's fantastic. It's incredible.
It's like, I love when there was this one guy, when they did Cloverfield, it's like, oh, we did Kaiju, but then Kaiju went out of style. And I was like, I don't know. I think you're just a Debbie Downer, and just because you did it once, because with the weird Cloverfield pseudo sequels, it's like,
yeah.
Although I didn't mind the one with John Goodman, I thought that had potential.
Oh yeah, that one was real good. That was real good, completely independent of it being there's no reason why that was a Cloverfield movie.
Yeah,
it's just a good bottle movie.
I think it was again just it was a name that was a little bit established instead of just calling it its own thing. Because yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I guarantee you that script started out as its own independent thing.
Yes.
But some executive somewhere said, "Hey, attach this to something or we won't fund it." I guarantee you that's what happened there.
I 100% agree. That is so much the case. And the point is that I'm happy they're going with Giant Kaiju Galactus. And now Sue Storm, she looks great. If she's gonna be, I hope that she's gonna be this the emotional rock, so to speak, and that she's gonna be the mom keeping them together, so to speak. But
from everything I'm seeing mom, I'm seeing emotional rock, I'm seeing mom, I'm not seeing any signs of girl boss nonsense.
I really hope. I'm just very paranoid at this point. Okay, I've seen good trailers and they turned out to be bad. And I'm not anymore ready to trust them. Until we had rug pulls, I've seen the Masters of the Universe trailer, rug pull. I'm not going through the shit anymore. I don't trust them.
You shouldn't, because they've lied to us constantly and incessantly.
Incessantly. Willow was rug pull, so I'm done. The point is that if I see it, then I'll decide. I'm also fine that because she's actually, even in the comics, once she discovers that not only can she become invisible, she can create invisible force fields, Oh
yeah.
And making her
force field thing that makes her the most powerful member of the Fantastic Four.
And that was already in the 60s. Later on, once it was established. And that was the whole point where she was just the invisible girl. And then they decided, hey, they came up with some bullshitium that her power was like a force field around her that broke the light, whatever. It's superhero logic. Nobody cares.
Right, it's superhero logic, but it allowed so much creativity with her power set.
It is one of the most... It's like she becomes like a Green Lantern user. It's just the powers are like invisible. So it's like, this is the point where and I think this is going to be the case. So this is what I would like to see. And if that's the case, I think that Johnny might be the crux, and I don't want to see mopey Reed Richards. I don't want to see mopey like pessimistic, because this is my prediction, okay, for the movie. We're gonna have the world set up because the world looks gorgeous. It's great. This is probably the one and only time we're gonna have period accurate 60s Silver Age Marvel. Yeah. Because multiverse. Okay, fine. We'll see after the reboot, after Secret War. We'll see. I don't know if there's going to be a full reboot. We'll see. The point is that where we're gonna have this is gonna be Earth where it's only the Fantastic Four, and that's fine. And it's gonna be more of a sci-fi adventure, and that's great because that's what it should be.
Hey, that's Fantastic Four.
We're gonna have probably one minor villain. I think it's gonna be either the there was this one guy who were teasing, the Max von Sydow guy. I'm not sure, but it's gonna be the mole guy.
Yeah, the Mole Man.
The Mole Man, or it's gonna be one of those others. So they're gonna have one fight. Just to get, because they're gonna copy the Marvel formula of 3 fights.
Movie, you have to have.
You're gonna have 3 fights. That's and MCU. One of the things that they have got right is the 3-fight rule. You know, like
yeah, like it's gotten kind of boring and repetitive.
That's true.
But there's a reason why it is a formula to begin with.
Now, to be fair, you could change it up a bit with certain characters. I think because like.
I'd argue they should have multiple times since now, but I
they
understand
really should have.
Yeah. The general formula is solid. It's a reason why it's made. Who knows how many billions of dollars at this point?
It is one of the biggest franchises ever. You know, if we see it as one franchise, it really is. And oh yeah, by the way, they added also what is it? The Kirby robot, whatever. What is the name?
Oh, Herbie.
Herbie. Yes, I was really hyped for that. And he looks cool.
Yeah, that's fun. That's a neat little bone to throw at people.
It's an Easter egg, so whatever. So the thing is that where my thing is that okay, the costumes. I got to go over the costumes. I'm a costume guy.
Mm-hmm.
They're going with the lighter blue, which was, and it actually they look very good. The problem is how they put on the white part. Only Sue Storms is correct. Okay, and it annoys me. It's like
okay. But
okay, fine. Everybody's got to be a little bit individual. Why?
Any chance you can shoot me a picture of them? Because I've seen their costumes, but what you're talking about isn't quite clicking for me.
1 second. I'm gonna find one. This is important. At least.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with you here.
Yes.
Because I just remember really what's coming to my head is that first promotional image they released, and I thought, oh, that's fine.
It's good. I think if you look at that, Sue Storms is the only correct one, and like Reed Richards is almost, but they removed the neck, and then Johnny's has too much, and also the Thing doesn't really need, but I think he's gonna lose his shirt anyway, so I'm okay with that.
Of course. 100%
and actually in the old comics he did at one point have even a mask and have a fuller costume, so that's fine. So here I shared in the chat.
Okay, so I got it open. I'm looking at it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. I don't think the problem. Okay.
They're still pretty good. They're still pretty good costumes.
Okay. Sue Storms is perfect.
Yes.
It's absolutely perfect. The Thing. Okay. All the Thing has to do is lose his shirt, get some battle damage. He's there. He's fine.
Which he will. We saw this already in the trailer when he was breaking through those columns. He doesn't have the shirt, so that's okay. That's not a no-brainer.
So yeah. The only problem we have with that is he has the shirt, but we know he's going to lose it, so that's fine. Let's see. Okay, I don't necessarily dislike Reed's costume, but I think the problem with Reed, it isn't the costume. It's
him.
He's too cool. He's too cool to be Reed Richards.
In the trailer, he didn't seem cool. You know what he seemed like? He seemed like kind of lost and like negative, pessimistic to give up because it's like such a big threat. And they don't have the Avengers to go back on. It's just them,
Okay, I see what you're saying, because that is fundamentally not Reed Richards. Like, Reed Richards is optimistic to a point of disgusting arrogance.
Yes, he's very arrogant and he's very autistic, but he's not mopey, Like, I don't remember...
He doesn't have a mopey bone. Well, he doesn't have bones, but... but he doesn't have a mopey bone in his body. Because he is so proudly arrogant of himself. See, what's funny to me is, out of all the Marvel characters who are a good avatar of toxic masculinity, Reed Richards kind of fits that bill perfectly.
Yeah.
And it's like they've sanded away all those problematic elements from him.
And this is, again, a problem because that would have been an interesting character growth. If you're going to have something about, like that he's not like the typical macho guy. He's arrogant because he's actually the smartest guy on the planet Earth. But it also, he ignores, but he's smart, but he's emotionally stupid because he ignores the obvious thing of his wife being neglected, and he ignores the pains of he's always promising. He feels guilty for Ben's plight, and he doesn't really understand Johnny. I mean, literally one of the cool things about the Fantastic Four, and they could do this now, is that Ben and Reed, they both served in the Korean War, and the reason why Reed has the white temples, it's they literally say, they answered that in one of the Marvel comics, as like the kids ask, is Reed like old? And he says, well, he's like 38, I think, about our age. And so he's not that old yet, even for that time. He just has the white temples because they literally say he's in the war, he's seen some shit. Not like that, but they say that in the comic. Right. So he's a Korea War veteran, and Ben is a pilot, right? So yeah, it's like where they went through some shit. That would be now they could explore this. Because yes,
they really could.
It is it is a parallel universe, but everything is the same until the Fantastic Four arrive. Everything is the same, including the Korean War, I assume. So why that is something they could really explore, And
no, it is.
And he could be like a very toxic male in that sense. I don't like that term because it's been abused that everything is toxic. But there is toxic masculinity, and there's also good masculinity.
The problem with the whole discourse on toxic masculinity isn't that it doesn't exist. It absolutely emphatically does. It's just that the people who whine and cry about it the most couldn't recognize it if you put it in front of their face.
No, everything is for them that because somebody has hurt them, and so they have to be like that. And the real thing is that there's also toxic femininity, but they don't want to talk about that.
100%.
But I won't go into that. The thing about this is like it's a running gag here, but there's so much you can do with the Fantastic Four, really, and they are now in their right setting. Everything looks right, except for me, Pedro Pascal. And if he's going to play a mopey kind of that, because this is this is what's going to happen. They're going to have an internal fight. You're going to have the world established. Okay, there's probably going to be like an action scene. One of the famous lines, one of these, the covers. They're going to actually do that. Really, it's going to look cool, I think. And then
what's funny is, what's funny to me is, we both have concerns about Pedro Pascal, but it's for polar opposite reasons. You're afraid he's going to be too much of a mopey downer, and I'm afraid he's going to be way too suave and way too charming.
He might be both, actually. That could be too, because maybe earlier in the movie he might be that. He's the charmer, and then he gives up. And for me, it's like when he becomes too demasculated, emasculated. That's something that I worry about. And that's something
he goes from being hot and arrogant and all that, and then he just becomes mopey, and we wind up in this worse world where he is both kinds of wrong for Reed Richards.
Yeah, the thing about the Ian Grufford movies is that it was mostly the script that wasn't great, and also their casting for Doom, and Doctor Doom was just ruined. And they got Nip Tuck guy. I prefer unreleased Corman movie Doctor Doom. Thank you very much.
The Doom. Okay, the Doom in the Fantastic Four movie is almost as bad as the Venom in the third Raimi movie.
The only thing worse was Fan Forstic Doom hacker guy, whose hacker name is Doom, and I just wanted to kill myself there.
Oh my god! Oh, dude, I blanked that out. Of my memory.
I'm the hacker dude, and we're
okay. Let me go on a real quick tangent about that.
Go ahead.
I'll be super fast. Go ahead. Okay, the guy. Okay, Michael B. Jordan playing Johnny Storm there. It blows my mind how badly they blew that, because here's the thing: is Michael B. Jordan. I actually was kind of excited hearing about him being Johnny Storm to begin with, because he can play Johnny Storm. He can play the hothead. He can play the playboy. He can play the fiery guy. He can play that character so damn well. I've seen him do it 100 times in his movies. He can be super cocky. He can be all that. But for whatever ungodly reason, they had him act like just the wettest fart of a character I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well,
I'm like, why did you do that? Why? You have a guy who can play the character like he should be played, but you specifically instruct him to play it in the polar opposite way, which also, for the record, not a good fit for his acting style either. Like, the director did him no favors there. Like, you're asking him to play outside of his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Why? So many levels of why with that.
I mean, you might not like this, but I was not a big fan because, again, race swap. You know, it's like there is black Marvel characters. I would say, instead, if you are really desperate for a black character that deserves a movie, why not Power Man, Luke Cage? Not just, I know he had the series, but I would like to see, you know what? I would like to see a period accurate 1970s blaxploitation Power Man, okay?
Dude,
and not
1970s Luke Cage, that would be so good.
In the show, in the Netflix show, I watched the first season, and in the show, when he gets his powers, okay, he has this whole convoluted way how he like ends up in that outfit because he has this machine and he needs something to put on and he finds the mustard shirt. And then he looks at him and he says he hates it. And then he tells this to... And they made this entire scene just to shit on the original costume.
Yes, they did.
And I hated it.
And it goes back to Marvel being ashamed of its own origins.
Exactly.
And being fed up with that.
Look, blaxploitation was a thing of that time. There was good and bad stuff, but not just black people liked it. Many people liked it, okay? So the fact is that why not have a black... This is something, for this point, I would get Tarantino, you know?
Oh, honestly, yeah, if you could get Tarantino to do a Marvel movie, 70s Luke Cage would be the movie to do it.
70s Luke Cage or Iron Fist, you know? Or both.
Oh, actually, no. Actually, you because I've been thinking about this too. No, 70s Daredevil would be so
Oh
good
my God,
too.
yes, true.
Really what they should do is they should take that whole Defenders thing they did, and when they relaunch it, they should do it in the 70s. Because I heard rumblings that after Secret War, where they're gonna have all the characters, they might even bring old villains because dimensional bullshit, you know. And they're gonna have a Secret War, and at this point they have enough characters where they could do it. The point is that because that's where it's going, and I heard rumblings they're gonna do like a Crisis style event where they're gonna merge the remaining universes, because then the next thing is gonna be X-Men, and that's how they're gonna have X-Men in the main universe. That's how I think it's gonna happen. If they do that, please let's have 70s accurate stuff. Okay, that'd be great. You know, like 70s Daredevil would be actually quite great. Yeah. Like, I'm not quite as sold on 70s X-Men. 80s X-Men, I think.
No, not X-Men. Sorry, I meant to say Daredevil. 80s.
Oh, gotcha.
I want to have 80s X-Men. I want to have it where we get also the Jim Lee era stuff from the early 90s, but the Chris Claremont storyline.
I want it to be 80s X-Men is because, oh my God, can you imagine 80s Storm?
Yes, and I want to have an actress. This is like, you know, because the thing they always like have to have race swaps, and they said there's not enough black superheroes, and what there is, and a big one is Storm. Give her a very prominent role. I want to see her in different outfits. You know, I want to see her in the punk outfit in one movie. Yeah. Yes, they did it in the Fox thing, but properly this time.
Do it real, do it legit. Give me Punk Storm and give me
Silver Storm.
Give me White Goddess Storm. White. Want to say you know what I mean? White outfit Goddess Storm.
Yeah, exactly.
I just realized how White Goddess Storm sounded.
Well, not everything white is bad. Let's just calm down. It's funny though. I mean, if they could have the White Power Ranger go transform into White Power, then we are still fine. Okay, we're still fine. But this is the thing. With this, they're gonna have a fight, at least one fight, and then it's gonna be like eventually Galactus, you know, because it's gonna be like not right away a fight. It's gonna follow that storyline, but the idea is that Reed will be mopey, and he cannot figure out, like, because, like, you think he builds the nullifier to basically defeat Galactus, the ultimate weapon, and but he says he doesn't have the time, because he literally says this in the trailer. Now, who knows what's going to be, but I think what's going to be, because there's a scene where a lot of the Earth is already destroyed, right? So what's going to happen is that, because this ties into the multiverse storyline, and this is the last movie before, I think this is the last movie before the next Avengers.
Doomsday.
Yeah, Doomsday. So Doomsday, Doctor Doom, is a Fantastic Four villain. So I think what's going to happen is that somehow there's going to be some shenanigans that the Earth is going to be destroyed, this Earth, or maybe just before destroyed, and then maybe they get saved, and they get brought into the main universe to fight Doctor Doom, and they're going to be like, oh no, Victor, he's still alive, or some shit, and that's how it's going to end, and then, but they're going to say, like, but we have to save our Earth, and then they'll find a way, because I think Doctor Doom is going to, like, he's going to either steal, because they have to now, because it was supposed to be, what is it, the time guy, what was his name, what is it again? Quantumania.
Kang, yeah. Kang before his actor got canceled.
Yeah. So Kang is in the can, and probably the way how they're gonna make it work is that Doctor Doom is gonna, like, go anime style, appear behind him and then kill him, take his powers. Probably not like that, but it would be funny.
Well,
it's
let's
like,
be honest,
you've only
seen
seen
thing to do.
I just want to let him say is, like, you've only seen 5% of my power level or some shit. No. Although they have done anime Marvel, which I remember there was a Punisher one, which also had Black Widow, which, yes, it's anime Marvel, so of course they're gonna have Black Widow, okay? And it wasn't actually that bad. It was actually pretty good.
Okay, you want to know? Okay, if we're going to do anime Marvel, you want to know what anime Marvel I want to see, and because this is a real throwback to these characters' introductions, I want to see Black Widow with Daredevil, because Black Widow was originally a Daredevil character.
Oh yeah, that'd be interesting.
No, touching on her start. No. Natasha Romanoff is one of Matt Murdock's great loves.
Have you seen the Netflix Daredevil show?
Not the Netflix one. Loved it to pieces. Adored it. It was incredible.
I have liked it too. I think the Netflix Marvel shows were mostly good. I thought Jessica Jones was boring, but I never really cared about Jessica Jones. I just didn't care for her.
Jessica Jones as a character either before, but I loved that first season. That first season of that show was so good.
The first season was, like, the second season was boring. The first season was okay, but I liked Daredevil more just because I know the character more, and I liked the Luke Cage one more. And
the Daredevil. Okay, the best Netflix shows Marvel ever did was easily those Daredevils.
Yeah,
Daredevil seasons 1 and 3. 2 was uneven and weird.
Yeah, it was.
1 and 3 were phenomenal.
It has one of the best, honestly, like, they really got how the street level stuff should be done. The Disney Plus shows are fucking pieces of shit compared to pretty much all of them.
Shock! I am so surprised.
Well, okay, let me be nice. Moon Knight had an interesting premise.
But I think that's because it's Moon Knight.
Yeah, it's just weird, and at least they could get this cool thing that they could get 2 costumes of his, and they could get it right. So I'm like, okay, that wasn't, and I like it. It was like an adventure, like an Indiana Jones style adventure. So that one could be still good. That could be still you know what was my favorite? The Werewolf at Night special. That should have been a series, dude.
I haven't seen that. I've heard nothing but good things.
That is the best.
So over Marvel, I just passed.
Yes, I know. I was the same way. Guess what? I watched I don't know why, but I was like, I'm already too deep into this, and also I'm just gonna review it for the Beastcast. I watched like the the Harkness, the Agatha Harkness thing. I don't know, but
Yeah.
that was
Agatha
and
Long,
She-Hulk was still the worst. Still, it is bad. It is just bad. The enemy is 4chan.
I did watch bits of She-Hulk just because it was so much in the conversation. I had to see what, and it's like no, like the critics were not wrong about it, and it's like you remember our conversation about Paul?
Yes.
She-Hulk. They wrote She-Hulk in that show like they write Paul nowadays. They wrote her
Paul.
They wrote her as a spite character.
Yes, it was all about like, the evil 4chan guys, and I'm like,
it was all about pissing your own fan base off.
Yes, and they used the fourth wall breaking in the worst way. As much as I find Deadpool and Ryan Reynolds annoying, he did it the right way.
The thing is, She-Hulk was doing the fourth wall breaking long before Deadpool got over there. But it was in the comics. But it was in a real fun sort of way where, John Byrne would draw a panel of She-Hulk, saying, "Hey, I'm not going to walk across town. I'm just going to step across the panel."
Exactly.
To where I need to be.
Exactly.
Or it would be like she'd be in some super skimpy outfit, and she'd be like, "John, what is this?"
Yeah, she literally holds the outfit and says, "I'm not going to wear this."
Right, that's great. That's fantastic.
This is a way how you can make fun of the cheesecake thing. Look, I'm not against sexiness. Yes. I like that too, but you can also point out, well, it's a bit much at times, But
of course.
I'm also at the side where we also have the guys in the skimpy outfits and the swimsuit outfits, so everybody calm down. Everybody gets to see something. So
again,
but it was a funny moment.
Zack Snyder on that count. You say what you want about that man. He admires the human form.
You know what? Zack Snyder is the same way. But you know what I liked about Zack Snyder? That he took... This is the thing about... everybody shits on Gal Gadot for not having range. But I think she was good enough for what she was supposed to be.
She was perfect for Wonder Woman because Gal Gadot has zero range. She can only act like different shades of Diana.
Kal-El, no!
Right. But what she has in abundance, like more than I think in very few other actors that I've seen in my life, she has presence.
Yeah.
She can walk into a scene and just her walking is a gravity well.
You can see that she's a model, and she has also confidence, and she is like she's secure in herself, and that's what a Wonder Woman actress needs. Now, I hope the next one will be it will be different, and I hope it's going to be good. The point is that one thing that I'm saying that just quick. In Justice League, and the Jeff Whedon shit cut, which it really is.
It is.
Let's not mince words. I liked that it was more colorful, but it was done in the worst way possible, and it was too late. They shouldn't have tried. The point is that where there's a scene where they added where she gets knocked over by an enemy, or the Flash gets knocked over and he falls on her and with face into her boobs, and I was like.
Yeah.
The big feminist guy turned out also not to be a big feminist guy, right? And then all the Buffy guys came out and shat on him.
And it's also just such a lame joke.
It is a lame joke, and it doesn't fit with Wonder Woman and it's also not fit with the Flash. If you want to do a joke like this, the only way I could see it is if when Plastic Man did something like that.
If you want a character to make that joke. Put Plastic Man in your movie. That he exists for that kind of comedy. But now, okay, since you brought her up, I gotta say this about Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot plays Wonder Woman the way I wish Chris Hemsworth played Thor.
You know what? I agree. She had more of this gravitas, even though she's not a great actress, but she can act well enough, and she has this specific personality that fits. And she also enjoys playing the character. She's not ashamed to wear the costume, Yes,
she's not ashamed to wear the costume, and she is not ashamed or afraid to give the big speech.
Yes.
Say what you will about the writing or whatever, but when she says, "I am Diana, Princess of Themyscira," just just remembering her saying that made goosebumps go up and down my arm.
What I liked about the first Wonder Woman is that there's the scene she walks out from the gritty world, and I liked that it was World War One. You know, because it made it different.
Choice.
Because yes, in the comics it was World War II, but they said, well, we want to be it different. And that gave it already enough of a difference. So when she walks out and she starts deflecting bullets, everybody's just looking. Not just that she has a crazy costume, you know, but the fact that she's deflecting fucking bullets with her hands. And then has a golden lasso swinging around tanks and shit, okay? Like
the thing is, she's a daughter of Zeus, and hot damn, she looks and feels like it.
Yeah. And that was the cool thing about the second movie. The second movie I didn't like that much, but the one visual scene where she's riding lightning, that was cool.
Yeah.
But
she's a god. She's a demigod, and they are not afraid to let her be one.
And what I liked about the DCEU is that they didn't say like Marvel, because with Marvel was kind of established, oh, we're just kind of advanced aliens. But in the comic, it was like, kind of. We are the mythic gods. We're also a little bit aliens. Yeah. But in the MCU, they were like distancing, where we're just. And the problem is with the MCU, when Thor is about to say something epic, he says, I am Thor, god of, and then he like turns around, and then it's like, and this is the Marvel moment that everybody knows and everybody fucking hates. Where it's like,
it's so bad. It's so, that's why people love Thor Ragnarok. I really couldn't stand Thor Ragnarok.
I didn't like it.
There were so many epic moments that they just ruined for no good reason.
Not everything has to be a comment, and that's what I agree with you, that everything has to be the same tone, whereas in DC, the DCEU verse wasn't perfect, but one thing they got right, all of this humor shit that you could do is with Shazam. Yeah. Shazam was, for example, this is where you do this kind of humor, okay?
Yes.
The second Shazam movie wasn't really that good, but I will give it that. It was consistent with the previous movie, and it was also ruined by The Rock, who in his ego.
Oh, yeah.
Because
100%.
because he wanted to be the DCEU. If he didn't have the ego and become and decided, if he would have been the villain, he could have still become the anti-hero, but he wanted to fight Superman because his ego. And that's why I hate The Rock for that, because also,
he ruined that movie. He held that production.
He ruined two
hostage.
movies. Yeah, he ruined Black Adam, and he ruined Shazam 2. Because if Shazam 2 had Black Adam as a villain, would have been already much better. Okay, then the mythical gods, whatever. Like, who cares? We had whatever. And the one thing that was good.
Well, guess what? Shazam 2, on paper, perfect movie to bring Diana in on. Perfect movie.
She had a scene. It was an Easter egg, but it was good. Yeah. It was in the end, and it was actually pretty funny because he's trying to awkwardly flirt with her, you know, like a 15-year-old would do.
He's a 15-year-old boy, and she's Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Hot.
Yeah, and hot, and she has this, but she doesn't like go and like kick his balls or some child. This is something that Captain Marvel would do. She doesn't take it even seriously. To her, you're just an ignorant child, but you're good, and I don't get angry at you, and that's how she treated all the men and all the people, actually the humans. And to me, this works much better than like Captain Marvel. Some guy, of course, he says the most outrageous chauvinistic thing, like a cartoon character would, and then he's like, she drops his car on another car, and I'm like, why?
What did that other car ever do to you?
Exactly. Number one. Number two, it's like where, God, his insurance will not pay that. Number three, it's like, what is the point of that? It's like, to me, it's like you had a chance there to show the MCU in the 90s, and this is how you go with it, with this. And she was just such a wet board, nothing character.
Exactly. Well, it's two things. It's one that, in order to make her the feminist icon, like it's ultimately, in a roundabout way, the same problem I have with Sam Wilson being Captain America. In order for them to be the big icon, for everyone to celebrate, they have to check all the check mark lists, which means they can't have any of their personality. They have to be perfect little avatars
Yes.
of the company. They can't, like, I swear by the gods, Carol Danvers from the comics for the longest time was one of my favorite characters. Why? Because she had two conflicting traits. On the one hand, she was an absolute train wreck when it came to public relations. In a weird sort of way, what's her name? The actress who plays her. What's her name?
Brie Larson.
In a weird sort of way, Brie Larson is kind of a perfect fit to play Carol Danvers.
True. The problem is that it doesn't work because nobody likes her. Nobody. She's just a boring board.
But the other thing that Carol Danvers had to compare against that, she was clutch as fuck. I will one comic panel series, comic page that lives rent free in my head. Yeah, it's from Avengers, World War III. Honestly, kind of a shitty event,
Right.
Kang invades Earth, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But there's this moment where everyone's captured, everyone's done. The supervillain, he's got Carol outnumbered, and he's like, "Oh, you can't stop me. To stop me, you'd have to kill me." And she says, "Oh, honey, you don't know who you're talking to." And she rips a piece of metal out of the floor and runs the son of a bitch through.
Very
and
nice.
It's like, oh, that's right. You're not just Miss Marvel. You're Carol fucking Danvers.
See, I didn't know this about her. I enjoyed her for what she is, but then again, I wasn't that deep into in general. Like, I was just like, well, there was Captain Marvel, the Marvel version that was made mostly just to keep the name, but the point is that where he was a space dude first, and then eventually now, then I remember there was Miss Marvel. I personally liked her more when she was Miss Marvel. Okay, she's Captain Marvel. I can live with that. It's not a big deal. I'm not that attached.
It's one of those things. Yeah, it's one of those things where Captain, Mar-Vell, first name Mar, last name Vell, the original Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
He's been dead so long in the comics. Honestly, they should have done the torch pass to her long ago.
Yeah.
But because she was the obvious heir apparent, and it's kind of. But that being said, I definitely prefer her Miss Marvel costume. It had so much more of her personality.
Yeah, it was hotter. Let's be honest. So.
Oh, absolutely. Oh,
I'm not gonna like.
It's definitely hotter. But it's also like it also had that edge. It also had that dangerousness. It also had because Miss Marvel was every bit as much of an alcoholic as Tony Stark was.
I do remember that vaguely. See, that is something they have it in so many movies now, and it never came up.
Because these characters have character. They really do. That make them interesting and fun and compelling to watch. But when they adapt them into these big tentpole movies, the studio is so deathly afraid of them being problematic in any way, shape, or form.
And that always changes. That's the problem. That's always changes. It's like they say, oh, she has to be a perfect Mary Sue girl boss. She's probably one of the worst offenders. And the problem is that
she absolutely is because they're terrified of her not being a perfect little feminist vessel.
But the thing is that she could still be the most powerful Marvel character, but has problems.
She can absolutely be the most powerful Marvel Avenger because their Thor's not Jack Kirby Thor.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it would be nice if we would, but okay, that's exactly.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Like no, Jack Kirby Thor. No Avengers is fucking near him. Nowhere near. And I don't care what you say because that man's a god. He's not a powerful alien. He's a god.
Yeah, but he is.
It's its own tangent. But in the MCU, yes, Captain Marvel can be the most powerful Avenger. No problem with that. Why did you have to make her so goddamn boring?
She is so boring, it is painful. Like, I've seen the Marvels, that one was painful, and it was sad because I think one of the big problems this year, for me personally, is that Monica Rambeau, at least I don't know that much about her. But for example, one thing that I found really annoying is that I think it would have been better if she's Captain Marvel, number one, or her other character name. And my
the new Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan.
Yeah. The point is that that again, what happened is, and I know this is like it happens over and over, but or Spectrum was one of her names. She had multiple identities. The point is that where they are the Marvels, but she doesn't want to have a superhero name because it's lame. Again, shitting on the thing. She gets a costume that is comic book accurate, but she throws down the wings because they're lame. And I'm like, why do we do this? What is the point then for comic book things? I would have.
Why do you?
And also,
why do you spit on the face of the things your fans like? Why?
You are obsessed about having more people of color, and here is a character from the comics who is black, who is everything how you would like it. And then I'm totally on board. She's a character. I don't know that much about her, but okay, she doesn't have to be all likable. She can have a personality. That's fine. But why does her personality is that I'm a super scientist. I don't want to be a superhero. And then she sacrifices herself, and then she's in the X-Men universe. And then there's her mom.
To check all the boxes.
She has to exactly. It is death by committee, and that's what I hate. Yes. That's the corporate bullshit. When just that Captain Marvel that you told me about, or Miss Marvel, that character would have been much better. Tony Stark, they never allowed him to be the full alcoholic guy and go through this really kind of, but not really.
They were real fast and neat.
In the second one, in the third one, that's where he should have been really crashing out. There should have been where Falcon tells him, Tony, you're an alcoholic, you need help. And it should have been that, but they didn't do that. The second one actually did set that up. That is true. I agree with you. They were in the first and the second one was setting this up. But in the third one, they dropped the ball. That's what I'm going to say.
Do you know what's kind of amazing to me? Did you know that Marvel did a Civil War 2 in the comics?
Yes, I know that's actually not that long ago, right?
No, it's fairly. They basically did it after the movie to try and capitalize.
Of course they did. Yes.
And do you know who the two sides were led by?
I mean, in the first one was Iron Man, and then the other side Captain Marvel, right? It was Captain America, and then Captain Marvel.
No, the first Civil War is Iron Man, Captain America. Second Civil War was Iron Man, Captain Marvel. And what I always found hysterical about that premise, it's the two alcoholics basically falling off the wagon and bringing the whole world down with them.
Oh man, yeah, that could have been actually. See, the problem is that even now in the comic books, they have to do everything by committee, and they did this for a while too. But the movie, this is the problem with the movies, And I loved. Look, I'm not completely gonna shit away the idea of, because we got to see a lot of our favorite characters in live action. Some good, some bad, some ugly, So, but I'm not gonna completely shit on this because it's been still cool. But if they're gonna continue to just make boring paper cutouts or change them to whatever ideology is right in popular at the moment, then why bother at all? I'm at this point when they announce a live action like the He-Man adaptation that sadly now they're making it. I am not pleased. I'm not pleased because, and I know maybe you don't care about this that much, but race swapping Man-at-Arms, the problem is it actually could be more racist, honestly, because Man-at-Arms is literally like
swing that a little bit.
Well, no, they swing so hard to be not racist that they're again racist. Really, you know why?
Okay, I see what you see. Yeah, they come back full circle. It's okay. This actually ties into my point about Michael B. Jordan, playing Johnny Storm. I guarantee you the reason why they didn't want Michael B. Jordan to play hot-headed Johnny Storm
because it's a negative black stereotype,
yeah,
and they were terrified.
They worry swapped the actor, but then they didn't want the actor to play like the character because they were afraid that would speak to some sort of negative stereotype.
And maybe, exactly.
Test themselves into some bizarro racism.
There is, and that's what they constantly do. They try to be not racist, and maybe also the Luke Cage movie in the 70s wouldn't happen because they're so afraid to be canceled. By the couple of.
I guarantee you, it will never happen under Disney. Is for precisely that reason.
Yeah. So the Netflix one, they were trying to be. At least it was edgy, and at least it did fit. It wasn't the greatest show, but it was decent.
They got away with a lot more than I thought they would.
Yeah, I haven't seen the second season, but I like that they had the Diamond Head guy in an outfit at the end where he had like a mech suit like in the comics. So that was something. They were working with very low budgets. That was their whole thing because back then there was an adversarial system between the TV line of Marvel. That's why a lot of the TV Marvel stuff is basically effectively decanonized, except the Netflix stuff.
Because honestly, I think Disney would prefer to decanonize it, but it just got so much critical praise they can't.
They can't, and that's why they don't say it. Yes, they have like the official timeline, and where they say, well, Phil Coulson died. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. has, I think, also too many fans. The thing is that it's not a perfect show, but there's some really good seasons and really good episodes in there, honestly. To completely throw it away, I think, is a mistake as well, personally.
Well, right. It was never my thing. I was always very meh on it, but
It was mostly meh. It was mostly meh. I do agree with that.
But I can recognize the creative team was doing their own thing. It didn't work for me most of the time, but I can recognize it was them doing their thing. It wasn't them taking marching orders and checking boxes.
The thing
their
about
decisions were their own.
The thing about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is because how it was with TV Marvel and movie Marvel at the time, that they weren't allowed to use almost anything cool. It was actually impressive that they could squeeze out the storylines that they did, but it has a lot of the Joss Whedon bullshit, and it has also like the worst Buffy Mary Sue bullshit in there too.
It really does. It really does.
The only, I think...
Not for me.
For me, the problem is that I think the 6th season was where I think there was this one. Okay, no. The 5th season was when they're in space. That one was probably the best, and it's still not great, but it's not the worst. It's really not. It's inoffensive,
Right.
But I like probably because I like Phil Coulson a lot, and I like
but he's very good in that role.
And I like Ming-Na Wen. Ming-Na Wen, for example, she is the strong, independent woman meme done right. Mm-hmm. Because she's not perfect. She gets her ass kicked, okay? And then but she stands up again eventually and kicks back. And she played Chun-Li in the Street Fighter movie. And she was she's actually like a very famous Chinese, also she did a lot of Kung Fu movies and other movies too. So the point is that for me personally, she was Chun-Li in the Street Fighter movie. So, and she acted like that in a way for me. It's like in my head canon, she's Chun-Li who became an agent, whatever. It's
hey, that's kind of fun.
I mean, okay. The Street Fighter movie characters would fit totally in the Marvel universe. Let's be honest. And
yeah, they would. No, they definitely would.
But my thing is that the problem is with the Fantastic Four. I think. What do you think about analysis? How it's going to go down? That they won't be able to defeat the Galactus, and then they're going to be sucked into another dimension, into the.
I mean, the thing is, okay. If I didn't know about Avengers Doomsday,
yeah.
But I do know about Avengers Doomsday, and it's like they have to lead into that.
Yeah.
They can't help themselves. They're gonna have to.
So it's kind of inevitable, It's just how are they going to be able to save their Earth or not? Is the Earth going to be destroyed by Galactus? And maybe by the end of Secret War, they figure a way out to have them travel back in time. No,
I can see that happen, but at this point, honestly, I think I can't even guess what Marvel's going to do because I've watched next to nothing of their stuff since
okay, then yeah.
But it's also like, okay, it's like really the bind they got put into was their big villain guy playing Kang getting charged with what he got charged with and being forced out of the universe.
Yeah.
Like the reason why they went to Robert Downey Jr. to be Doom is because it's an absolute Hail Mary to desperately try and salvage it.
Yes.
That's why they went to him.
Yes, of course.
So it's one of those where, since it is such a Hail Mary, I can't say how it's going to go because they don't even know how it's going to go.
But then this is where we didn't even talk about the fucking, we got to end soon because it's getting late on my end, but this is the fucking thing we haven't talked about yet. Is the Silver Surfer? I mean, we didn't even start with that, but the Silver Surfer CGI.
Okay,
So.
let me start with that. Okay, because this actually ties. Believe it or not, I'm gonna tie this back into, if you're gonna make a female Venom, using the Spider-Man ex-girlfriend, why isn't it Black Cat? Like, really, my take on the whole female Silver Surfer thing is, why isn't it Nova?
Yes. No. Wait. Nova. I think yes. That would have been much better. I think. Just give me a second. I gotta refresh my memory.
Go ahead. Like
there was a female. There was a female Herald of Galactus.
There's been multiple.
Yes, I know. I know.
So, like, if I can take the lead on this.
Yes, that's her. That's how I meant the fire chick. That would have been much visually much better. Yes.
Because I've already seen across social media so many people, when they encounter the criticism of, why did you gender swap the Silver Surfer? There's so many Marvel troglodytes out there saying, well, actually, it's an original female named Shailene Ball. And I'm like, no, that character existed in like a what-if scenario for all of 2 panels.
Yeah. Yeah, this is beyond obscure, even for Marvel.
This is right. It's like, okay, so for whatever your reasons, whether it's agenda, whether it's genuine, doesn't matter. You want to have a female Herald of Galactus. Why not just use one of the female Heralds of Galactus?
I think Nova was.
You don't have to do the gender swap. Just use Nova. She's there.
I think she was even in other media too, and she's much more prominent than that one weird alternate dimension character, like the what if character.
She's so much. Okay, one of the most iconic moments for the Heralds of Galactus is actually a Nova moment. It's when Galactus shows up to the Skrull homeworld, and Nova fights the Skrull home fleet, and she annihilates them in 90 seconds flat.
The thing is that...
How cool would that moment be on a giant movie screen?
The thing is that she cannot be more powerful than Captain Marvel, which is ridiculous. She should be, because she's the Herald of Galactus.
She should be. Yes, Captain Marvel, most powerful hero on Earth. We are not on Earth. We're in the galaxy now. And
exactly.
The Silver
Exactly.
Should, basically, anyone not named Doctor Doom or Doctor Strange
or Captain Universe.
Or Captain Universe. But Captain Universe is a cosmic power.
Well, it's an entity more that takes possession of people. Okay, we get it. Yeah.
But if you are not, if your hero name does not start with Doctor, and you are not in line to be a Sorcerer Supreme, then you should have no fucking chance against the Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
And so, but it's like sincerely, like my criticism of the Silver Surfer can be summed up in a single question: why is it not Nova?
Yeah, and I agree with that. It is really. I didn't even think of this honestly, but now that you said it, I was reminded in the Silver Surfer cartoon that is actually one of everybody talks. I really like the '90s Spider-Man cartoon. It has its problems, but I still like it, and it has a great ending. Actually, one of the best. That actually, the Into the Spider-Verse stuff, I think, was also inspiration because they did the multiverse really well in that cartoon. And I haven't seen Into the Spider-Verse yet, so I'm actually interested.
It's so good.
I will. And I actually am hyped because Carnage Spider-Man as a villain was fucking great. I don't care what you say. It was fucking. And if that cartoon could have been Dude, if we would have the Sam Raimi verse, shit going on, we could have Carnage eventually, not with that third movie, but eventually, and then maybe have like a Carnage Spider-Man, like a dimensional thing. Like the thing is that to me, and then there was the X-Men cartoon, of course. There was Fantastic Four. There was other ones. I watched a lot of the cartoons, also the '80s ones that they showed. But I remember there was the Silver Surfer cartoon, which I think was really cool because it had its own tone. It had the whole Silver Surfer was literally like philosophizing about, the meaning of life and what he should do, should he help people or not. And it really felt like Silver Surfer. And of course it wasn't that popular, only has 13 episodes, but it was really cool. And there they had Nova in that one, and it was also really cool. And I'm like, okay, I'm fine with not having Silver Surfer. I like Silver Surfer, but I don't want to have female Silver Surfer. I agree. Nova is much more interesting, and it would be also visual, and you could have there could be multiple things you could do. And the point is that where it's like it's also just looks so bad, the CGI. Why does the fucking like when is the that movie is not the first Fantastic Four is 20 years old, but the second one was okay. It's not quite. Yeah,
it's like 17, 15 years old, something like that.
Yeah, and then the sequel. So that was 2007. It's almost 20 years old. Okay, so it can go to the military at this point. Okay, and it can drink in Europe. So it's 18. The point is that it's old, and they could make a CGI Silver Surfer that looked cool. That was probably the best part of the movie.
Okay. I think that effect isn't that much better, if better at all, than what we're seeing here. I think.
But that's the weird part. Still, that's the weird part. How does an effect that is almost 20 years old almost look the same like effect that is now?
I can actually answer this, and this is a bit of my stealth argument for why it should have been Nova. It's because there's stuff that looks good when it's drawn, and I'll happily make the argument that Silver Surfer should be the one in like an animated context because you can make it look good there, But in live action, I think Chrome, like a full Chrome human being, it's just too hard a material with all the lighting that has to come off of the Chrome in order for them to get it past the uncanny valley. I just don't think it's an effect that will ever work that well on a live human performer because it just can't get out of the uncanny valley.
Yeah, okay, maybe. I think there is a point to that.
But with that being said, Nova also gives you another out from having to do that. You can have someone who's divine fire.
True. I think personally the reflective thing could be done well. I have a good memory of,
but I don't know if it's worth the time, energy, and effort it takes to get it done for an entire movie runtime. Because at a certain point, how many man hours are you putting into getting this one effect done? Can you maintain it throughout the course of the film? How do you have to constantly adjust for it under the lighting of every single scene? At a certain point, it's just not worth the hassle it brings to the production.
I don't know. I think with CGI today you can do it personally, but maybe you're right. I think that it's just they shouldn't rush the CGI. They should take their time then, and then they can make everything with CGI at this point.
But that's the thing, is they're always going to rush and crunch it because in order to get that CGI done, it's going to take man hours of crunch in order to do it.
Maybe. I like Norrin Rad. I would like Norrin. I would have liked another chance for Norrin Rad because he's a great character that deserves not only.
I love Norrin Rad as a character. Norrin Rad is iconic for a reason, and he's really cool. But if you were to give me two Fantastic Four projects, one's animated, the other's live action, just from the pure special effects side of things, I'm gonna put Norrin Rad into the animated one, and I'm gonna put Nova into the live action one, just because Nova's power set isn't anywhere near the hassle or cost that Norrin Rad's is for the production.
I think also, honestly, a dude in silver, and it might be just me, at least with this woman, it works better. But it's going to be interesting, guess, because they're going to have in the new DCU with Superman, they're going to have already some of the authority characters. They're going to have one, the architect, who is also like a machine cyborg woman, you know? And I'm curious to see how, if they can pull it off better, you know? So, and she's actually an interesting character.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't know if it's worth its hassle is basically what it comes down to. Like, in a weird sort of way, I think spray painting a person silver would be less distracting than trying to do the CGI effect, because, you know, as the audience, your brain is subconsciously watching the movie as you're consciously watching it. You can look and be like, oh, I know what that is. Okay. And then your brain can kind of buy into what the movie's doing, you know? Whereas if it's CGI, it's that uncanny valley. I think the chrome effect is just using CGI for the chrome effect. It's never going to get out of the uncanny valley.
I don't know if it's uncanny valley for me. I don't. You know what? Personally, honestly, I don't mind, because, you know, the Silver Surfer is anyway a cosmic being. He should feel like he's out of place in a way. He should,
but there's a good way to do that, and then there's a way where it's just off.
Well, I'm gonna rewatch anyway the two movies because it's on Disney Plus. So I'm gonna be curious to see how well it aged. Probably not well, but because it's CGI, and CGI never ages well. And maybe you're right. Maybe it's not worth it. But I also like a challenge for the filmmakers, because it's also like challenging themselves. The problem is that, I mean, okay. Now this is a still image, so it may be not quite fair. Okay.
Right.
But
I think that is the one bit where I think people are being unfair to it, because like certain effects are made to be seen in motion and not static.
Still,
so
though,
that might be what's going on here.
Okay. I'm gonna share it anyway, because this is, and then we can. Anyway, this is it. 2007, 2025, side by side.
Okay, so the thing is, I will grant you, I think the first effect is better, but I don't. It's still a little weird for me. Like the problem with the newer one, it's way too reflective. It is distractingly reflective.
Well, that's why the other one works better, I think. You can still think it's metallic, but I don't know, because maybe if I see it in motion, the old one, it's going to be cringe. I just remember from the movie, visually speaking, at least, I liked it. It was probably the best part of the movie, and I was hoping actually for a Silver Surfer movie, but I don't know. Maybe it's not possible. I don't know. But the thing is that let's agree with this, is that I'm pretty sure Nova was a possibility. But they decided they're just going to do it like that. And it's laziest way. I don't believe that they didn't have Nova on that as a possibility. You know,
right. It's one of those where it's an unforced error on the MCU's part. They could have avoided so much of this if they just used the character who was already there.
Okay. Exactly, and the thing is that for me, is that where for me is like where with right now, some people are saying they should Sonic it, and by Sonic it, you know, when they showed the first Sonic trailer and it was this horrific creature from hell, and not Sonic the Hedgehog.
So the thing is that saved that movie, and that decision allowed them to have a franchise.
Yes, and it became, actually, this was so great because it finally broke the mold of video games can't be adopted into live action or semi-live action movies. You know, although it was weird because I thought, well, Sonic should be fully animated, but now I'm like, you know what? But also, when I found out that there has been games where it's well established that Sonic exists with other humans, there's a timeline where that's the universe where that's the case. I was like, okay, and it works. It works for what it is. So I'm like, I'm okay with this.
See, what's ironic about the live-action Sonic movies is they're hyper cartoony.
Yeah, and that works. It works because they knew that.
Right. It sells it. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, this is just because these people are live action. This is still a cartoon world we're in.
Yeah, and the cool thing was that where there's still no reason. I haven't seen the third one yet. I heard very good things of the fact that they could make 3 Sonic movies and they're all. I liked the second one. There was these miscellaneous characters that were having their weird adventures in the hotel that was completely superfluous, but we didn't need that. But okay. It was still decent, and it had a cool ending, and Jim Carrey as Robotnik is amazing. And I will also say about the Mario movie, it was pretty good. I just didn't like they had to have Princess Peach as the girl boss, that she couldn't be saved. That was something that pissed me off.
That's gonna be another one where it's like. I don't care enough to fight over that one, but I also don't agree. But it's like meh.
You know what? Look. They could have her still. Like, I think it's fine for her to be, like, skillful and whatever, and also fight and that's whatever. But it was this whole point that it's just me. But I don't care that much about Mario myself either. So it's like I'm okay with it.
What it comes down to me is, okay, it's nowhere near as bad. Like, there's such a degree of hyperbole about Peach's girl bossness I'm not saying it's totally non-existent, but it's blown so out of proportion. Well,
why is it that they had to then basically cock Luigi and make him the guy to be saved? Why was that so necessary?
Oh, because honestly, because Luigi, fair or not, has become a damsel over the years himself. He's very much become that joke relief character. He's not.
But he had when he saw the ghost. That was a good scene where he had this comedic timing because it was the scary Luigi game. So I don't know. Like, I think that at the end,
see, honestly, okay. Like, the reason why him going to save Luigi doesn't bother me is because no, that's him going to save his brother. I actually buy into him saving his family member, that being a stronger motivation for him than some girl he just met. That's why I'm not really bothered by it.
But it's why can't they just follow the story once, and it doesn't have to be exact?
Because there isn't that much of a story to follow, man.
That's true. Yes, I know that, and I'm not the biggest Mario lore master or fan or anything. I like it enough, but I'm more curious. Oh, look, okay. You know what? You want to be like that? Fine. What if they make a Zelda movie, a Legend of Zelda movie, and Link gets kidnapped, and Zelda is the badass in the first movie? Okay.
So, all right. So no. Here's the thing. Which Zelda are we talking about? Are we talking like Ocarina of Time? We talking Link to the Past? We talking Twilight Princess? We talking Tears of the Kingdom? Which one are we talking about?
I think. Well, let's just say they're gonna go with the very basic storyline. So they're gonna go either. I think
Ocarina, because it's the biggest one culturally.
Probably Ocarina or the third one. The Link to the Past.
No, the thing is, okay, then no, they absolutely should not do that. But that being said, Zelda absolutely needs to have her badass moment as Sheik later.
Well, I think
because that's just as much part of that story as Zelda being the princess.
See, and that's the problem. I still haven't played Ocarina of Time. I've only played the first 3 myself. So, but I will say this, that I agree with that. I actually was one of the few people that liked the cartoon version of Link and Zelda, which was also adapted into a comic that was actually better than the cartoon.
Have fun on that limb, brother. I am not joining you out there on that one.
It's not the worst thing. It's definitely better than the fucking CDI.
Okay, but if we're going to complain about butchering characters, Oh my God, that one.
Okay,
That one.
but this is the problem with Link. Link didn't have a personality because he was the silent protagonist.
I will fight you tooth and nail to the death on this. No, silent characters absolutely have strong personalities.
Okay,
Link has
yes,
distinctive
yes.
personalities. Samus Aran has distinctive personalities. No, strong silent characters absolutely.
Fair
have
enough, fair enough.
personalities.
But that's the problem is that if they want to make a movie out of that, how can they do this that he doesn't
does it
talk?
need to be a movie?
I don't think it needs to be a movie, honestly. I think it could be cool visually. If they do it like I would like it, Link wouldn't talk, you know?
Actually, you know what you really need to do? This is mostly for pacing more than anything else. A Legend of Zelda project should be a series, not a movie, because a movie won't give you enough time for all the plot beats. You need to have like a 10-episode series and then probably spread out over a couple seasons.
We need a 10-episode season. You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Number one, I like Zelda, but I'm also not the biggest Zelda fan. You know, like I will.
Right. I'm not the biggest Zelda fan either, but I've played enough of it that I feel like I understand its tempo and its pacing and its characters pretty well.
A series might be better, yes, or a multi-movie thing. Yeah.
Because while Zelda has very high points, on the whole, most Zelda games are extremely laid back. You know, most of your time in a Zelda game is spent just kind of wandering, doing chores, and getting to know the people of the world.
See, but that is a later Zelda game. I grew up with the old Zelda games where it was dungeon crawling, and you would talk to some randos in caves, and they would tell you some weird shit, and maybe throw you a bone. You know. To be fair, no. Zelda 2.
The franchise has just moved away from that.
No, you're actually correct. No, they moved away right away in a way because Zelda 2 has towns and you talk to people, you do chores. Zelda 3 even more so. So I stopped. You're right. The first one was really the pure dungeon crawler, mostly pure. Even then there's people. But Zelda 2 and 3 already has towns and people and chores that you do. So that's true. You know what? I'll say this. I would have rather like a Secret of Mana anime series or movie, but probably an anime series would be better. And I think they did already something with Zelda. I think Zelda would be better as an anime anyway, because it already is an anime.
Well, it's funny that you mention that because they've already done that. Like, they haven't animated them yet, but they've made just about every single Zelda game into a manga.
I know that, and that's a cool idea because it's kind of... I think that Zelda could be done right, but they wouldn't do it right. That's the problem. And it's the same way with the Half-Life movie. That's why Valve was very hesitant to allow it to be made a movie because they ruined Doom. And the thing is that where a Half-Life movie could be done, but it would be in a way, I think it would be hilarious, where the beginning part is like you see the life of Gordon Freeman and everything, and every time just before he talks, he always gets interrupted, right? So he finishes his degree, then he goes to his first job, and they just tell him, "Oh, Gordon, push this box here and do this." He does the grunt work because that's the kind of hazing period. And he says, "Hey, Gordon, plug this shit in." And then, oh shit, we just opened a gate to 5 to 10 dimensions or whatever. All these aliens are coming through. And then you have these action scenes, and the talking would be made of all the ancillary characters. So it could be very interesting. The problem is Hollywood wouldn't do it. So I agree with you in the end. Yeah.
See, okay, let me tell you about the 2 Hollywood pitches that I have that live in my head that I know have zero chance of ever happening, regardless of whether or not I become a big Hollywood person or not, or whatever. Okay, it is that I would love to do a Metroid project, but the thing about doing a proper Metroid...
I'm a bigger Metroid fan than anything Nintendo, so I agree with you. Yes, Metroid, yes.
Yeah. Like the thing with Metroid is Metroid, do not make Samus a chatterbox. No, let her be the quiet, stoic badass, and let it be a real, almost artsy fartsy nonsense. In that Samus is the only character on screen for like 95% of the movie.
Yes, yes, that is so cool.
And like, she shouldn't even talk. She shouldn't have like an AI robot companion she can say dialogue to. It should be This should be an almost dialogueless film where it's just what we hear is just her breathing into the suit and then giving some like huh, 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 reactions. That should be it.
The movie, in my opinion, the only talking would be if she's at the space station, right, and gets her information.
Yeah, like she gets the call. Hey, Samus, we have reports of the space pirates. It's Ridley.
Yeah, exactly. And then when she's on the planet Zevis, it's like a horror it's like Aliens, but she's alone, and it's almost a silent movie. Like silent in a way that there's no talking. Maybe there's like one word here and there.
1,000,000% that.
Because
like that's how you do a Metroid movie. Hollywood will never do that.
Never do that. Never.
To be a Metroid movie.
Yeah.
Because giving Samus a bunch of companions to talk to will just ruin the vibe of the movie.
The only way I could see it working,
completely tank the atmosphere.
If the Japanese do it and animate it, or they could also do it because they are more respective of keeping if they adapt something like a manga or an anime into live action, or a video game into live action, they try really hard to make it exactly as close as you humanly can.
As much as I love anime, I do. I'm a through and through weeb. There's zero chance of that happening because Zero Suit Samus exists, and they're not going to be able to help themselves.
We can have a scene her that she gets into the suit. Okay, they can have their Zero Suit like fab session.
The problem with anime Metroid is it's not going to be a scene. It's going to be half to 2/3 of her scenes. I promise you.
It's like we're not even going to have the suit. The suit is going to be like where literally, like, it breaks down and she has to get out, and it's just going to be Zero Suit anime. It's going to be ass and boob shots
until the final episode where she puts on the suit to fight Ridley. I guarantee you, that's how a Metroid anime would go.
You know what? You're right. So there's no hope. The point is that I would also do a Doom movie like this, where it's like the movie Soldier with Kurt Russell is a better Doom movie than the Doom movie, okay? Because he barely talks in that. You know, he's the soldier. And at first when I saw it as a kid, when it came out, a teenager, well, I'm 18, 17. The point is that I didn't like it, but it turns out it's actually really cool. And apparently it's part of the Blade Runner universe because he's a replicant. And you can show his history. They even have little Easter eggs on his signs, and they show something else. The point is that he is like then discarded on another planet when he's not useful anymore, and then he becomes a soldier. And when you have these scenes where it's just these action scenes, him fighting, I felt this is closer to the Doom movie. The Doom movie should be something a little bit like the third Doom movie mixed with 2016 Doom movie, where it's like he never talks, he's just a Doom Slayer. So
yeah,
and it shouldn't be not all in first person. I appreciated that in the first Doom movie. That was actually probably the only good scene. But
and that bit of the movie absolutely captured the spirit of Doom. That part was incredible.
Yes.
The problem is maintaining that for a full 90 minutes.
I mean, there was a movie that was in first person. They did make one.
Yeah, Hardcore Henry, and
which was,
it was.
I liked it, but it's an original story, and it doesn't.
Well,
it wouldn't work.
What it was an incredible tech demo. It was not a movie.
In a way, yes, you're right. Like it's like there is no like. I think with a Doom movie, I would like to do it like a little bit like Aliens. It would be very action. I would make the action and the visual feel like the Brom covers and the 2016 Doom, you know? Except the Cyber Demon has to look, they have to look like, because the original designs, and that's why they changed it for the third Doom movie, the second for the reboot series, back to the old design for the Cyber Demon, because he looks much better. And they realized
it's an iconic design.
It is an
regardless of how many bits it's rendered in, it's a more iconic design.
The 2016 Cyber Demon was such a disappointment. He looked like a World of Warcraft boss, and I was like, "Why do you ruin this when everybody else looks great, but you have to ruin him?" The point is that the beginning of the movie, you have the whole corporation trying to take out the power from hell, you know, and you can have some talking there. But then there's a certain segment of the movie where it becomes, I remember as a kid, I imagined the movie to be completely silent. and it's just the Doom guy doing his action scenes, maybe not for 90 minutes, but for 20 minutes or something, and that would be fucking amazing. Like I was thinking, like, there was this era of fan movies, right? I was thinking if I could get, and I've seen a couple of Doom ones, but one for a really nice budget. Imagine a fucking Doom movie like that would be fucking great. But it's like not for everyone's taste, and that's why a lot of video games wouldn't be good movies, So
all right, because games have the thing, they have ludo narrative.
Yeah.
And a movie just cannot replicate that.
You know what games would be perfect for movies, because they're basically already movies or books?
Choose your own adventures?
Yes, adventure games. Adventure games,
Yeah.
point and click, adventure games, interactive movies. There was a subgenre of adventure games, the interactive movie with the FMVs. They were already movies, Imagine Monkey Island or something like that as an animated movie, or even a live action movie heavily with CGI, or there is maybe the Myst games would be a little bit weirder, but I think it could be done. But with the Myst games, it would have to be an original story. It shouldn't be the first game.
Right. The thing, the Myst games are definitely story enough to tell a story.
In the Myst universe, not a direct adaptation.
Yeah.
You would have to,
right.
with the eras, how they go through the dimensions, and how about, you could have the guy who writes the eras, maybe maybe mention the guy, because also the main character in Myst, the great thing is, it could be anybody. It is never said, not even a gender, right? So it is
right.
you. And that's why that character, you could mention that, there was somebody who helped me, but it's been long ago, I forgot who they were. And then continue on. And then the point is that you could have characters reappear, and I think that could be done. But there is other adventure games that have great storylines. I mean, I wanted to say the Indiana Jones games, but Fate of Atlantis was an original story. They won't do that, so everybody was hoping that would have been the fourth indie movie, but that didn't happen, and that won't happen. So
Yeah, I don't know those games, so I can't speak to them.
Look, I think personally that would be the best choice, but I think I see the problem with video game adaptations. I think the only reason they're doing it, because again, it's an established IP. Let's make the Minecraft movie. Horrible movie, but apparently it is making money. All the Alpha and Zoomy kids are like, this is the greatest shit ever. Oh my god, chicken, whatever.
Well, the thing is, okay, I'm not going to be mad at that, because
it's for them. I'm an old guy. It's for them.
100, man. We all watched absolute dog shit when we were
Sure.
kids.
Okay, I watched Three
this is
Ninja Kids. It's fine. It's fine.
Exactly. So yeah. We all had our absolutely horrible tastes in cinema when we were children. Let them have theirs. They'll grow out of it. We grew out of it.
I'm just kind of like amazed that why is Minecraft not a full animated movie, but somehow they said, we need Jack Black or something. Okay.
Okay. All right, brother. So I've been looking at the Silver Surfer photo, and all right, here's where I will agree with Sonicking this. Don't Sonic this to fix it. Sonic it to retroactively make her Nova.
Yes, and they can do that, and that's the cool thing with CGI. They can still do this. Maybe they have to postpone the movie for a year, but I'll accept that. I personally will accept male Silver Surfer, but I'm also accept Nova. I also agree with you that there is a chance with maybe the reflective surface thing is something that is not worth it. And yeah. I'm at this point that if you really want to have female, then just make Nova. And I'll think it's gonna be fine. And maybe Silver Surfer can still exist, and maybe he can still have his movie. Maybe he was the Herald. Maybe he's flying around, so we can still have Silver Surfer at one point.
Oh, that's exactly what I would do. Okay, so if you're committed to the Herald being female, make it Nova, and then you tease out Silver Surfer, and then you can have a Silver Surfer movie where he fights Nova later. Boom.
You could
Marvel,
say
I just made you a ton of money.
Marvel, Marvel, if you want to try to make everybody happy, you can't do that anyway. But this is how you could do it, where you say
That's
she fails, she gets defeated by the Silver Surfer, and like you're just as in a disappointment like the previous Herald, and something like that. That's all you need, okay? And then because that's the thing, which is sad, is now we have a good Galactus, probably, at least visually speaking, but we're gonna have a shitty Herald. Whereas I'm not gonna say it was the greatest Silver Surfer in the previous movie, but I think it worked. It was the Galactus that was shit.
right. Oh no, Galactus was an insult, but it's like this. God damn it, Marvel! It's just such an unforced error.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I think that this is going to be the final word because it's already 1 a.m. But I've been really enjoying this, and it's been a while. But this is going to be my
seriousness, brother. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know we talk for like 4 to 6 hours at a time, but yeah, I love you. Thank you for having me on, mate. And okay.
Wait. Before you say bye, it's just a final word, just a final sentence. Everybody, like, I'm going to say it. That I agree with you with that. We'll see what happens. If they don't do it, I think it's going to be a big disappointment. And I'm not going to go into that. I'm hopeful. We didn't even, and maybe we can do other episodes. We can talk about the Superman movie, but I will not get into that.
Definitely.
I hope, I like that they're also going more retro and more classic with the Superman movie, and I have hope for that one. And I really hope they won't ruin it. They still could. Still could be a complete disaster.
Could.
But both could be now. It's in the quantum state now, so at least for us.
Right. Well, the good news about the Superman movie is, holy shit, it has color.
Oh, yes, finally, my God. Actually, the thing about Henry Cavill's suit, I liked it, but it was always so fucking dark. Finally, now it's blue, red, and yellow. Okay?
Yes. Look, I've given Zack Snyder his fair share of praise here.
Yes.
I'm going to give him some heat now, too. Good God, Zach, it's called color. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
A lot of it was filters, too. I saw the costume, the Henry Cavill costume, without the fillers. It looked really good. It was really good. And so I think that if Fantastic Four doesn't change something, and I'm kind of worried, it's going to be DC. And maybe if DC knocks it out of the park with this, we're going to have the third big wave. Maybe not the big wave, but maybe a wave for a while. And it's not going to be Marvel.
We can get the rejuvenation. I mean, the thing is, we're never going to get back up to Infinity Gauntlet.
I don't think so.
That's just the high watermark. That's just the high watermark. But that being said, okay, Fantastic Four, my quick rundown, I really am liking how Sue Storm is turning out. I'm very excited to see her. I'm very excited to see Thing. I think they're going to be fantastic. I'm super excited to see comic accurate in design, at least Galactus. Those are things I'm hyped for. I
am.
I'm not as negative on Pedro Pascal, but I do have my concerns. Namely that I'm afraid they're going to play him too cool to be Reed.
Yeah.
And then my second biggest worry is Johnny, because fuck me. God, heaven forbid we have, I hate this word so much, heaven forbid we have a problematic character,
And is it really so problematic to be a flirty guy?
No, he's a hothead teenager / young 20-something
dude
who's a bit of a horn dog. Like,
Gambit.
He's a fuckboy.
He really is.
It's a great thing, but it's the thing most men are kind of.
Especially at that age. Especially if at that age, and they're good looking, and they are famous and have money. Let's just be realistic. And you know what? Wolverine and X-Men Marvel. Guess what was the standout? It was Blade and Gambit. Mm-hmm. Finally, we got a perfect Gambit. And guess what? If you don't use him again, you're gonna lose. And he's got to be a flirtatious. He's got to be the ultimate ladies' man until he sees Rogue, and then he's gonna be all about Rogue. But it's Gambit.
Well, the thing is, Gambit, when he sees Rogue, the flirtation's going to go up 1,000. It's just going to be singularly focused.
Well, yeah, it's going to be like the laser focuses, the light focuses down to a singular laser. The point is that I like Batman. I mean, Batman and Wolverine. Oh, that would be great. No, Wolverine and Deadpool. But it was so cool that they brought back like Blade, and they had, you know what, even Elektra. I was like, you know what, that's fine. I didn't even like you in the movies that much, but you know what, Jennifer.
She was a terrible Elektra in her adaptation, but you know what? Hey, I'm happy that they were not ashamed.
They were not
so happy.
Exactly. And actually, Daredevil, I would have liked Ben Affleck as Daredevil, but I think he was like, nah, I'm too big for this. And also, I'm done with superheroes. I was Batman, and that sucked. I'm not going to do this again. I can understand him.
Which is a bit of a shame, because he was not a bad Batman. But it's just he was attached to the wrong projects as Batman.
I actually liked him as Daredevil. I think the script lacked a bit, but I liked the movie. It wasn't perfect. But the costume, for example, was great.
Not him.
And the costume was great. It was one of the few costumes where they actually gave a shit about to make it look like the comic book costume.
They did.
And it's this is the thing where they had Elektra and they had fucking motherfucking Blade. By the way, Jennifer Garner still looks great. You know, no. I mean, I don't know if she got operations. It was probably just healthy living and a little bit of operations, but it's fine. Fucking Wesley Snipes' Blade.
Living, you know, you can afford things.
Oh yeah. They're not like us. You know, we have to actually work and suffer. You know, like normal mortals. But Wesley Snipes' Blade, and it was so great.
Because there's only one Blade.
There's only one Blade, and also when he says, "I always hated you," and this was a line when he said this to him in Blade 3.
Yes. Right, exactly, because he couldn't stand Ryan Reynolds on the set.
Because Ryan Reynolds is the ultimate character actor. He's always just Ryan Reynolds. It just happens him and Deadpool align, you know? And the thing is that seeing Blade and then seeing motherfucking Gambit, because also that actor wanted to play Gambit for so long. Channing Tatum.
Look, I'll be honest, I heard about that. I was super skeptical. I thought, was that a bullet dodge? No, he was hot. Damn, he was perfect for that role, and it's such a shame that he never got to be it before they closed the door on that universe.
I will say this: Taylor Kitsch's Gambit was not bad, but he was just a cameo. You know, he didn't get a chance.
He was not bad, but he was also nowhere near good.
You see, with Channing Tatum, he was obsessed to be Gambit. He was also like, yes, I want comic accurate 90s Gambit outfit. Give it to me. I want this now. I'm going to be motherfucking Gambit. Even with
he was like Ryan Reynolds with Deadpool.
And he has the Cajun accent. And they even made fun of it in a good way, where he's talking this Cajun accent. What is he saying? Without not being ashamed, it's just like it's a hard accent to understand if you don't know it. And that's great.
Well, what it is, it's the thing that I feel like the Fox universe did not get anywhere enough credit for, that I've grown to absolutely despise about the MCU. The Fox universe was not ashamed of itself.
Well, it was
a little. I mean, they did. The thing is, they didn't want to do the costumes
until they did.
Until they did. Like, the thing is, they were leery to do it at first. But then they got comfortable with it, and then they were fine with it.
Look, it was early on. I'm going to be nice, because they had to sell superheroes. It's a hard sell back then. Nobody liked superheroes, really, other than nerds. So it was like... But then...
especially the first and second movies, they had to play it safe. They really did.
And that's fine. It's fine.
But yeah, I really love that movie because it was not ashamed of itself. And and sincerely... All right, Marvel, if you're listening, I mean, you're not. And even if you did, you would hate us for being misogynistic assholes. How dare you not love our blah, blah, blah bullshit.
Yeah.
But if for some reason you are listening to us and you can actually hear us, save your movie and go back and make her Nova. Do it. Just save yourself this hassle.
Yeah, just do it. And by the way... For X-Men, where they got it right, the best X-Men movie. I liked X-Men 2 a lot, but First Class, great reboot in universe.
Speaking of period pieces too,
it's a period piece that works. It respected the comic books, but it also set it in the real world with the real world problems at the time. And
Yes.
they even got fucking costumes that were actually like the Thing with blue and everything. And Magneto is great. And the guy who plays Xavier, I forgot his name, but
James McAvoy.
McAvoy
James was phenomenal.
Look, I like Patrick Stewart. He's great. I like Gandalf as Magneto. That's great. Because Ian McKellen and whatever. But it's like where it's cool, and it did work, you know. And it didn't shy to be dark, because X-Men was also dark, and they could also throw in humor without being the Marvel humor. You know, the whole oh, I'm making a big speech, you know, like Apocalypse makes a big speech, and then there would be like, oh, but you're a dodo head, you know, just before he feeds. No, in Apocalypse he was literally killing people and disintegrating cities, and he wasn't the best visual representation. He wasn't bulky enough, but he still looked good, and he still looked menacing, and he was menacing. It still worked.
Yes.
It is not the best out of that, but it worked, and Archangel was cool, and Psylocke was visually cool. So It wasn't perfect, but First Class out of those bunch was the best. Dark Phoenix sucked. It was a little mopey. Yeah. And
Dark Phoenix is a movie that never should have been made. Like,
it was unnecessary. They ruined the Phoenix storyline again. And
this is one of those I don't think they should make the Phoenix storyline just because they have not proved. Because here's what they need to do, and they have proven they have no patience for it. Like, the thing that makes the Dark Phoenix work as a story is that Jean is the good girl to a painful degree. So when she makes that turn, it's breathtaking. Every time they go to adapt the Dark Phoenix, they can't help but front load it and hint too hard at the coming turn.
Yes. It was better. At least the effect looked better, but it still wasn't great. And then we have like the Wolverine movies. Actually, the Wolverine, the second one, wasn't that bad. Logan was amazing, and to me that was the end of the Foxverse. But then again, then we have Deadpool, and then we have Wolverine and Deadpool and Wolverine, and to me that was the true ending. And fucking what's his name?
Well, I do sincerely appreciate what Deadpool and Wolverine did, in that it was basically a curtain call for everyone from that era.
Yes, and it had Chris Evans as the torch falling on his balls, and I wasn't the biggest fan of that, but on the other hand, it was kind of funny. Especially, I gotta agree that when he said this line, and I'm like, it's been a long time. He's been in another kind of dumpster dimension. Who knows what that makes to your personality, especially if you're kind of a borderline narcissist asshole, you know?
Well, it was
good fun.
It was also just great to see Sabretooth again. I wish they could have gotten Liev Schreiber again, but it is just so good to see.
Yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
It was just so good to see Wolverine and Sabretooth on screen together again.
That was true.
It was criminal that they made, including Deadpool and Wolverine. It is criminal that they made four Wolverine movies. Really, it's 7 because for those X-Men movies.
They're Wolverine and Friends, the movie. Yeah, let's be honest. So it really is.
And how much screen time did Sabretooth have across all those movies? An hour, maybe?
Well, to be fair, he was in the first X-Men movie, and then he was in the first.
Yeah, that's true. He was in the first Wolverine for a good amount.
And he was the main villain, and he was done better. Although I felt he wasn't as physically imposing, the actor was good, and he did it, and he was still like imposing as like threatening. So
he was imposing enough physically, but that dynamic he had with Hugh Jackman was so good.
He looked better as the comic book accurate in the first movie, and so they went with that guy for the X-Men and Wolverine ones. So, and it was kind of funny how he just kills him, and I was like, okay, that's kind of funny, but it's like, and it was cool that they did that, I was getting annoyed by Deadpool, but the best joke was that when he puts on the fucking yellow costume and he says, "Oh, it took you 20 years to be not ashamed to be a comic book movie." That is the best Deadpool joke. Hands down.
Right.
It's like it took you and Wolverine has been in almost every X-Men movie, and he never puts on the brown suit. And that beginning scene when he goes to the different universes, you have comic book accurate height Wolverine, mini Wolverine. You have
Right.
Age of Apocalypse Wolverine, which I was, yes, Age of Apocalypse. I want to see forget at Deadpool. I just want to see Age of Apocalypse Wolverine. I want to see Age of Apocalypse the movie now, please.
Right.
But it was the maybe we'll get it.
It's the curtain call for the universe. It's
Yeah.
like, hey, here's everything we did. Here's everything we didn't get to do. This is our final goodbye. We're taking our bow.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Pleasure knowing you.
Probably Hugh Jackman will still pop up one more time minimum for the Secret War, Deadpool as well, and then they're going to reboot X-Men, which they said the next storyline will be X-Men, and it's going to be recast, which they should, but...
Hey, it's amazing what a divorce will do to a man's financial situation.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just want one thing, because I hope they don't recast Gambit. I wish that the one character that
Channing Tatum. Channing Tatum deserves to have the chance to play him for real. He does.
He'll be in the Avengers movie, but I wish that he then returns to his universe, or now he's going to be part of the main one.
He'll be too old. By that point.
Yeah, he's a bit old. Yeah, okay, but you know what? At least he'll get like another chance, one more movie, because I'm sure that he's going to get one more.
He absolutely does.
And this time, I want his memory also back. And he should at least be flirting with everybody there. So
yes.
But anyway, this is I love how we still extended it, of course, because it's a typical what we do.
Okay, all right. In all seriousness, brother, I love you. Thank you for having me on. Happy 80th. Happy. So this has been how many years for you? 14?
14.
Damn, brother.
If I had a child when I started my first Beastcast...
Yeah, they'd be getting ready to drive a car.
Well, not in Hungary, but, they would be trying probably, so...
So we gotta. Hey, again, thank you for having me on. Congratulations on the 80th. Congratulations on the 14 years, brother. And hey, here's to another 14 more, right?
Same, agreed. And we should talk more, dude. We should just general also, but also we can record again a Beastcast, and yeah, so we should do that. Anyway, then
all right.
Talk to you later, man. So
talk to you later, brother. Get some good sleep. Yeah.
Yeah. One.
Step right up to the Beastmail Show, where comments and discussions are in full flow. Grab a seat, take a load off your feet, let the jazz take you on a wild beat. Ooh. Bebop, doo-wop, swinging high and low. At Beastmail, we're ready to go. Join the fun, come on and play in the jazz-filled world of Beastman.
Okay, fellow Beastians. Now, this was fucking crazy. If you're still listening, then you're a champ. And thank you. This is the longest Beastcast ever. This has Brody interview, The Game of Beasts, number 49, which was just shy of 6 hours, like 5 hours, 52 minutes, 54 seconds apparently as archived. This one will be, is over 6 hours, might be 7 hours when I'm done with this Beast Mail, but we gotta read the Beast Mail, okay? That is a given, okay? That is set in stone. Probably between this Beast Mail and the next, there's gonna be a break. Again, I know I haven't been around for a while, but now you got pretty much it all done in one big fucking interview, because we went through all the recent topics with Brady, and also a lot of old ones as well. So, I mean, after 14 years of Beast cast, it is what it is. We ramble on. Me and Brady, we can ramble on a lot. So, and I didn't want to, to shorten it or whatever, or split it up. It's just one big chunk. It's kind of like a monster cast, like Jared Terrifying's monster cast, just one thing. But let's go to the mail. And of course, I thought I had it open, but apparently I didn't. So, well, I have one open, and I have the other one. So, Tomcat, and thanks for your patience and everything, and for being a good friend and good bro, all of you, fellow Beastians. You say, I enjoyed this week's Beastcast. The highlight of the podcast was when you screamed because of because there was a trans character on the Fallout series. Lol. It was a primal scream, one born of pain and annoyance. Yeah! It was a primal scream, one born out of pain and annoyance. Maybe I should make a Suno AI slop metal song out of that. Sick of hearing about the trans people, even though they make less than 1% of the population. Maybe that's changed due to all the LGBTQ agenda pushing in the schools. I don't know, but the point is, it's in the minority. Look, man, I don't like it either, and I agree, but maybe the pendulum has swung now enough, and maybe we can all figure it out now in the next years. That's. I do agree with you, but it's I want to be positive. I want to be more positive, but I do agree with you. Yeah. There was never an old school show that I wanted to continue, although currently there is an Amazon Prime cop show called On Call that I'm hoping will get a second season. On Call, the first half-hour show from Dick Wolf, who is behind all the Law and Order shows. It's a half-hour show. Now, you see, I just talked about with Brady, aka artist formerly known as Lucifer's lawyer. Just kidding, Brady. Is that a live-action show? A live-action cop show that is half an hour per episode? That is weird. I don't mind it. I like it. I think we should bring back half-hour shows for some topics, I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, who knows? I mean, if it gets a good ratings, then yeah, of course it'll get another season. Absolutely. So let's check out the rest of the message. Yeah, now I got a little bit lost here. Who is behind all the Law and Order shows? The first season was only 8 episodes, and I binged it pretty fast since it's only half-hour show, but I liked it and I want more. That's pretty cool. So there's still some good stuff out there, apparently. I like to think I know a lot about comic books because I grew up reading them, but you definitely know more than me, especially since you knew Xavier's sister was a villain. Respect, my friend. Now, to be honest, I'll say you this. I didn't know this either. It's a very minor thing. I just Googled it, dude. Hats off to you. I just Googled it. Comic books is such a vast topic. You could focus on one company and try to read all the series and read all the stuff and get to know all the history and minutia, and it would be a lot, I'm not even talking about the big two. The big two have such big, they have become literally what the term, when people think comic books, they think usually these two big companies. It's like Marvel, DC, and then after a long break you have the quote-unquote indies like Archie and Dark Horse and Image. Those are the big ones. And then you have Dynamite and stuff, and then also smaller ones. But anyway, yeah, man, I didn't know that. That's something, dude. I have huge holes, especially also with Marvel and DC. A lot of it I just read up on. Because as a kid, I didn't read all the comics. I didn't have the money for all the comics. Nobody had, unless you were maybe super rich. And I didn't have the time. I liked reading comics, but it was yeah, I would read comics before I went to sleep or sometimes in the afternoon, but I had other stuff to do, there was, going out, playing, doing basketball, playing video games, hanging out with friends, especially once you get into these teen years where you want to hang out with girls. That's when most people, even the uber nerds, not all uber nerds, but some of them, we well, comics are not cool anymore, or this is not cool anymore, nerd shit in general. But anyway, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not as, probably, I don't know if I'm I think there's things that you know and there's things that I know. Let's just leave it at that. But thanks anyway. You're a depository of geek knowledge, and I bow to your wisdom. Maybe honestly, maybe next month, maybe we'll have we could make songs out of the comments. That'd be kind of funny. AI slop songs. there is a based YouTuber known as Synthetic Man, and I reviewed he reviewed the Fallout show and he shat all over it. Well, it deserves it, honestly. Synthetic Man is so based, I'm surprised he hasn't been kicked off YouTube. People call him a Nazi. Well, I don't know the guy. Who knows? And like again, I don't want to like deal with politics or social commentary that much, but it's like almost inevitable. Brady, I talked with him, and it was almost inevitable, honestly. So yeah, just a matter of time until Sintler is forced off YouTube, and when that happens, me and the rest of this synth cells will be very sad. Synth cells, come on, man, come on. But I think, man, we gotta think on the positive, man. I've said this before. You know, things you can focus on really bad stuff and revel in it. I personally don't enjoy that. Oh yeah, and then you say also still forgot to mention that in Deadpool and Wolverine they also showed the Age of Apocalypse version of Wolverine. Yes, I agree. You know this, but I forgot to mention it in my last message. I was actually, and it was driving me crazy. Sorry for the rant about Synthetic Man. I'm just a fan of his. That's fine. You can like, everybody can like what they want. I don't know the guy. There's all sorts. There's so many YouTubers. Multiple lifetimes wouldn't be enough to watch all the videos, and a lot of them they're not worth watching anyway because a lot of really bad slop. The point is that Age of Apocalypse Wolverine was very cool. I was very hyped because I remember when I was in high school, that storyline was going on when I was in Germany. And I remember I couldn't get all the issues, but I got a lot of it, and I got pretty much the gist of it, where it was like this big apocalyptic storyline. And of course, as Marvel does, they use time travel to reset everything, because that's what they do. But it was still a cool storyline. That might have been a storyline that they could have considered, you know, because I think the last major X-Men story for the Fox universe stuff that wasn't Wolverine or Deadpool was let's bring back Dark Phoenix. I think it would have been cooler if it ends in Age of Apocalypse and everybody, you know, and if they would have planned this, you know, because they cannot do Age of Apocalypse because, I mean, they could, but then they either have to do the time travel to fix the timeline again, which they did. I guess they kind of did Age of Apocalypse with when they had the Future Past timeline, I guess, but that was more the X-Men of Future Past, whatever storyline. That's a separate apocalyptic timeline that got reset. So I don't know, with Old Man Logan, which they did with Logan. So it's like whatever. But Age of Apocalypse would have been cool. Like, I would like to see, like, the big like, I remember he was fighting, like, all these cyborg mutants. That's, like, one of the most 90s comics that I can think of from Marvel. It was, like, peak 90s, dark, edgy 90s, you know. But, yeah, thanks, Tom, for the comments. And sorry for the lack of updates. I've been not swamped with work. I had, like I had this one where they shifted the time for work, and then I also kind of felt burned out. It was probably inevitable. I like doing the Beastcast, but it also takes up quite some time. And I don't have as much free time, and I have other stuff that I'd like to get done and finished, and I also like to chill. Like, I have the comic book I'm working on, which I will talk about I will talk about more once it actually gets close to finished, and then I don't know how I'll release it. That's for the future. First, I need to get it finished. I have multiple pages inked. I have lots of lore written. I have the characters, basic characters drawn. I have also a bunch of other art drawn, but it's not yet done. I have some colored pages. I have a concept. I think it's going to be cool. I don't want to sorry, it's kind of, I guess, a tease, but this is a dream of mine that I always wanted to do. And if I don't do it now, I'll probably never do it. So I'll have to do it. And maybe I can build something out of that. Maybe not, but at least I'll have it released. And I want to have a couple of comic books released. And if they, languish in obscurity and I make virtually no money off of them, I don't care. because nowadays you can also sell digital comics, and they don't, there's all kind of avenues for that kind of stuff. Anyway, thanks Tom for the awesome comment, and yeah, well, I look forward to your next comment because this episode, whew, I honestly, guys, just a heads up, this is like a long enough episode, so I want to maybe like not take like a long, because I kind of had already a break, but since this is like a 6-hour episode, I don't expect you guys to listen to it in one go. This is also for me like a rarity, but yeah, talking with guests, usually you have the back and forth and whatever. There's so much more, and especially if you don't give it a limit kind of thing, which I could have done, but I haven't talked to Brady, like, at least on one-on-one. I talked sometimes with email and whatever, but on one-on-one we haven't talked in years, so this was also just us, like, really, like, catching up in a big way, so. But yeah, next comment, and it is, of course, the one and only Death Adder. Okay. Death Adder brother. Death Adder writes, Fallout. Fallout. It never changes. I'm just kidding. That was me. Fallout. My first playthrough of Fallout 3 will forever be one of my fondest gaming memories. At the time, I had no cable, no internet, and no smartphone, not even a strategy guide, so I was just out there raw dogging the wasteland all on my own. Such a fun game to get lost in. You know what, man? I agree with that, because that's how I felt when I was playing Morrowind. Because I think Fallout 3 used the Oblivion engine, or vice versa. So that's like a generation later. But I remember, like, Morrowind was the first that kind of really sprawling sandbox RPG, specifically the first-person action RPG, the Ultima Underworld-esque, or because that was the first game that really did that, or the as people now call it, the Scrolls-like, whatever you want to call it, and Fallout, because I did play Fallout, but the first two Fallout games are very different. Like they're just, I mean, they are and they aren't. It's just mostly that the first two ones were turn-based RPGs based on the GURP system, and they continued that, but to a certain extent with Fallout 3. And I like Fallout 3. Like, honestly, my biggest issue was when I got to play Fallout 3 finally. It was like much later. Was like a couple. When did I play Fallout 3? Because I did play it through. I didn't mess with mods other than, I think the only mod I used was a mod to get it to run on Steam at all, which is kind of like Bethesda. It just works. You're selling these games still to this day. They're always selling them, always in things, and they don't bother to even just that it's because Fallout New Vegas works without a problem. I know that Fallout New Vegas will work just fine also on Windows 11 as it did on 7 or whatever. Like, but Fallout 3, nah, man, I needed to like do some fucking bullshit. Okay, when was? Okay, last time I played Fallout 3 was in 2018, so much later when it came out. So by that time, it was the Game of the Year edition. I have 125 hours, 125.2 hours on my Steam account. I think I've done everything in the vanilla game and the expansions. What was the expansion still for Fallout 3? Where did I even expand? I think so. As far as I remember, is that version even still available? Yeah. Like, anyway, I think there was expansions there too. Yeah, the point is that they haven't bothered to make it to be easily playable on Steam even back then when I played it. But I do remember, I once it did work, it was good, Now, I'll admit that it was also weird that you had to break down other items to fix. Like, for example, If you wanted to fix like a mech suit, you need to break down other ones to make it to work, I think, and also based on your skill, I believe. But there was some really cool missions, also with the whole, of course, the whole good or evil missions and all this stuff. Um, yeah, like I played through all the main Fallout games. Um, I mean, I played through one later through like because I did when I remember in college I played Fallout 1 and 2. Um, 1 I don't think I beat. I got to a certain point and I did like it, but it was a bit annoying. There was some annoying shit about it. It's just sometimes with these older games where they're at times they're either very clunky in the controls, and because I love my old games, I really do, and that's what I'm playing nowadays actually. And I mean like old fucking games. I'm not just meaning 10-year-old games. I mean games from the 90s, early 2000s, even 80s, and stuff like that. Um, but those games, they are a commitment to play in a way, in some extent. Like Fallout, to be fair, Fallout and Fallout 2, they're really cool games because, anyway, I like this tabletop role-playing system that I talked about, GURPS, and that's what the super system is based on. Originally, it was supposed to be called GURPS Fallout, and if Swingle, if you're listening to this and you're groaning, that is just what it is. I probably talked about this already. The point is that Fallout, it is not an easy game, especially Fallout 2, the beginning mission, the quest. I feel like they want you to go with a specific character, but then they also allow you to make your own character. So getting through that beginning dungeon just with like melee weapons is kind of a pain in the ass, especially if you want to do a ranged or charisma-based character. I think I made my own character, and I did eventually figure it out. Because you have to also deal with scorpions that can poison you and shit. But it's actually a good game. I would say Fallout 1 honestly is better overall, but Fallout 2 is still very good. And story-wise, there's some really interesting and new things going on. The final boss is pretty brutal. I won't spoil it if you do want to play it. It is a different experience, but point is that Fallout 3 really was they really decided, oh, we're going to make it, you're going to use the Oblivion engine and we're going to make it like that, just with Fallout. Or maybe the Oblivion engine, and maybe this was before Oblivion, I don't know. The point is that, and Fallout New Vegas, oh yeah, here you say also, I do prefer Fallout 3 to New Vegas. That is very, that might be controversial of a opinion. I love New Vegas as well, but I know all the people fall into either Fallout 3 or New Vegas camp, so I had to state my camp. Okay, this is my tier list, my quick tier list for Fallout. Probably Fallout New Vegas from the first-person games. Then you have Fallout 1. And you could put them on the same level because they're basically very different types of games. They're just in the same universe. And Fallout 1 has its own flair and feeling, I feel like, because with Bethesda, they added a lot of their own bullshit to the setting and to the atmosphere. Fallout 1 has what I call the Diablo 1 feeling, where it just has this specific, very specific atmosphere that the sequels don't quite reach, Like, yes, it has already the diesel punk retro futuristic aesthetics, and it has some of the comedy with the Pip-Boy and stuff, but it's not like I feel it's darker, I feel it's like not as quite as extreme as between Postal 1 and 2, but it is darker. And don't get me wrong, the Bethesda Fallout games are very dark too at times, very dark. But I feel like they go into a little bit into zany humor and like quirky girl territory at times. Not much. Fallout 4 is probably the worst offender. I haven't played 76 yet. I haven't played any of the spin-off games. I do want to play Brotherhood of Steel, the PC one, which is like a XCOM game, which I probably will enjoy. And I think they use the basic engine, but they make it into an XCOM game, so it's like to a turn-based tactical game, and I'm hyped for that. The point is that, yeah, you say people fall into these two camps. Okay, this is my tier list again. I will just say it: Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 1. Then it might be a little bit controversial. Fallout 4. Yes, I'll say it. Fallout 4 over 3. You know why? Just because, yes, it has its own bugs, but at least it works. It just works, you know? You might hate me for that. I had a great time with... I had a good time with Fallout 3. Let me say this. But I think, like, the expansion packs... And I might be mixing up the expansion packs of New Vegas and Fallout, but there was the Motherboard Zeta. I think that one was maybe 3. The point is that I like that one expansion pack mission where you go into the spaceship with the aliens, because I'm all about spaceship, especially like this is like they're like goofy like gray aliens from 50s Invader movies. And then that was either Fallout 4, but there was a spaceship mission on New Vegas or 3. But New Vegas storyline and setting line is the most vanilla. But I do like building robots, and I do like the expansion where you go into that island with the crabs and the giant mantises. So I'm kind of mixed. Like maybe it's sacrilege. I'll choose Fallout 3 as the more not vanilla game. I will say that. And once you get used to fixing shit with other shit, then it's fine. You know, like Chinese assault rifle and the shotgun is like, you'll have many of those. And there's great plot lines. I like the Atom Bomb City, you know, like there's, and it's been so long, dude. I would have to like, Fallout, I'm going to just say it. Fallout 3, Fallout 4 are kind of like in a quantum state right now. I would choose 4 now just because I know I can install it and it will run. Same with New Vegas. And Bethesda could fix Fallout 3 where it could run with no problems. I'm not expecting them to up the graphics or anything. Just make it run. Pay the guys who made the mods a little bit, you know, something, you know, like give them some fucking bottle caps, you know, and just have it done that, you know. Maybe add some achievements, you know. I might even replay it. I might do the whole evil run that I wanted to do, evil sneaky run. But anyway. I know that Death Adder, you're more into. I don't think you're that big of an Elder Scrolls fan, because probably I like Fallout. I probably like Elder Scrolls more because even though I like post-apocalyptic, I like the diesel punk shit. I probably like fantasy more, but that's me. And it depends on the franchise, to be honest. But anyway, you say that. I refuse to watch the Amazon show. Imagine a Fallout or Halo show coming out in the 2000s decade. Heck, even on the CW, they'd be so much fun. Honestly, yeah. Like, I probably don't want... I'm not a big Halo fan, but the fact that he takes off his helmet, even I know this is like... He's like Judge Dredd or like Doctor Doom. You don't take off the helmet. He doesn't take off the helmet. It's just a thing he doesn't do. There is other Spartans that take off the helmet. I know that. But he doesn't take off his helmet, and they could have written around that. Hell, as much as I've had problems with The Mandalorian, like the first 2 seasons are really good. I refuse to watch the 3rd season. Now in Mandalorian 3, when he does take off his helmet, it feels special, and it is for a good reason in the storyline. So they made it work. And yes, because there's other Mandalorians who are like, but he's like ultra orthodox Mandalore. You know, he's like, I don't take off the helmet. You know, this is the way, as he says. So, and this is the only, like, honestly, that's where Pedro Pascal is pretty good. You know, but 3rd season looks kind of shit, honestly, and it should have ended it should have been focusing on him taking over back Mandalore, and Baby Yoda should have been training with Luke, and we shouldn't have even seen them. They should have been like gone. And but whatever, it is the timeline we live in. And Fallout or Halo both could have been very cool shows in the 2000s, and by then we had the CGI, and we had still practical effects to make it really work, because a lot of the stuff would have been done just well. I think this was just before everything went to shit. Um, like I think Fallout and Halo. There's a couple of Halo fan like things. Well, not even fan. They're like official, but they're like short web shows, and they're not bad. Some of them, but I'm not that big of a Halo fan. Like Tomcat. Tomcat is a big Halo fan. For me, Halo was Doom for Xbox, and I was a PC guy, dude. It's just like when everybody's ranting about GoldenEye. I'm playing Half-Life. I'm playing Quake 2 at the time, or 3 even already. I'm playing Half-Life. I'm playing Sin. So I'm like, yeah, cool, bro. I mean, yeah, GoldenEye is pretty cool, and it's James Bond, but is there a PC version? No. Well, I guess I won't play it then. That was my mentality. I think I played it. It was on shops and stuff, so I played it here and there. And I did finish the main mission, I think, for GoldenEye, or I did get close at least, because I had a friend in college who had an N64. We would multiplayer at times, and he had GoldenEye, and for funsies, I played through most of GoldenEye. It fine, and I'm also not a using controller for FPS games, but GoldenEye is one of those games where they made it work for FPS, where there's bigger hitboxes, and it feels pretty good. And then Halo was the same way, where they made it. And I played through Halo 1 and 2. I'm also in college. There was a different guy, and he had his Xbox out. And yeah, we would play Halo and Halo 2 multiplayer. And so, yeah, I think Halo would be I think it should be rather a movie. I don't know if it should be a TV show. I think there would be enough for a storyline for a TV show. It could be cool. But I'd rather see one epic movie and then maybe a sequel, like... you could make Halo into Star Wars, basically, or like it would be, because I always said when Starship Troopers came out that they said, I always felt like too bad they didn't make a StarCraft or a Warhammer 40k movie, but they could have definitely, and I think they were thinking about StarCraft, but I mean, we know what that happened with the Warcraft movie. Even though I personally liked it, it wasn't perfect, it was a bit flawed, but I think it was still enjoyable. Fallout might have been a harder sell with its retro-futuristic setting for 2000s. But then again, they had like steampunk-flavored shows and movies. So I think they could have been actually pretty good. When I was playing Fallout 3, what I thought the game was missing? A superpowered woman taking BBC. Taking BBC. The British Broadcasting Company, of course. I'm convinced that Benzo's guy loves a good BBC. We all like the British Broadcasting... Not all. Some people like the British Broadcasting Company, of course. And now it is time for the BBC programming. Anyway, at 40 minutes 05 lol, I always think it's funny when podcasts have a look that up guy. Yeah, Jamie. I don't even remember that point. I'll go back to the podcast and find that now because I'm curious. But the look that I was just saying that to Brady that, just jokingly, this is a very small, very obscure podcast, but we have our bros, we have our fan base, we are each other's fan base, also with Tiger Claw in the Mondo Roundverse, and that's cool. That's very cool. This is something that I enjoy and love very much. But yeah, sometimes a Jamie would be really good. But I mean, like Joe Rogan, he he's pretty big. I mean, yeah, it took him a long time. He was doing podcasting when only very few were doing it. When it was maybe called even something else. Like he's been around for quite some time. So. But it's always funny, like Jamie. I don't think I even know how Jamie looks like, honestly, because I haven't listened to that many Joe Rogan podcasts. I have listened to a couple, but mostly I'm interested in the guests, like Quentin Tarantino, for example, because as much as I have my problem just in the what you heard about me and Brady with his fetish and his obsession with that, that's something that has spoiled my enjoyment of Tarantino a little bit. I still enjoy his movies, and he's brought up some really cool stories. And even though I don't agree with him on his opinion on Bruce Lee, there's reality to that, and I'm not going to question the stuntmen, because I do respect stuntmen quite a lot, because they do all the cool action stuff, and they often risk injury and death. It's quite a thing that happens all the time, having like injuries and stuff, because they do some crazy fucking stunts, and sometimes they fucking die too, or they have a debilitating injury, because shit still goes, especially with physical effects and pyrotechnics and shit. And like wiring, shit can really fuck up, especially if you're trying to save money. Anyway, I just started season 2 Buffy. If I watch it on my TV, I have to wait 20 minutes to pill commercials. But on my laptop, the ads are blocked, so they fly by. Yeah, man, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'll admit, I remember when I had, there's some really good blockers for that stuff. Not that kind of blockers, ad blockers. And and I would use it with YouTube, because the fucking ads would just be because I remember first, you would use it for when I would download abandonware shit or whatever, like a naughty boy, but it's old DOS games, and it's I'm at this point where I buy them on GOG or on Steam, if they're available, but there's quite a lot of abandonware games, old DOS games, that probably never will be released on Steam or on GOG, because they have a license, or they're hard to emulate and they don't care, or it's just too obscure and they cannot find the license holder because it was a shareware game, it wasn't from a big company, so nobody knows who has the rights. So there's plenty of games that have this issue still, so whatever. But also just fucking YouTube. So especially on my TV, there is a way where there's certain hardware you can buy legally to do that. Although the companies don't want you to know. I haven't got that yet. I've caved in. I've gotten YouTube Premium. I know. Consumer dude, whatever. But look, I got a job, and I just want to watch. There's a bunch of old TV shows and and other shows on YouTube that I just want to watch, and I don't want to deal with to even watch one ad. Even my mom, she also now mostly just watches YouTube at this point, like most people do, and she doesn't want to watch ads either. I grew up with TV. We all did. We know. When most people that are, under 80 are the only people still watching TV are probably the ones over 80 at this point, to be fair. And it's Fox News or whatever, so it's we still watch TV. It's just, and YouTube has just become TV at this point. And just now it's all streaming services. And this is the other thing also, that I want to get back on getting physical DVDs and Blu-rays. I have also been oh, it's going to be streaming and that's fine. There's a lot of movies that streaming still doesn't have access to. Even if you have every streaming service, there's a lot of older movies. Some, I would say this, Amazon Prime is better with adding old movies. They have. YouTube, Netflix sucks. They have started a couple. And they're more obscure things, but I do enjoy it. But it's they have, for example, they have a couple of the Hammer horror movies, the old Hammer horror movies, that were popular between the 60s and early 80s. There was a British company, and they would make all kinds of movies, but they got famous for basically their take on classic horror characters like Dracula and Frankenstein and such, and that was Hammer. And they made, for example, the British Dracula with Christopher Lee. When I was a kid, the first Dracula that I was encountered with was Christopher Lee, And then just later I found out about Bela Lugosi, who is a fellow Hungarian, And I think both are great, honestly. They're different, but they're great. So the point is that we have these these channels like Netflix, and they had some of these Hammer movies, but not like. It would have been cool if they have all of them or a good chunk of them, like because, and it would be also like sometimes they group them together, and it's like, I would say this that Amazon Prime has usually a better selection with older movies, even like movies from the 50s and stuff, and some good quality ones too. And Disney Plus has some too, and because Disney Plus has such a big back catalog of movies, and good quality. Not all of them. There's quite a lot of slop there, even from the past. Not just now. There's always Disney slop, but there's some good classic movies, And so I don't know. Like, but my problem is that I want to get back to physical media. I want to collect more, at least movies that I know that I'll watch again and again. There won't be that big of a collection, and I have already somewhat of one, but I want to expand that. And I know that I want to have like specific 80s fantasy movies where I think that was one of the biggest trend of fantasy, like of the biggest wave of fantasy movies was in the 80s, still to this day. The other big one that, I mean, technically if you count some of the Hercules movies, the 60s was pretty good, but I prefer the real, like if you think fantasy as we know it, some of the late 70s it started kind of somewhat, and that are not fairy tales, that are the sword and sorcery kind of stuff. It started a little bit in the late 70s, but it really kicked off in the 80s. And that's when it was, especially with movies like Conan and stuff like that, Excalibur, Willow, Krull. Those are the big ones, Legend, Dragon Slayer and such. Of course, a lot of really bad ones too, but still, I want to have those. And also like some other ones like old sci-fi movies and shit. So there's a couple of movies I would like to own, because those I'll probably watch again and again, and but this is only tangentially related to what you were saying, so let's just continue on with your comment. I know I'm like, maybe I could have, anyway, it doesn't matter. It says here, we're just going to continue on Death Hatter's comment. The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr., wow, memory unlocked, lol. For sure, I know. And it's, I haven't watched it since I was a kid, so it's going to be kind of, and I haven't watched all the episodes, I believe, even though it was a very short, only had like 20 something episodes, like one season maybe, but I have, Memory Unlocked, I have a vague memory of seeing it on TV, but that's about it. A show I wish to had more seasons. How about The Critic, starring John Lovitz? I felt like that was a funny show that could have had more episodes. See, I remember it being pretty good. I would probably enjoy it more now as an adult. That is a show. That's a show I was, when they were starting to do like, I think, animated shows for like adults, like TV shows, like animated sitcoms, kind of like Simpsons, but actually more adult. So it's like, yeah. And then there was also the Duckman one that I want to get back into. That's kind of that era. So yeah, The Critic. Yeah, why not? Why not? Because that was my question. So we're at the end of the comments now. Thanks, Death Adder, for sending a comment as usual, and also Tomcat. So I'm thinking of a question of the beast, but I think if you listen to this fucking, at this point, 7-hour podcast probably, or close to, you'll have enough maybe comments to come up with. So I don't want to like have too much, but here's one. Do you think, here's a question of the beast. Do you think that, or do you even care that Fantastic Four might be another piece of shit, slop, Do you think it will be middling? But the point is that, is it because that Fantastic Four can't be filmed? It's just not a property? I don't believe that. I think it's just the people making it don't know what to do with it. They don't understand the characters, because it's not about being cool. Because, see, the Fantastic Four, they're not cool. They're like a dysfunctional family, but they're also very wholesome, So it's almost like a sitcom in a way. And that might be just too wholesome for people nowadays. They're just too many cynical people out there. Like X-Men they could get. Like dark and edgy shit they can get. But like, I don't know. We talked enough about Fantastic Four with Brady. I still hope it will be at least decent, but I don't know. Maybe they'll do reshoots, like fucking the Captain African America had many reshoots, but I hear it's still bad. It's still very, very forgettable, which is probably even worse, honestly. I wish it was just the Falcon movie or calling him American Falcon, and I'm serious. That would have been better, but they didn't want that because Captain America is a bigger brand to sell. It's a bigger character, and I would have been also fine if Bucky doesn't become Captain. It's not about that. I just feel like he could have the shield without becoming Captain America in a way. Like, that's my thing. But that's just me. I don't know. I don't like the hand-me-down things, characters. Like, other than... Unless it's a sidekick or the son of that character. And the Falcon was never a sidekick. He was like an equal ally to Cap and a friend. But, yeah, that's just me. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm not saying that I am. But so anyway, do you think that Fantastic Four is kind of doomed to fail? Do you think Superman will be better? I think it will, but they could be both bad, really bad. We'll see. Or don't you care at all? There's another question. I haven't talked at all about the Minecraft movie that looks really shit, but kids really like it, and it's like a big hit apparently because it's Minecraft, I guess, and that's how you get the kids these days, and it's really silly, dumb fun, I guess, but not the silly, dumb fun that I enjoy. But then again, it's not made for me, I never really got into... I got a little bit into Minecraft playing with friends, but now I probably couldn't get into it anymore because it's also changed so much. And it was just never my... Other than playing with friends, I really like playing with friends. Like with CF, the few times we got the whole... When we got the whole next round crew, that was the few times we actually got all the original old crew. And the Mondorouseverse crew. We had Shintai, we had Jerry, Kaizi, CF, maybe somebody else still. If Death Adder and you guys, if we could get next round guys playing Minecraft, but I would rather play something else. I would rather play with you guys Doom Knight. So here's my other question of the Beast: is that can we get a Doom Knight together as an event? It's just a short little game, maybe record it, maybe not. And I know it's really hard with time zones and work and family and whatever. Not everybody has both, but you have at least one of those. And it can be tough, I know. And also Kaizi being in Australia. But I would really enjoy that on one weekend. And I don't know when, but yeah, that would be something. Is a Doom Night I would like to do and maybe run an OSR D&D tabletop game, like maybe even Microlight 20 as a joke, because that was the game. Because we're talking about 14 years of the Beastcast. This is also 14 years of me hanging out with you guys in the Mondorouseverse. So I want to get something. I want to do something online. I know it's like getting us together in the physical realm is really tough, especially for me right now. Like I can now manage to pay my bills and stuff, but getting a ticket, this might be... It's going to be possible, and I will make it. But even once I make it, getting, like, again, a flight ticket, because I did meet CF so on MagFest, and that was great, and Hemrock. But it would be great, fucking Death Adder, let's hang out, even if it's just online, let's do something. And let's try to get more people together, like... And I know some people, they have issues with each other or whatever, but, like, it'd be fun. Just, like, one night, like, let's celebrate this, This is not just... Because for me, whatever, Beastcast and whatever shit, it's been around. I have also had, like, where I was basically where I just retired basically, at least for a while. But it's to me this is also TCR, and Mondo Coolcast and the Kaiser Cast, the Cat Cast, Sendu, the what is it? What was his podcast? The Neo. Sorry, Sendu, I can't think about it. The Neo Arcadia, that's it. Hanu, Six Health of Fury, Tomcat, and all the other people, Shintai, even Devil Burning, maybe Mecha Menace, all these guys. But maybe not everybody, but at least here the core TNR crew, that would be already great. But for us just to do something, maybe record maybe some kind of weird podcast thing. I don't know. Just do something online. That's what I would like to do. My ideas are a Doom night, because everybody can get Doom. It runs on everything, but we can use Zandronum or something like that. It's really easy to set up. We can play in an empty server. We could play Team Fortress Classic, the original Team Fortress with Half-Life 1 graphics. That is I think it's even free now. So there's multiple things we could do. I'd love to run a tabletop RPG game, maybe even Microlight 20 to celebrate, because that's when I really started to hang out. At least that's when I know that Kaisi talked with CF before me, and but I remember that hanging out in the original TCR forums, and CF mentioned that he wanted to run a game, and I was really hyped, and I've played and ran games, but it was always in real life, and at that point I didn't have a group, and I was running a game over online. That was, to me at least, it was unheard of. I'm sure people have done it, and I know people, okay, the closest I got was doing it over chat, but that's not the same thing. So, yeah, I would like to get something done. That's my main question. And yeah, so, and is there, and that's the third question, is there anything, I think maybe I asked this question, but rather okay, this is what I like to do, because I know I talk about these movies and stuff, but I also want to talk a little bit more gaming, a little bit more comic and stuff. So, would you guys be hyped if I talked, for example, about a specific comic book series and maybe some recommendations, or also about some gaming? Because I do lots of older gaming and indie gaming, but if it's something you guys are not really interested in, then I won't push it. But I'd still be interested to hear what your opinions are. But mostly, let's get something done. Let's do something. And yeah. And guys, after this is for the 80th episode, a special For the Death Mug of Doom!
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah. 80 episodes, can you top that? Beastcast rolling, got the groove so tight. Hey, party all day and we rock all night. Break it down. Beastcast making moves, oh feel the flare. Ladies in the house, throw your hands in the air. Formerly the lawyer, now he tips the scale. Beastcast forever, we just can't fail. Lucifer's lawyer, now he's turning the beat. Brady bringing fire, turning up the heat. Oh yeah. 14 years strong, baby, do the math. Do it. 80 reasons why we stay on this path. Boogie. Beastcast making moves, oh feel the flare. Brady's in the house, throw your hands in the air. Formerly the lawyer, now he tips the scale. Beastcast forever, we just can't fail. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Clap your hands, stomp your feet. Come on, Beastcast family can't be beat. Ow. Wiggle to the left, slide to the right. 14 years deep, we shine so bright. Beastcast making moves, oh feel the flare. Brady's in the house, throw your hands in the air. Formerly the lawyer, now he tips the scale. Beastcast forever, we just can't fail. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
turning the beat. Brady bringing fire, turning up the heat. Ooh, yeah. 14 years strong, baby, do the math. Do it. 80 reasons why we stay on this path. Boogie, yeah. Beastcast making moves, so feel the flare. Brady's in the house, throw your hands in the air. Formerly the lawyer, now he tips the scale. Beastcast forever, we just can't fail. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, boogie.
It's over. Go home. Still here? Okay. If you're still listening, write in the comments, it's Ghibli Goop. And I give you an extra AI slop song that I thought was pretty cool. Listen and enjoy for Death Mugger Doom.
7 hours in the void anew. Voices rise, piercing through. A beastcast forged in timeless flame. Echoes scream the host grand names. Death mug rays, a chalice grim, overflowing hymns till the brim. For legends roar, the mics ignite, an endless storm of sonic might. Beastcast, beast of the night, breaking records, clawing the skies. 7 hours till worlds collide, death an endless storm of sonic might. Beastcast, beast of the night, breaking records, clawing the skies. 7 hours till worlds collide, death mug of doom shall not subside. Long they chant in iron halls, epic tales where the cosmos calls. Past the dawn they ride, they thrum, a legacy scream till eardrums numb. Chained by no clocks, the time defied, host of the void in endless stride. Wicked laughs and booming tales, through death and lore, the podcast sails. Beastcast, beast of the night, waves of fury